ANC received 173,961 votes in Monday's local government election, while the People's National Movement got 130,868 votes. The United National Congress received 4,393 more votes. The UNC contested 110 seats, while the PNM contested all 141 seats. Adding in the National Transformation Alliance, which received 15,999 votes, the United National Congress and NTA partnership received 58,820 more votes than the ruling party. In more news, National Transformation Alliance political leader Gary Griffith is satisfied with the outcome of the local government elections, claiming the NTA has become the de facto third party in the country. He says if you take the rest of the parties and add up their votes, we got more than them and we only contested 31 seats, said Griffith. After the results of the 7-7 tie between the ruling People's National Movement and the UNC, the leader of the 8-month-old NTA applauded his party's ability to bridge the gap in seats previously held by the PNM. While he asserted that it was no longer automatic that the PNM has control of the East-West corridor, Griffith suggested that the NTA could now use this election result as a springboard for the next general election in 2025. Ongoing industrial relations challenges within Air Canada have resulted in the airline cancelling its much-anticipated direct flights from Toronto, Canada to Trinidad. In June, Tourism Trinidad Limited had announced the resumption of Air Canada's service to Trinidad from November 1st. The airline was anticipated to start with 3 weekly flights from November 1st to December 3rd, and then increase service to 4 times per week from December 3rd to March 9th, 2024. However, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Rondon Mitchell, confirmed that Air Canada would no longer be servicing the Toronto to Trinidad route. Now, internationally, a 6-year-old boy was fatally shot in the head this week by a 9-year-old boy who got a hold of a gun inside a Florida home, authorities said. The younger child was taken Monday to a hospital where he died. An adult at home during the shooting has been questioned by authorities. However, there is no indication of criminal violence and no one has been charged with a crime. He said, adding the circumstances of the shooting were under investigation. This incident adds to the growing tally of children up to the age of 17 killed this year in gun violence. Firearms accounted for nearly 19% of death in 2021 of children's ages 1 to 18 in the United States, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, WANDA database. Recapping the headlines, the popular vote goes to the United National Congress. The NTA now the de facto third party. Air Canada cancels Trinidad flights amid challenges, and internationally, a 6-year-old shot and killed by a 9-year-old in Florida. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the 12 p.m. news on the street, 919 FM, and online, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
News from the street. 919fm.com.
Oh, yeah. Am I? Song for the people. The people. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I feel like nobody does understand me, and everybody coming on me. At times I feel like the whole world thinks that I'm crazy, and if it's one thing I'm learning lately, at times I can't study people with all the bad mind and all the evil. They don't like my head for no reason. It's only people talking about people, and I bad day. You don't have to raise me. Shut up and I'm trying to face me. It's only got the bad day. Got the bad days. Them could say what I want, like nothing. Jump on the past, like something. That team, my name, like something. One thing for that, tell me to do it, I do it. Say one day, one like nothing. Jump on the past, like something. One thing for that, tell me well, not myself, what I'm doing. Sometimes I feel like the only one drag me down. They all over tongue, and they're trying hard to fight me. But who job bless no man curse, cause he brought me through the worst of it. That's why I can't study people, because they bad men and not the evil. They don't like my head for no reason. It's only people talking about people. And I can't take the whole talk, cause if the conversation don't work out, and if you get them at times, they always talking about me. Until they got the bad day. You don't have to raise me. Shut up and I'm trying to face me. It's only got the bad day. Got the bad day. It's only got the bad day. You don't have to raise me. And everybody shut up and I'm trying to face me. It's only got the bad day. Got the bad day. Them could say what I want, like something. Jump on my past, like something. That team, my name, like something. Once the father got tell me to do it, I do it. Say one day, one like nothing. Jump on my past, like something. Once the father tell me, well, not myself, what I could. Yeah. Say what you want. Say what you want, mom. Talk what you want. Talk what you want. Watch out, God bless me. Say what you want. Say what you want, mom. Am I? Say what you want. Tell them bless me. I can talk what you want, mom. Next
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 91 FM.
Am I?
All right. Shonali, all right? Shalom again, reports about you. Again, plenty reports about you.
Reports
about you, Chanel.
Can't get no report about me.
Yeah, again, reports about you.
Well, I won't even have to ask. There's only good things people can say about me. Only good things, only great things. You know what I say? You know what I was saying now? You need to say it? You want to hear it?
Afraid.
No. You want to hear it?
Yes. I am.
Why are you afraid?
No, I don't.
You know what he's saying?
Hey, I tell you, I'm afraid.
I'm saying it. They're saying it.
Hey, boy, hello.
It has, Google, don't have the people thinking that. Don't have the people thinking it's anything bad. You know what he's saying is, Kyle?
You see?
Kyle Godry?
Yeah, because people afraid, you know.
They're afraid.
Yeah. Listen to me.
The saying is, one gal good, gal great.
That is it?
One gal good, gal great.
That's the same?
That's the same, yeah. That's it. One gal good, gal great. Mm-hmm.
I don't know that.
I know that one. I know that.
You put any news working on the election? What went on the election? What was the results coming out? You got the results?
Well, I put in that the what the ABC posted, which was the UNC got more votes.
The popular vote.
Yeah, the popular vote.
Yeah, but listen to me.
That is both on the EBC. All you and Naka could dive in, digest,
I'm talking about if you got the news about about what went on, well, in the recount. You know, they have 11,
I know the recount going on right now.
Right, but there are results coming out, and the PNM got 1,207.
Yeah.
In the Cookie Taruba recount, 1,207. UNC got 1,162.
Okay.
So PNM won that.
Yeah.
No, she just sit down there. No, she holding mic now.
Yes, Naka, come and take your seat.
Take mic. Take this mic here. Chanel just does have a way of trying to make you feel as though
What?
she is the
The what?
You only hear me, right?
loud and clear.
The what?
The mic on?
I think it on. Is it?
Right, it on. Right. So talking the mic.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Continue, Google. Trinidad, I don't know.
Chanel has a way out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. You know that I can't take Google. Need a start.
I need
Yeah, but if I realize, because if I realize what I'm going to say, I'm going to be in trouble.
What
Yeah, just a shame.
Yes.
No, get in trouble with two.
Well, where's the way to start to talk?
Because at first,
You process it.
yeah. Remember, I'm getting old,
Yeah.
and old people didn't see whatever they want.
Yes, I don't process it yet.
So when somebody said my mother again, we can't watch it.
Listen, our moms, I like moms, she are on your tippy toes.
What again?
Yes, say we have to say
I
Google.
cannot.
He cannot. He said, you don't want to get it.
Not over the
I
air.
cannot say what I want to say. Okay?
Mm.
I cannot say what I want to say.
All right, but I'm answer a question. No, the results haven't reached me as yet. The
Okay.
official
Well, I
recount
apologize.
hasn't reached me as yet.
Can I apologize
For?
publicly for not passing it to the newsroom?
I think it's too late for that. They said too late to apologize.
No, you can put it in your 4 o'clock.
Oh,
All right,
so
well, don't need to apologize. Yeah, too late.
Too late to apologize.
Yes.
You ever hear that song? Big popular song.
Pull it up the Google one time.
Oh God, we might get
I'm only playing local gospel music today. If you don't know, if you wasn't listening,
Yeah, you only promoting local gospel.
yes, only today I'll put, and you close off all the folders.
I did not look down on it.
They are not there anymore. Watch.
And if they're there, how much money are you giving me for that? Because they no, go back.
Watch.
Go back there. It's there. It's right there. Oh, okay. Trinidad and Tobago.
To apologize.
Too late. It's too late. Right? Too
Yes.
late.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Father will provide, Jesus will supply, good Lord. Father will provide, but Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. I let me cover them empty. Jesus will provide. In the presence of my enemy, Jesus will provide. Recession in the country, Jesus will provide. So when they don't have nothing in a worry, Jesus will always provide for me. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When we cover them empty, Jesus will provide. Come on, Jesus will provide. I say Jesus will provide. When we cover them empty, Jesus will provide. Better than kiss and quail. The keeper put the bread on my table. Dingoes and Freddy, them not ready. Jesus Christ always got me. Yeah. And he's my chief baker. So my bread basket always run over. So blessings overflow, overflow, overflow. Now I know. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When we cover them empty, Jesus will provide. Come on, Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When we cover them empty, Jesus will provide. He's my provider, my Jehovah Jireh, and my supervisor. My cup running over, so overflow. No, I know. Just like me doing it for spite. No matter what Jesus will do, provide. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When the cupboard empty, Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When the cupboard empty, Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When the cupboard empty, Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. When the cupboard empty, Jesus will provide. Jesus will provide. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. More than enough. More than enough for me. More than enough for me.
Only let me go back in these people. Let me do it previous show. You see Chanel come to show we off. You hear what Chanel just said?
Yeah.
Father God help us in this generation, you know.
No, I'm gonna tell you something. That is why I said just now, I just be afraid, I be skeptical. When I see a certain hour, I am not messaging Chanel. I cannot take bad up.
No, Chanel is... And if our next one
behind Chanel.
Let me play a gospel. Me play a gospel.
Listen, they just hear it. It's rain. It's rain.
No, it's not the rain. It's not the rain. Trust me, it's not the rain.
You've got all the power. Good things in my life.
I need somebody to pray for me. The elders who listen to my program, Mother, what's your name?
Mother to the
Puna, the lady don't palaseko, my mother don't my mother I need some people who need to point to their hand up north. Look, Jesus. Father God.
I can't laugh it up. My voice, I can't laugh.
Look, Chanel. Lord help me.
You've got all the power. Good things in my life. Speak good things over your life. Don't let the devil tell you that you can't do it. You can't do it. Speak good things over your life. Don't let the wicked tell you that you can't do it. You can't do it. When I say keep it positive all the time, don't let the negative things hamper your mind. Power in your tongue, power in your tongue. Don't let the wicked and evil talk keep you down. Enough of them come speaking evil things, but God give me the strength to overcome.
Excuse me, we're going hello, we live, we live. You see this? Excuse me, please. You see you? Hey, who's this? Manu. Put on your headphones. Manu want to talk to me. Let me listen to what Manu want to say.
Well, boy, let me tell you something. I say this Dolly house, so you better go and play it. Yeah. Let me say something. We ain't going to vote at all because there's some people, just like Roberto, promising me and they ain't coming at all. Understand? They better come in to pick me up, they carry me to vote, they ain't come no way. Roberto, I tell you, when you promise old people things, deliver, because old people will pray here, you know. All right, I go on. All it is not all your the people program, they run the program now, man. Look how you're going.
Listen music.
Speak good things over your life. Don't let the wicked tell you that you can't do it. You can't do it.
I can answer.
Power in your tongue, power in your tongue. Don't let the negativity get you down. Say power in your tongue.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Yeah, well, you know, my voice not good today. I can't even have
No loss.
Pastor Google, there's a part in scripture, I think it's Matthew 17:24. So at all I driving, so I just can't remember, but I think it's 24 to 27. I think that's the part when Jesus when they were asking Jesus if he paid his taxes. And like us too, when we have our responsibility, we have to do it. And thank God for the ability to do things and to do it right so that we have a voice. Mr. Mano, when you have to do something, you do it. Think about it and do it. Don't study who ain't visit your home. All right? Homeowners, take care and take care of your garbage as well. Have a pleasant night.
Thank you.
You got the love for you got the power.
Truly Diamond in the building. Yes. Brother Google, Chanel, and Naka. Yeah. Loving the house. You see us from today? I would love to see a different energy now, boy. You see, what went on is that, and I've been really right, we gave the opposition too much airplay now, boy. We spoke about them too much. So, in the new arena from now on, I think we should lock them off and talk about what the government doing and its achievements now from since the time 2015 to now. And let the youth and them and everybody know what taking place now. Boy. I think that's the way to go right now because them is total distraction. Right? Forward, right? Loving the house.
All right, so we continued our discussion until 12:30. Why didn't you go to vote? And if you did go, if you didn't go to vote, give us a call. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Johnson and Naka. The reason I didn't go and vote. The reason why the only here, nobody didn't come to pick up us. All my cousins, all of that ageable people here waiting on somebody to fight them the poll and nobody didn't come this year. That's the reason why.
What era
I
is
and all
this?
didn't get to go.
What era is this?
I beat them here.
Which era is this?
That's Picong.
Picong.
I beat them number 812 Street. Like the only here, the fellas in past to pick up ageable people. They usually do it and they didn't do it this year. A lot of people waiting on them. And we have to get that done, yeah? I have to talk to Judith. Judith's supposed to do it. Supposed to do that, they lapsed it this year. That's the reason why. A lot of people couldn't go and vote. Nobody in pass for them to put them, fight them in the voting.
All right, thank you very much.
That is that's a little strange to me, but I can definitely say Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, Stuart Young, they had their drivers out there in their numbers, but they have some areas apparently didn't have drivers.
Right, but you know what I'm saying?
Which was unfortunate.
Right, but we asked a question.
Right, why?
People are responding to the question, and I think this is a good way for those who are listening, the authorities who are listening, could hear why we had a low voter turnout and why the results went the way it went.
Yes.
Yeah, we know your area, my area. I know for sure my area. They had the cars, everybody. But these are the information that is coming to us that we need to give the authorities an opportunity to hear and
they could work around it next time.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Pastor Google. I wouldn't be long. I voted, but I'm very disappointed with what I hear.
Yeah, who you calling? All right, Tom. Okay. Let me see. Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
Yeah, you hear?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right. I went and voted, but I called her cousins. I've been talking to my youth. And she said she's not going to vote. I asked why.
We should be
she said, Rowley government is no good. I said, well, no, what is your reason? Well, how that pertains to you? She said that she is in the teaching service. And for long, she has, looking for promotion. 2 years, 3 years has gone, and nothing is happening. And you know what I realized based on that? Everyone is against the government. But what we have to really look at is the managers in these various institutions, service commission, all these various authorities. Are they doing what they're supposed to do? Because I remember a few years ago, people did the public service examination, and they had to wait 2-3 years before they can be placed in a vacancy. Is the service commission doing the filling of vacancy, or all the other institutions? What is happening? People are frustrated. And they're blaming it on the government, but it's the system in place. We need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Naka. And good afternoon, Chanel. And Pastor Google, I was working from home for no pay. I was doing my duty this PNM Gemma talking there.
Right.
I was calling the driver. I say, I went and pick up so-and-so. They say, I ain't go yet. I said, I'll go right now. She ready to sit in the gallery and meet in. And I called them all day until 6 o'clock. I put a plan on my phone, PNM Gemma, to do my duties to my PNM party. Okay? And they was very victorious in Dabadi, Omira, Mutulands. Okay? Pastor Google?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I do my duty, and I feel proud for my Prime Minister and for Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, blessings. I go on.
Right.
Later.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon. I'm all right.
Yeah, Pastor Google, here's something number. Why people so personal? Pastor Gogo, you go tell me what the Prime Minister have to do with that person to get a promotion. That's a different organization. I don't know what, I do my duty down here where I live. You know me by where I'm from, right? I'm from the West. I do my duty down here. You know why I support, as I said this morning, PNM? Because all my nieces, my great niece, who is a lawyer, right? Who is teacher one? Imagine she's 33 years old and she first job she gets teacher one because she gets distinction in French and Spanish. The next one is a lawyer. The next one is a next teacher. Why? I support. I don't want anything. You know what I said yesterday when Pastor come in asked when you say PNM done for me. Pastor come and say, what you do for yourself. Pastor go. I walk around all about to get a loan in this country, boy, and I couldn't get none because I have a permanent job. But my father was a mason. So I come and learn that. I come and do a course. I come and do club. Get myself more advanced. I put on buildings all over the country. And I build my house cash. Because you know why I live in Gaston. You see a house I live in. I build that cash. I said, go. And I not run down for I do what I could do for myself. When I talked to Mr. Manning about what all my achievements, he and his wife were so proud of me because they had 50% of people in the country like me, they're happy. What am these people and them, boy? See what you could do for yourself, boy. You know the government putting in place to help you. What is the problem? And people have a problem with all the PNM prime ministers, from Dr. Engineers right down to Mr. Rowley, Dr. Rowley. Man, I don't know why people so personal in this country, boy. See what you could do for yourself, now, boy. I know the government is putting to help you. I fell up with them, you know. And look up in the line up there, mother. You're going out to them, some people up there walk around. After a while, I'll have people in the line up there. Man, anyhow, I ain't vex at all. I thank all you for your support. I go and go through.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, again, we hear any voice of the people. So we want to keep with the topic.
The topic, yes.
And we want to keep with the points at that.
So far, transportation was a number one thing. And then some are disgruntled, anybody who had disgruntled teachers.
Right. A young lady didn't vote because she said Dr. Oli Bukid because he didn't get she a promotion. And you would have heard that from some persons too. that the Prime Minister wicked. Some people say, with my food card, I ain't get no food. You laughing.
Meanable.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The #1 bookstore in Trinidad is having the biggest back-to-school sale for the holidays.
Shop at Sharon's Bookstore for the biggest back-to-school sale.
All your kindergarten, preschool,
primary, secondary school,
and tertiary education supplies at ridiculously low prices. Sharon's also carries a wide range of sneakers, socks, t-shirts, vests for girls and boys,
and much more items for school. So don't miss Sharon's back-to-school sale.
Now on Eastern Main Road, San Juan, Tutapuna.
2 locations at Trin City Mall, ground level and first level. We're also open on Sundays from 8 a.m. Check us on Facebook for up-to-date info and promotions. Also, message us for a quick response.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on the Street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
Make your moves with us and you can win more rewards in the Magna Java Extravaganza. Each time you use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for purchases of $500 or more, you're automatically entered for a chance to win. 45 customers will win 2,500 Magna points, which can be redeemed instantly. Hold on, that's not all. One lucky winner will win 100,000 Magna points. Now that's rewarding. Make your moves with us. Use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for your chance to win in the Java Extravaganza. Get details on the Magna Rewards Trinidad Facebook page. Promo ends 31st August. Approved by the NLCB.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. Or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Vision again. RSR, let me tell you what I'm saying. You see a lot of them refuse it. But it don't matter cause I come to put a message in the music. Come to put a message in the music. All of the youths, yeah, a lot of them refuse it. I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it. See, I go put it in the music. Blissful melodies come from heaven, so his praise are given to the king that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still, I go put it in the music. Before they teach the youths about the ABCs, they teach about the Uzis and the M16s. They mess up the psyche of the young babies who grow up with no respect for the young ladies. So sad, the place get corrupt. My voice had to raise and I can't stay quiet. And like us afraid, whole place will erupt. Every positive youth, every blaze of fire. Although the youth say a lot of them refuse it, I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music. Blissful melodies come from heaven, so his praise are given to the king that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still I go put it in the music. See, we don't need no forward. Them boy coward. Do it for the likes, but the standards lower. Following the hype, them abuse them powers. Who go teach the youths them morals? All of them wanna just fly out overseas, jump up on a plane just to mash up on a stage. They just want fame, everybody know the name. I don't afraid if the radio don't play my song again. I go play it if the youth see a lot of them refusing. I go put it in the music. Them when the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music, God. Blissful melodies come from heaven. Its praise are given to the king that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still I go put it in the music. I go put it in the music. Many get it wrong, but it's more than just a song. Pen the words the right way, you can turn the world around. The word is teaching one thing, while the world teaching the wrong thing. So I go stand for something, and it don't matter what nobody say. Although a lot of them refuse it, I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music, cause blissful melodies come from heaven, so it's praise are given to the king that given it. And I know many go refuse it, hey, but I go put it in the, I go put it in the music, hey. Put it in the, I go put it in the, see, I go put it in the music, hey. Judah, I go put it in the, say we go put it in the music, hey. Everybody, let me hold our vibes, open your eyes. Please don't compromise. Hey, you better watch what you're writing, cause it's frightening. The kind of music for the youth and them liking. It's evil spirits for the youth them inviting. Lucky they get strike down with lightning. Boy, it's frightening, the world blighted. The youth could really use a little enlightening. Hey, so I says I'm gonna put it in the music, oh Lord. Picong again. RSR, let me tell you what I'm saying. The youth see a lot of them refuse it. But it don't matter cause I come to put a message in the music. I come to put a message in the music. All of the youth see a lot of them refuse it. I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it. See, I go put it in the music. Blissful melodies come from heaven, so his praise are given to the king that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still, I go put it in the music. Before they teach the youths about the ABCs, they teach about the Uzis and the M16s. They mess up the psyche of the young babies who grow up with no respect for the young ladies. So sad, the place get corrupt. My voice had to raise and I can't stay quiet. And like us afraid, whole place will erupt. Every positive youth, every blaze of fire. Although the youth say a lot of them refuse it, I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music. Blissful melodies come from heaven, so it's praise I give into the King that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still I go put it in the music. See, we don't need no forward. Them boy coward. Do it for the likes, for the standards lower. Following the hype, them abuse them powers. Who go teach the youths them morals? All of them wanna just fly out overseas, jump up on a plane just to mash up on a stage. They just want fame, everybody know the name. I don't afraid if the radio to play my song again. I go play if the youth see a lot of them refusing. I go put it in the music. Them when they gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music, God. Blissful melodies come from heaven. It's praise I give into the King that given it. And I know many go refuse it. Still I go put it in the music. I go put it in the music. Many get it wrong, but it's more than just a song. Pen the words the right way, you can turn the world around. The word is teaching one thing, while the world teaching the wrong thing. So I go stand for something, and it don't matter what nobody say, although a lot of them refuse it. I go put it in the music. Them with the gun down in the ghetto, them abuse it, Lord. But I go put it in the music, cause blissful melodies come from heaven, so it's praise I give into the King that given me. And I know many go refuse it, hey, but I go put it in the, I go put it in the music, hey, put it in the, I go put it in the, see, I go put it in the music, hey, Judah. I go put it in the, say we go put it in the music, hey. Everybody, let me hold a vibe, open your eyes. Please don't compromise.
Ole get to love this song, eh?
I tell you, this song nice. I tell you, this song real nice.
Chanel get me to love that song, boy. Oh Lord. All right, Chanel Tobago. So we're back with you. We want you to join us on the live. Join us on Facebook. We have over 400 people watching us on Facebook, and we have over 100 persons watching us on YouTube. And we just want to let the 900 and something persons that are watching us but don't want to come out and watch us, or just come in and watch me now. Why are you being like that? You stand up in the background watching me, and you don't want to come and press the watch. But we see you watching me. It's 900 of them sit down there. Easy. I would not say, hey.
Let me click on watch.
Why?
I don't know. It has some people like that. I can be like that sometimes. So I want nobody to see that are visible.
All right, so I want to show a video. So we're changing the discussion now, right?
Correct.
So we understand that, and to the persons who, the gentleman who called from the BTAM,
about transportation.
Yeah, I want to apologize. There were transportation available, and apparently they may have, may not, or they didn't reach to you.
Yes.
Right? I just came off the phone with somebody who was a driver, and she said to me that they were driving right through, and she just wanted to apologize to the gentleman, let him know that yes, there were drivers available, and apparently things may have gone amiss where he's concerned. All right? But you want to get into this now, Now, this discussion here now is going to change the dynamics of the conversation. Right?
Well, it's kind of tricky for me, eh? So, I would just take it in. I would just take it in with a grain of salt.
Yesterday on the news, Mr. Terry Rondon would have shared some views. And I want you, the listeners, to listen to what Mr. Terry Rondon had to say. And I want you to join me on the live to see what Mr. Terry Rondon had to say. I heard through the grapevine that while they were interviewing him, he was in tears. I want you to take down some notes, Naka, of what Mr. Terry Rondon have to say, because this is what is going to occur our conversation until 2 o'clock. We are not deviating from this. We are not. We want to look at it from different angles.
And I think I could totally understand why he was almost to tears.
Let's go. Now, this is this. Let me play the video.
Yeah, play the video.
Right? Listen to this Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, the world.
A P&M stalwart whose name has become synonymous with Togo, Sandy Grandi, expresses his dismay at the election results, which saw the UNC making more inroads in the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation.
We have some work to do. We have to go out and on the ground now. No, we thought we were really on the ground, but it didn't seem so. I am very disappointed, and my duty now is to be on the ground now for the general election. And on the ground now. No, we thought we were really on the ground, but it didn't seem so.
Grande Regional Corporation.
We have some work to do. We have to go out and on the ground now. No, we thought we were really on the ground, but it didn't seem so. I am very disappointed, and my duty now is to be on the ground now for the general election. And we have to start as yesterday.
Terry Rondon's P&M lost one more seat, Valencia West, to the UNC. Neil De Silva captured it from the incumbent P&M's Kiva Isaac.
And that surprised me because the past council, she had done a lot of work in Valencia West. She had done a lot of work. So I am surprised of losing that thing. That is why I call on the executive. We have to go out and find out.
He says the voter turnout in Sangre Grande proper was low but higher in Toco.
Election, I could tell you. I went to my area from Valencia to Batman, and I stopped and asked if you're going to vote. I'm coming just now. You're going out to give us the vote. I'm waiting until 5 o'clock. And they give all kind of stories. And I checked my list. I know them by name and age. They didn't vote.
Rondon has made his a household name in the municipality and has seen the P&M to its glory days in the corporation.
When there's a week, a death in the village, I attend it. I go to the funeral. When there's sports, I make sure I'm there. There's a wedding in the district. I'm invited. I go to the wedding. I take a gift. When it's sports, I make all negotiations to have prices. Make sure 10 table chairs are there. And most of all, the religious function. Always there with the Dean Baptist, Catholic, Presbyterian, you name it. And with that, the name Terry Flood, I always there with them.
A party loyalist, ill health has kept Rondon away from public office. The party has lost ground since his departure, despite the government's heavy investments in infrastructural works.
We have not taken any chances. Just as how I believe we done a lot of work, I'm not taking no chances. I owe P&M this one. I was there alone. The loan counselor, and I got 4, so we get control of the corporation. So my duty now is not to study the local election in the far away. It's the general.
Right.
And I'm going out there. If I right now, I have to use a wheelchair, so be it.
He too notes that voters rarely include youth.
In my area, and has always happened, the youth don't come out and vote as the senior citizen. They came out in wheelchair, walking stick, bedridden, and they were out there. And I could tell you, it is one thing the government should be looking at EBC that start going to the hospital and get people to vote.
Mm-hmm.
You have so much of people from Togo, Sandy Grande Hospital, yearning to vote. They just can't.
The UNC retained control of the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, convincing political analysts to consider the municipality to no longer be marginal, but now a UNC stronghold. Urvashi Tawari, Rubnarayan, TV6 News.
No, but let me tell you, yes. You know, I was just jotting down the notes and so forth. And really and truly, I will agree with him that they needed to take more hold in the youth department in the Toco Sandy Grande area. And as well as what we need, and I'll be very honest to say, I'm sorry, I know some people may get vexed with me today, and I may get a few calls. But we need to take a look at our PNM Toco Sandy Grande executive. We need to go, I have to say we, because I am a part of the Toco Sandy Grande as well. That is not my voting area, but that is my home grounds. And I have to say that, you know, PNM Toco Sandy Grande, this is a wake-up call. This is not for them to be despondent, but this is a wake-up call for them to go back on the drawing board and see where they went wrong. And I know he indirectly said it. If you listened to him carefully, he indirectly said it, where he said he's calling on the executive. So the executive now, they need to process themselves individually.
All right.
And start doing their groundwork.
And that is Grande.
And that is Grande, because Toco is a straw. Toco is PNM.
All right, so listen to this now. All right, well, listen to me. Okay. So we're talking, that is Toco Sandy Grande.
Right.
The thing about it is, and people are saying that the reason why it is a concern, right? It's because you are a sitting member of parliament on the government bench.
Yeah.
You are a sitting member of parliament on the government bench.
It's worrisome.
And the area that they lost is his area.
Yeah. And you know what is sad? What kind of hurt me? He said he didn't say that he's giving an oath, but he's giving a promise to the people of Toco Sandy Grande. Even if he have to go on a wheelchair, he's on a wheelchair, he's going out there to work. So imagine a man on a wheelchair, hurt that we lose that regional corporation. Said he's going out there in his wheelchair to see if we could get back that corporation. The executive needs to take a look at themselves.
But he also made some other statements there. I don't know if you can highlight it. Where
I can say it quickly. He said we have to do more groundwork. He thought that, you know, they were doing groundwork, but it didn't seem so. And now he's making a promise that he's going out there to get votes, to not get votes, but to go out there and start doing more groundwork for the general election. He also said he was always available for weddings, funerals, religious functions. He made himself available. He said the party lost grounds since he left. Right? Party lost ground since he left, and the youth turnout was very poor.
You know what Mr. Rondon is doing there? That's an appraisal, you know.
Yes. He just gave an appraisal.
And he is also saying that this election is a referendum on how people feel in Grande about the party. So that's Grande.
Yes.
We're going now to San Fernando West.
Right.
When we come back from the break. Because they lost 2. But the one that they lost, they never had.
Yes.
Which is Kadari. Kadari was UNC, came over to PNM. Right? And Marabella West, which is Jamila, which the last councillor would have won by a slim margin.
Right.
Why did the people?
That you see, these are the questions, and this now is what we need to ask. These are the questions we need to ask the people. We have to take a look within ourselves.
Now,
to see where we went wrong.
There's a discussion too about the low voter turnout.
Yes, it had a very low voter turnout, especially in the youth department for the Sandy Grande.
Right. So we're going to come back. When we come back after the break, we're going to deal with that and take some of your calls. Don't touch your dial. Stay right there.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join him as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079 or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM.
Hi there. I'm Lester Suplal, inviting you to join me on the first, second, and third Saturday, 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the program Slow Gospel Music, and on the fourth and fifth Saturday from 8:30 p.m. for an extended version of Slow Gospel Music on Street 91.9 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-signer. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Join me every Wednesday morning on the Street 919 FM, 5 a.m. to 5:55 a.m. to hear For the Kingdom with the voice Darius Lois. For those questions on life you want answered, if you question, is God real? Does he care about me? And how he functions in this world and in your life? Then tune in and get answers to those questions.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Maurice Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sandy Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Trauma and Bereavement. Also every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law for and you. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. all night prayer live on the street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showeth thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank would be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-2222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 236-7271.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Share the line. Share the line. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the line. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the line. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the line. The Street 919 FM.
Naka? Since we go on a break, you could tell the nation my phone has
his phone it ringing off. And let me tell you something. We can't sugarcoat anything now. We need to be honest within ourselves, and we need to be honest with the people.
Right. So we're gonna look now at all right, so we're gonna look at and we're not beating up on anybody here.
Yeah.
We're telling people that we need. Let me tell you something, and there are things that happened that people need to take stock of. Right? You have Gary Griffith and the NTA making inroads into P&M strongholds.
Yeah.
Places that are predominantly P&M, you know that these people are P&M people. You have the NTA. And hear what it is, they're not calling for any recount.
Yeah. They wouldn't do that.
They're not calling for any recount. And because you know why you wouldn't do that? Because they want to continue to look the way they're looking. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And we could sit here and take this from different angles, but we minding we own business.
Facts.
Because we could sit down here and say, oh, look, they're drawing up. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how we could be inside of here. And I could be emotional like this inside of here. Oh, they're drawing up. Look, they're drawing up and they're drawing up, but look, but watch what happened. Watch what happened. They lost. The NTA ain't get nothing. But they get, and they're drawing up. He joined up with UNC and he ain't get nothing. That's not my business.
True.
That ain't gonna help me. That ain't gonna help the people who we believe have the best the country at heart. It's not going to. That's the reality. So NTA could boast and talk about how much inroads they made, and yes, they made inroads. But we have to find a way to get our people to understand that, hey, things have to change.
True.
It have to change. It have to change, you know. And Mr. Terry Rondon, I don't believe, let me tell you something. Because you from Toko, you from Grandy, and you understand the dynamics. So Mr. Terry Rondon say, oh, Mr. Terry Rondon is saying it's not just for there.
He's speaking all, in general.
That is for all over Trinidad and Tobago.
It was a general. Yes, he spoke on behalf of his burgesses, but he spoke. It's a statement that can go far.
Thank you. So every electoral district where the PNM would have sent up somebody. And I want to say hats off to the political leader, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Let me tell you why. I wonder if I could say this. I will tell you off air.
Yeah, be careful.
I will tell you off air. But I want to tell him congratulations. Let me tell you why I want to tell him congratulations, because I'm hearing something that he has planned, and what he has planned to do. Doc, that is how a manager or somebody has invested interest in something. That is what they will do. Call people together, sit down, and do a, what you call it? Diagnosis.
Yes.
Look into this, because this situation.
Well, Google, I don't know if some people are surprised, but I was not surprised about Toko Sandy Grande at all. I was not surprised about it. I did tell my mother before, and she fight me down. She said, not my home. We're not giving it to them. And I said, listen to me. I have a lot of Toko Sandy Grande people on my Facebook, and a lot of them were very disgruntled. Especially young people.
What were they disgruntled about?
They were disgruntled by the fact that I don't really want to say it, it had too much bacchanal in the higher positions that they can't deal with the people on the ground.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if we can fix a poem,
right,
how we could, guide the multitudes.
Right.
And a lot of young people had problems, especially my village as well. They had problems with what was going on. But who could I eat? And who couldn't see to eat? But at the same time, I will be very, very honest. If all they want to stone me, I want to come and I write out the business. But what I'm saying is, we need to fix the head.
The top.
You got to fix the head before we could deal with the bottom.
I hear you.
That is the truth.
I hear you. And you know what? You know this, what I observe is that, and let's be real here, Naka, with the UNC party in a disarray that it is in, with the leadership and the statements that are being made and all the different things. The UNC in a mess, but UNC people still see it as an option.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
You hear what I just tell you? And that's to show you the level of integrity people operate with. If PNM people not happy about something, they will show you
they're not happy.
UNC people, on the other hand, they don't care.
And the thing is too, we are coming close to the end of 2023, and we are going to proceed to 2024, which 2024 will be a hectic year for politics, because this is where we had to really be on the ground, because this is general election. This is where our future lies. Who is going to be our leader? And we cannot wait to take no vacation in 2023.
Why? I take my vacation.
You can take it. I'm talking about the people who have to get the constituencies together.
Well, I just get the people together.
Right? No, but we can't afford, because I'm telling you, yes, I am kind of happy that we regained some marginal corporations except for Sandy Grande, but it is still disappointing of our voter turnout. It was very disappointing to me. And this should have those who are in authority sit down, internalize, meditate, and come up with a strategic plan on how we can make things better for 2025.
Let me show you a map. I want to show you this map. Right? So you can join us on the live. Remember, we are live on Facebook and we are live on YouTube. Now, can take a look at this map, right? Between me and you, this map was very disturbing to me. Not the map of itself, but I want you to look at the numbers, the figures. And I want you to read it out to the people. I don't know,
I was saying this one.
All right, that's now. Let me put it up. I want to put it up for people to see, and then you could then you would be able to where is it? Okay. All right, then. All right, just now. Right? Just now. Okay, I'm going to put it over here. All right, Naka. That's the map.
Okay. So reading on this side, right? So this is the 2023 local government elections facts. The EBC has announced the preliminary results of the 2023 local government elections, which shows that the UNC captured the majority of the votes, with 173,961 of the 331,300 votes cast. The NTA captured 15,997 of the national vote for a combined UNC-NTA alliance, a count of 189,958 votes, or 58% of the overall votes cast during Monday's local government election.
Read that, right? Mm-hmm. You seeing what I seeing, right?
I seeing what you're seeing.
What I seeing?
What the first
So you realize that on the graph that is showing you, the NTA would have made inroads into the red, not the yellow. Mm-hmm. Seeing that?
Yes, I'm seeing.
Now, the popular vote discussion, I don't know if you heard about it, if you're hearing about it, that the UNC have the popular vote.
Well, that's what I heard that when we walked into the building. I walked into the building this morning.
Right. The popular vote discussion. Now, I don't really get into that popular vote discussion. You know why? For several reasons why it may and may not be, applicable. But I want you to listen to this. If you do a survey, when you break it down into communities, the UNC has a more populated communities than PNM communities.
True.
So they will always have the popular vote. And people not looking at it from the
they're not looking at it in the geographic.
No, they're not.
The geographic
they're just sitting down in their own mind and space and thinking it from that avenue. But I'm not taking away from the fact that PNM people did not go out and vote. PNM people did not go out and vote. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying, as the Prime Minister always says, is right-thinking citizens that would have majority of persons who are no neither PNM nor UNC, who make up the 130,000,
But those were the people that really took time and understand the importance of local government, and especially this local government. The reform.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to look at that. And then too, we have to look at this other aspect that a lot of people still do not take local government serious.
No.
So we have to look at that. It's have the ones that undecided, who from the PNM household, they still don't understand what the reform means. They still don't understand the importance of local government.
Care about that,
And they tell us, where's the local government and where's this reform? And they just don't care.
Let me tell you this also too. There are a bunch of persons also who don't care.
Yeah. They don't care for the elections.
There are a bunch of persons also who don't care about policies. They just want to see it done.
Yeah.
There are a majority of the persons who don't tell me how you're going to do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
You know how all a woman does think?
Yeah.
A man does sit down and be, okay, well, babes, we're going to pop a foundation in the back and we will build X, Y, and Z.
And that's it.
And a woman will say, I don't want to hear.
I just want to see it done.
Do it.
And let me tell you something. And especially young people, a lot of young people, they watch let me see how this is executed first before I can say I'm going to pick up myself and vote for Jackson.
Yeah, that's another
thing.
So
a lot of young people sitting down and saying, but I wouldn't say young and old as well. They would sit down and say, let me see how this is executed first. Yeah. Before I could say, I really supporting this party for general election.
Yeah.
They say for now, me voting for something, me sure that going and really be a progress or be not a progress, but be successful.
Yeah.
So all that we have to look at too. Why we have, our voter turnout would have been low as well.
You know, so there are people who sending us messages. One person saying on WhatsApp, both main parties' voters did not went out and vote. That's interesting. That's interesting. So we're going to go to the phone lines, you know, but we're sticking with the discussion.
Yes.
And we don't want the discussion to get out of hand. This is not an out of hand program. You're sticking with the topic and we're sticking with. So if you're coming to tell us about what Mr. Terry Rondon said, if you agree with Mr. Terry Rondon or not, that's one. And two, what is the solution? We want solution.
We have to look at solutions right now.
Right. So Naka has pen and paper, and we will take note and send our solutions to the relevant authorities that are coming from you, the listeners. But Nakayana, I can't just move on by not playing this one. I want you all to join me on the live. I'm gonna play for you all a video. I want you all to listen to the video. All right, Naka, did you hear this one? You saw this? What is it? I'm looking for it here. I heard it just now, you know. Right, look at here. All right, so join me on the live. I'm going
to tell you something. I'm going to tell you this.
Oh, gosh. Join me on the live earlier. Right? Join me on the live.
E6 News on the spot.
In terms of the adequacy of the polling stations, facilities, what are your comments on the facility at San Fernando West?
Fantastic. San Fernando West, this is my home station. I've been voting here since I was 18 years old. It is as smooth as when it was 18 years old, when my grandfather took me to cast my first vote and told me that people die for the right to vote and that I must take democracy seriously. As is my ritual, it's a pleasure to hold my mother's hand and to walk with her to vote, because you learn from your parents. And so I've seen a smooth process. The consecutive votes at this point was 165, meaning 165 persons had been to the particular polling division that I was at. We're seeing right now traditional turnout. You know that from the 3 o'clock push, you get a heavier point, and then golden hour 4 to 5, 5 to 6 at golden hour, you see more. Thank the Lord, we've been blessed with good weather. But of course, the EBC has distinguished itself in this run-up so far. So far, at the point is where we stand right now, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing.
Before I go, just one final question. What are your plans for the rest of the evening?
Work and more work. You must remember that an election result has a consequence. Come Tuesday, as Minister of Rural Development, Local Government, there will be swearing-in ceremonies to happen across all 14 corporations. We're in the middle of reform. That still has to be delivered in its position point. So there's work going on. One shower that is cast upon us could result in disaster management units. The logistics and workings of government have to continue. And that's what we're on about.
This clearly has to be a special moment for you, being able to come out with your son and Member of Parliament for the area as well. So how do you feel today?
Today is one of the best days of my life, because people at my age would know that for years and donkey's years, we have been lobbying for the decentralization of power in this country. And this is what local government reform promises. In a most meaningful way, for the first time ever, is actual decentralization happening. So I am delighted, not just to be with my son, this is a tradition, to teach your children the value of the vote, but as a citizen and a nationalist wanting the best for this country. I am delighted to be casting my vote.
All right. So any words that you want to say to any younger person who may be listening on and wondering if their vote matters? What do you have to say to them?
Your vote matters always. Your vote expresses what you feel, what you support. It seems to be human nature that people vote against something. They express the right to vote with their ink and by the withholding of their vote, not understanding the value of that vote, how hard we have fought to have this vote. But on top of that, it is the right of the citizen to express what he supports, more than who I like. Whether I like this party, red, blue, yellow, green, or what, is irrelevant. It's what do I stand for as a human being is expressed by that little finger. And kids, you learn as you grow old. It is normal when you are young to make mistakes, to not understand. But as you grow older, you understand more and more the power that lies in that little bit of red ink that you express, whichever way you express it. But get up, take the effort of coming out and expressing yourself.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, so you're viewing, that was on election day. This Diane Sukaran and her son, the Minister of Rural Development, Mr. Faris Al-Wari.
I was saying something that a comment that someone made, and I think it is very important. And they said, now more than ever, the Prime Minister needs to continue conversations with the Prime Minister. He needs to continue.
And Naka, on Saturday, I came to you and I said to you,
Saturday he told me.
The Prime Minister listens to us.
Yeah, he listens.
He listens. He hear me when I said to him, do not stop.
Yeah.
I said it to him right here behind this microphone. I said to the Prime Minister that they're talking to you and saying he's a dictator, but you are the only Prime Minister who have ever done something like that.
Yes.
And he said it on the platform.
And let me tell you something. When you see, if he continues, that not only he hears, we speak on behalf of the people, but, he will continue hearing how the people of Trinidad and Tobago feels.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
The problem is not executive, The problem is, for years, the PNM don't have no PR, right? Every paper sending propaganda against the PNM. Every TV station, propaganda. Every 500 bloggers. So you don't feel it reaching the minds of the people.
Yeah.
It lies in the minds of the people. Right? The PNM have no PR. That is the whole problem. The problem is that the PNM PR system is very poor.
Right.
That is the whole problem. The lies reaching in the minds of the people. Politics is about controlling the minds of people.
Yeah.
For years, this happening. For years, it's not nobody. It's the PNM itself.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Gogo and Naka.
Hold on, caller. The first caller comment is the PR.
Right, I'm not going to say Naka not writing.
You're bad in my boy.
Naka and Pastor Gogo. The first thing I want to ask, why did people then come out and vote?
When they said that, they said why. Naka was saying to you just a while ago, why? What are some of the reasons why people said
some
that
of
they
it
didn't
was
come out and vote?
some disgruntled, some was transportation issues.
All right, so we are hearing the issues. Now the government, Dr. Rowley, them have to work on these things. Look how simple we getting the answers. Because as you see the numbers of votes, right? The African votes didn't come out, right? So they have to know what to do to bring out their supporters, Naka.
All right.
And you know something? One more thing I would like to ask. You see freedom of speech? Is that lifted now? Let's work on that, fellas. We can't tolerate nobody to cut our freedom of speech or how we feel about talking the truth. Right? Because you all talk the truth on this station.
Yeah.
And you all have the backing of it. And we can't let nobody do our curtail our First Amendment right, our freedom of speech. Have a good day, people. Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good job, Brad.
Thank you.
All right. You ready?
Yeah. Somebody also said councillor should have conversations too. Councillor should have a Q&A with their purchases. Miss Florence Baze, I have to shout you out for that. She said councillor should have a Q&A with their purchases, conversations with them.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon, Mother.
I would talk to you, Naka, after I am disappointed. I didn't vote.
Oh, you're disappointed? You didn't vote?
No.
What was the cause?
The transportation.
Oh, the transportation.
I got to come and take me out, but I have a brand new wheelchair donated by Minister Foster Cummings.
You understand? A brand new one and I have a scooter. But who gonna lock up my house to me? Who gonna close up my place to me?
Oh.
You understand? But I'm not saying we're gonna get them for the general election coming up, man. Don't worry. It's a small thing. Let them la 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 right now.
Let them la la la.
La la la. That's a big for them to do. Come, let's say she win after 5 seats was declared. She said, we win. We win who what? Or they have to get into a coalition and a coalition. Because after election, all of them just burn out like ashes.
I gave them a month.
You understand what I'm saying? They're going to win nothing. It's nothing for them to celebrate. PNM win. Because look at the odds they came up against, boy. Eh? That ain't nothing. Any small thing. Well, come let's celebrate it because she knows she is almost done. Then I want she now, you know. Come that day's done, it's over. But I want a little wish Aisha. Where's a happy birthday for me?
Yes.
You forget that, eh? With the station, just forget people cooking, all them callers and them. Good thing I on Facebook, I don't miss nothing. So, Aisha, darling, wherever you may be, whatever the circumstances, you enjoy your holiday, your birthday today, and may God continue to bless you because we know you're coming back there soon and very soon. Don't worry. She's coming back, people. Mark my word. Aisha could tell you that when coming to Aisha is a prophet, you know. And they tell she wasn't going to wear hijab for too long. And when I met Aisha, she was in a hijab, you know. And she said, Mother, why are you saying that? And look at Aisha today. No hijab. But anyway, God is there. We love her anyway. And Naka,
She went to deal with a situation. People complaining that there's poor audio on YouTube, so she went to get a technician to see about it.
Oh, okay, Pastor Google. So you take care of everything. What do you man?
Better than me.
Oh God, I wish you could have gone good. All right, Pastor Google. Have a blessed one.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Pastor Google. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, how are you going?
I'm good, man.
All right. In my humble opinion, based on the results of the election, it seems to me that the government has a lot of work to do. And in meaning, in getting the information out there. In other words, in my humble view, it also has to be firing on all cylinders. Namely, you have a crime situation. Right? Just the other day, I live in Port of Spain, and I was privy witnessed a little situation where somebody got snatched. If you understand, the belongings got snatched. And you know who it is doing it? Okay.
All right.
Right?
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is, right, is that the security services, the social services, everything has to come in line. It not happen. One don't go without the other, you know. But here the thing now, the other side not supporting any positive changes, and I'm coming back and saying no, that they ain't doing nothing. Further disenchanting the youth. But the youth don't have to want to find out correct information. Because Bob Marley sing a song, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but who ourselves can free our minds. So we have to want to search for the right thing, not following all the nonsense that is out there. Search for the right thing. So it's up to the incumbent party now to put out facts. Not just be a concern, interacting with the people and giving them facts. Because I have a lot of half-truths and innuendos out there. So they have to be getting the facts. The young people that I said before, when in times gone by with the Picong scandal and this and that, them probably they was too young to understand that. So they're not fully aware of the implication of those things.
All right. Thank you
and
very
they
much.
don't read social media. So that's my humble view. You have a good program. Locked on and listening.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google and Nata.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the last clip play there?
Yes.
Let's Sukar and say Paul in terms of how important the franchises and suffrage, as it was called, right? Because you see, people take it for granted, we only embark on the journey of adult suffrage, universal, in 1946. Let's go back now, man.
All right.
Some people still alive who was babies when that. Right? So let me contextualize it.
All right.
In terms of what Naka would have said about earlier, don't forget this one, right? Naka, up on your side, to me, from what I see, that vote was against Rohan Sinanan. Because you know what I'm saying, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Because there was a protest the week before, and the people said so. They say, hey,
taxi drivers say so.
Yeah, we will go yellow because we ain't getting nothing from the red. No.
You have to be really quick, Kola. The ads is coming on you.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what I want to see. When you have to take that into consideration and for and for the young voters and so on, plenty of them do read papers and they only get the information from TikTok and other social media. And that's very easy to collect in a particular.
Thank you, Kola. We're going for a break. Thank you.
Yeah.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-signer. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Hi there, I'm Lester Suplal, inviting you to join me on the first, second, and third Saturday, 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the program Slow Gospel Music, and on the fourth and fifth Saturday from 8:30 p.m. for an extended version of Slow Gospel Music on Street 91.9 FM.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on the Street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
All right, so we're back with you, Trinidad and Tobago, and something I was going to say, Oh yeah, so happy birthday to Miss Aisha. Well,
yes, happy birthday. All
right, Aisha, pray that God riches blessings.
I only saw it recently because she posted. So
yeah, I pray that God's riches blessings.
Yes, most definitely
be with you, and I know that you are somebody who, I head on and you do what you have to do to survive. All right, so on behalf of the constructive talk and all my callers and listeners and everybody, I know that people would want to continue to wish you happy birthday. All right, so we're going back to the phone lines. I don't want to stick. I'm not sticking. I'm going back to the phone lines. So I have a caller who was waiting since the break. So let me go to that caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pastor Google and Naka. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm very grateful to how things went yesterday. It was superb. It was good. I think my counselor got fed up with me because I was calling with every detail in the area. At time current went, I called her. She said, don't worry, it will come back. And, so I was going. And I think that everybody have work to do. As I told you, Pastor Google has called you and warned you. That people is be setting up the party too.
Yeah.
Then I tell you that last election? Yeah. Right. People not doing their work and people have their own agendas. Right? And I just want to say, hey, happy birthday to Miss Aisha Wells. And, David Mama don't come in too. I think it's today too, Okay. I think it's today or tomorrow. I'm not sure. So I want to wish them all the best, right? And we just have to work with what you have. And the Prime Minister is good at it. Don't worry. I don't want to say fool,
All right.
He will do everything.
All right.
He will assess the situation.
Thank you very much.
Okay then. Okay, Pastor Google and Naka.
Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google and Naka, a pleasant good afternoon to you. And I hope you both have a splendid first, tremendous, marvelous, splendid, with sadness, I call in this radio station.
With sadness, you call in the radio station?
Because as a person who have never supported another party in Trinidad and Tobago, I've never supported a party. The only party I've ever supported in my life has been the People's National Movement. And you two sitting there, two black individuals, know for a fact that when you're not on the radio, PNM have not done the right thing by the poor black disadvantaged people in Trinidad and Tobago. I came to this radio station previously, and Naka was downing on me because I said there's a survey that shows 26% of black people are living below the poverty line. Naka don't want to admit that. She don't want to admit
because there's no information that says that. That's why I'm asking you, on what page did you get that? There's no information that said how much black people, because when they give information like that, they do not put it by race. They put it by demographics. But you can continue.
I teach at a college now.
That's okay.
Let me tell you something. I teach at a college.
That's all right.
And I can tell you.
Okay.
You just don't have the information. So you don't want to deny the fact.
Because I am not going to sit down and allow you to spread information that is not true. I am not going to allow that for you to sell a dream to people that is not true.
Spread what?
All right, but we talking.
We have nothing to do with this. We are talking about the local government election.
So listen to this.
I'm talking about the local government.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what Mr. Terry Rondon. Wait, just now. We are talking about what Mr. Terry Rondon had to say not just to Grandy and Toko, but to PNM. And you came in and you saying that we sitting here and we don't want to say X, Y, and Z. That's your view. We said what we have to say. If you now join the program, that is not our fault. But we had people call in and said why they didn't go out and vote. We heard all the reasons why. We wrote down the reasons why. We're going to pass it on. Nobody said what you saying, you know.
But I do have to tell you guys. You guys should know.
No, we don't know. We shouldn't know. I am not a prophet. Boy, I'm not a prophet. Neither am I a soothsayer or have a crystal ball. But what you saying? Nobody called in and said that.
Let me ask the next question. Based on the local government election reform, right? Why is 66 and 2/3% of the constituencies have always, listen to this, why is 66 and 2% of the communities that have always supported the PNM are the most dilapidated and economically disadvantaged? Why? Is the local government election reform going to deal with that? Is it going to deal with that? Is it after August the 14th? Is that 66 and 2/3% of the communities have always supported the PNM are going to be less dilapidated and more economically advantaged?
Clearly, what should they working on? I go on to know because
you come on our agenda, and we don't have time for that.
Apart from the agenda, because clearly Wall Street, I don't know. I shouldn't even be. Let's just go to the next call.
Exactly.
Hello, good afternoon. I ain't going through that. I'm really not going through that. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Lee.
Yeah, what's happening, Miss New Village?
The Holy Ghost said everything going to be all right, and it was all right. I'm satisfied. I want to say, part of the problems, some of the MPs, after they have been elected, they don't touch the ground as they ought to. Lobby has a complaint over and over and over and over. They cannot have an audience with the MP. They cannot, and nothing is being done about it.
But just a Miss New Village. The last time, some callers calling here and spoke about the member of parliament for Labre, his administrator called and she said that it is amazing that people are seeing that because they don't leave that office until 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Listen to me, Pastor Google. As I told my MP, I don't have a problem. There are people, even if you're in your office, there are times you have to come out in the community in a neutral place.
But he sent me videos, but they also sent me videos. Just now. They also sent me videos of him walking and interacting with people.
No, this is what I'm telling you. As I told my MP, there are people, I will go into anybody's office. Regardless of who in power, whether what I will go. There are some people will not go. So you set up a mutual place like the community center, if it's once a year or twice a year, and you have a community outreach where people will be willing to go and express themselves. Whether it's whatever they want to express themselves, as long as they're respectful, they will go. There are some people who are different parties will not go into the MP's office. So you have to meet the people and you have to try to let them know this is what I am doing. I tell my councillors the same thing. This is what we are doing. We are trying to do this and we have some delay. You must have that communication. And at times, I told Mr. Dillon that. I told him that. And when he started to do it, it was late. You have to come into the community, have a mutual setup like a community center. You mic it and you will see the place full. Everybody will come to see how they feel. Another thing, I want to encourage those that have, regardless of what happens, it's not the end of the world, but you know, you're disappointed. But I have family who come in there voting, and they never went because they are dissatisfied. They are dissatisfied, as I tell them, that is my duty to do, and I will do it until I can't do it anymore. And the workers in here, they stop in, they want to make you ready to go. As I tell them, I will take a car when I'm ready. But you have to be people friendly. Whether you know they vote for you or not, try to have a mutual place where people, if it's once a year or twice a year, let them know what you are doing. That in some people's mind will not change. But I want to encourage those who are in authority, try and do that. Try and do that. I just go in there. We are a so power. I go in your office. And I have a big mouth, and I will be vocal. I tell you how I feel. But everybody don't do that. So come out and meet the people sometime. Come down and come out and meet the people. Have a blessed evening. This is how I see it. And I think if it starts to be so, you will see the difference and the turnaround.
All right, Mr. Village. Thanks very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Pastor Google. Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
I really don't know. I don't know, boy. Like people want to take stone and make bread. God, boy. That's all I have to say. Oh, God. And Fall Street, I want to know how many people living under the poverty line in America. All who sleeping in the subway. All who sleep in subway, you must have Fall Street. God, boy. I don't know what Dr. Rowley do to you, Mr. Fall Street. Leave Mr. Dr. Rowley alone for me now. Leave him alone. God, boy.
Thank you very much.
Pastor Google and Naka, the other thing I would like to see is I would like to see the composition of the population. Because I remember when it was 1882, I think it was, yes, the comparison of the percentage of East Indians and Africans was almost equal. I am assuming by now there is a tip one way or the other. That is something we also need to look at. And with respect to the youths, I think what the Prime Minister needs to do is have a youth forum. His youth Foster Cummings, just Foster Cummings and himself, and go down to all the constituencies and only invite the young people and hear what they have to see. Or maybe if there is a youth arm in the PNM that's very active, they can probably just use the youth people, the youth arm, to go out into the constituencies and to listen to the youth. Because I think the youth would be thinking that, we as mature people, as older people, not really listen to them. So if they use a younger voice to listen to them, maybe we could hear what they're saying and address this issue of youths not voting. Thank you.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
That's a brilliant idea.
And what we could do is we're going to email these things to the Prime Minister, email it to the Prime Minister's office. That's a very good idea. And let me just take hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, Augustine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Naka.
Good afternoon.
Now I'm listening to this program here, and I'm listening to this thing since after the election. Yeah. Pastor Google, this way I'm listening to here, it sounds to me more like school feeding program. Like I had a spoon-fed people, Pastor Google.
But if
Pastor Google, they say no information at your doorstep. Yeah. Information before you close your eye, after you open your eyes. Information in your face, Pastor Google.
Yeah, but
it's in like in the 80s and the 70s where you had a way to hear this and hear that. Information in your face, Pastor Google. People are tuning that.
Uncle Sterling, let me stop you. That is not true. You see, when people did say that the government need to come out with much more information, then let me tell you something. If you go onto TikTok, the young people are on TikTok and they are on Instagram. And there's another platform. Uncle Sterling is the bad news and the bad influence and the bad information that is coming out about the Prime Minister supersedes the good information. Yes. So while you're saying it is at the doorstep and it's on the finger, it is not. It is not, and we need to not say. I'm not telling you. You could say what you want to say there.
Last week.
You could say what you say in there, but when you say things like that, you're going to make the person who have to do their damn job, who not doing it and not doing it efficiently, feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
They're too lazy. You understand? And it's only coming up to the crunches, you start to see them doing certain things.
True.
Well, they
need to do it now. They need to do it since 8 years ago. Since 8 years ago, Dominic Romain, Sean Felix have been bawling in this microphone and telling the government that their PR sucks.
Well, something totally wrong.
So when you come on and you telling them now, oh, it's on your fingertips and oh, it's easy, information all over, that is not true.
Well, Pastor Google, me a man on the internet and on the highway, where information is, I just relating what I know about. Yeah? This is where I relating. And if they keep on, every time I listen, I hear information at your fingertip, information at your door. What more can I say, Pastor Google? But if the people who supposed to put things in perspective is not putting things in perspective, it's not my fault or what I am saying.
All right, thanks,
this
Augustine.
Is my problem, Pastor Google.
All right, let me take off about 3-4 callers holding here. Thanks very much. I'm a time gone. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Pastor Google.
Talk quickly. Talk quickly. Tell me going on here.
Do the ground. I agree with doing the ground. But Pastor Google, was the Sandy Granny the place that had the corruption and thing? Wasn't it? And then they still come and get a little headway. Sometimes I don't think so much. In addition to the work, but you see the youths and them, they're really not interested in what it takes to develop our country. And the only thing to counteract it is to prove is to really go out, talk to them almost individually, and see if we can get a turnaround. But I don't think they have no interest in terms of what is needed to develop it.
I disagree. Sorry, I disagree. I think the young people, they have their needs. They just need to be directed properly.
And that is the thing. And let me tell you, anyway. But you have your call. Yeah, but because what I'm saying, the social media group, their focus should have been a long time. The old fogies already have it instilled and embedded in them. But the social media group was supposed to be on TikTok and all these things, debunking it for young people, making it more enticing for young people to really gravitate information. And that is where we have faltered a lot.
Thank you.
Well, let's start back taking voice notes. Surprising. I surely outlaw that.
Pastor Google, first and foremost, the PNM executive need to function. Each and everyone in their individual capacity. The PM cannot be everywhere all the time while dealing with national business, right? As one. And the functionality of the executive is to ensure that all the arms under them are properly functioning. Your constituency executives, your women's leagues, your youth leagues, and all your party groups. Give them the necessary support. Make sure they are reporting, right? Because somebody cannot be elected to hold a position when it is, like I'm talking about the constituency level, when it is you're not functioning. So then how can you do that? How can you re-elect a person for that, right? That's another thing.
Wall Street hate the PNM so much every day. Wall Street, all I have to do is just tape Wall Street because every day is the same thing with Wall Street. However, my party need to buck up on themselves. Need to buck up because there's a lot of places they go to and these people that want to talk to they feel they want, or they need to check up on these people that's put inside there. That's supposed to
somebody said that.
Then people just talk to like if you're their husband and wife.
Somebody said that to me.
However, we have to do some work.
Somebody said that to me,
Honestly. Tobago, stop letting people play with all your head.
Somebody said that to me, Somebody said that they need to do a customer service exercise with people who work in councillor's office and in the MP's office.
Yes, that's a good idea as well.
Wow. Somebody said that to me. Like every time going,
Yeah.
Let me take this voice note. I can't take no more calls.
Good evening, Pastor Google. We need the doctor to fix this. No bandage at all, please. No bandage. Just heal this rift within the party. Try to get the others to work. So no bandages, please. Let the doctor do his work.
All right. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google, good
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The time code. The only area that really hurt my heart was Sandy Grande, because I have been saying all that 91.9 did, you, Juliet, Sharon, Naka, all that you all did, all the things they saw, all the videos and whatever, all the clips, all the information, all what Dr. Rowley did. I am telling you, the people who went out there and supported to put back Sandy Grande, you have to tell me they are corrupted. Because you have to love corruption to do what you do. If you see those numerous things, and all you could still go and tip on your finger.
All right, mom's time going.
All right, Naka, close up.
Yeah, thank you, Trinidad and Tobago, for locking on. I wish we will have more time to do this, because a lot of people calling in and they want to give their 2 cents, but we will continue. Thank you, love you. Peace, love, and blessings. Be careful out there in this weather.
All right, so tomorrow, please, God will continue. Bye-bye.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are.
The #1 bookstore in Trinidad is having the biggest back-to-school sale for the holidays.
Shop at Sharon's Bookstore for the biggest back-to-school sale.
All your kindergarten, preschool,
primary, secondary school,
and tertiary education supplies at ridiculously low prices. Sharon's also carries a wide range of sneakers, socks, t-shirts, vests for girls and boys,
and much more items for school. So don't miss Sharon's back-to-school sale.
Now on Eastern Main Road, San Juan, Tutapuna.
2 locations at Twin City Mall, ground level and first level. We're also open on Sundays from 8 a.m. Check us on Facebook for up-to-date info and promotion. Also, message us for a quick response.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 to 186 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the lawn. live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Election in 2015 will be a really big scene. The people, they eat all the food and let the dreevaying know. It's back and alpha, so we have to sing it in Calypso. Come on the run, pray to fall the election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like I'm a baby. Time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye, time for you to go, we can't take this thing anymore. Come la, come la, come la, time for you to go. Too much corruption, man. Skullduggery is their middle name. The lion without any shame. The speaker, he went to urine and come up with a faulty green. It's Mama Guy for so, let me sing it in Calypso. Come Lord the runner, pray to call election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like I'm a baby. Come Lord, time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye, time for you to go, we can't take this thing anymore. Come Lord, come Lord, come Lord, time for you to go. Hey!
Uncle Sam, what did we? The world, what did we? People, Trinidad people, I'm going to make a start.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti.
May say too much thieving, too much lies, too much bubble, and mama guys play pick two with claws to the force, so the boys and them will fret no more.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again, no.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti.
You know the kangaroo court in Parliament, guilty as charged with no evidence. Speaker verdict, what shall it be like? Hitler in charge of the UNC.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti.
Then I sit a hall in the crossfire. No one to charge for the murder. Nobody say that it was she, but we know for sure what the Dr. Rowley.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti.
Take down the blame, the eye in the sky would reach me in charge, we now know why. Open the borders, no one will see who bring in the goods illegally.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country. Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti. election in 2015 will be a really big scene. The people, they eat all the food and let the dreevaying know. It's bacchanal, so we have to sing it in calypso. Come on the run, pray to call the election, cause the people waiting on she, and they said like I'm a baby. Time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye.
Pleasant good afternoon. Greetings in the name of the Most High. You are tuned into the Street 919 FM. And of course, we are streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. This is the Juju Love Show on the People's Parliament and the No Safe Zone edition. Greetings and welcome once again. Good afternoon, Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon, Juliet. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners.
How are you doing?
Good, great, Juliet. And good to be here, Juliet. I'm great. I see the post-mortem have started, after every election. There must be a post-mortem, and post-mortem have started.
Okay, so let me just finish with the introduction.
Yes.
Yes, so as usual, folks, we, just want to send out our greetings and our love to let you all know that, we care about you. We appreciate that, you take your time every day. It's almost like a ritual and like a duty, to tune into the Street 919.
So
FM.
faithful.
Yeah, from very early in the morning, straight up to our very last program with TC and Heavy, and of course, our DJs and our other segments on the Street 919 FM. So we are thankful and we are grateful. And I don't think that, me in particular, I don't know about anybody else, will allow a day to go by without, reminding folks that we appreciate them a whole deal, great deal. So the post-mortem has started, you said?
Post-mortem have started.
And from which?
Well, from the PNM in particular. And as per usual, the PNM is particularly hard on itself. I don't know if that is a plus or if that makes the PNM superior. But the PNM is usually hard in its marking of itself. And the post-mortem have started. Persons are voicing their opinion, making suggestions, everything. But interestingly, I have not seen or heard of a UNC post-mortem.
Well, what is interesting, what struck me today is that I saw one of the newspaper headlines. I think it was the Newsday. I stand to be corrected. And the big, bold headline was, I think Kamala or the UNC wins the popular vote. Now, I wasn't aware that we had a second prize in elections.
Well, I think you're correct. There is none.
I wasn't aware that we had
the winner takes vote. All. First past the post.
Given our political history, and I'm talking here, coming out of our colonialism and independence.
And that is where we need to take it there, because people are not taking this story from where this started.
Right. Yes. But coming out from there, our beginning, to my mind, the UNC has always gotten the
and we explained that right here yesterday.
I understand what is
the hoorah and the hip hip hooray.
Sensationalism and again, I'm sensing that there is some attempt to downplay that the accommodation between Warner, a United States fugitive, Griffith, who has several
matters,
police reports,
and allegations against him. Yes, only allegations.
That it did not generate any success.
None whatsoever.
And that the real winner in this election indeed is the People's National Movement.
It did less than that, but so when you finish, I'll tell you.
I think
it did less than.
I think that the media we have seen for
all of Dr. Rowley's tenure, from since he took over as political leader and subsequently
have launched, yes,
Prime Minister, the media has been complicit in aiding and abetting the agenda
of the opposition,
of demonizing
Dr. Rowley.
Opposition demonizing Dr. Rowley, and so.
And there's a racist, there's a racial backdrop to that.
We know that as well. That is included in it. And so I'm making a point that the fact that Dr. Rowley and the PNM was able to retain the 7 seats, it almost is like a dagger to the heart of the media. And the persons who spent a great deal of time investing in trying to demonize and destroy Dr. Rowley and the People's National Movement. I think it is hurting them deeply. Because unlike the Tobago scenario, they were able to rejoice and to throw it in the PNM's face. On this occasion,
they wasn't able to.
There is nothing for them to rejoice after. So what they are trying to do now is to suppress that victory and to use semantics, popular vote, as big headlines,
to create a new reality.
For Kamala
Persad in support of Kamala Persad and opposition politics. And then they go ahead and print on the front page, murder rate. And it is a real dangerous, morbid bunch of persons and group that we're dealing with. So I wanted to just say that when we say that the popular vote does not the popular vote have always come from within the bowels of the earth. We explained that right here yesterday. Because of the vast expanse of land and population.
As a matter of fact, to bring some justification into what we're saying and some facts into what we are saying, one of the reasons why when Kamala was in government between 2010 to 2015, they came up with the proportional...
and that's what I was not going to get into. It's because of that. Proportional representation. It was because of the popular vote.
Because they keep saying that the PNM is a minority government because they continue to win
the popular vote.
And although they win the popular vote,
they are out of government, right?
So that was just to give you some assistance.
Right. Thank you for that. I was just going there. So when people say that their votes are not counted and they win the popular vote, it is recorded in the aldermen that comes in the regional corporation that have been included. Because and let me show you why Kamala.
25%.
Yes, let me show you why Kamala defeated her alderman's position. When she gave Gary Griffith her supporters, it did not register as a UNC vote. And because it did not register as a UNC vote, she lost all the men.
Yes.
So desperately foolish is such an approach. Because if she had kept all the 15,000 support that she gave to UNT, she would have gotten more aldermen in that. Now she gives some to Gary Griffith and she did not get the aldermen that she duly deserves. I suspect that she'll be beaten with many stripes coming out of the coming from the
politically, please. I don't want us to find ourselves in a position where we're using language where people can
listen, political stripes, of course, yes.
And there's a reason why I'm telling you that. There are people among us who look like you and I that despise us,
correct,
hates us, and I'm saying me and you, but particularly me. I don't know if I eat a white fowl. I don't know if I take anyone of them other man. But
well, you must stop that, You see that? You must stop that. I had to advise you against that part,
Yeah, I think I need to. But there are those who hate us, and any little thing that you say,
I realize that. I noticed it.
And I'll give you a
and bend it and twist it into a Peter Minchell costume. A case in
point is Wall Street. I don't know what I did to him. I don't know what I've done to him. But his agenda is to go to my programs and
make some comments.
Cut and paste.
Yes, I keep seeing it. I keep seeing it. Yes.
And put headlines to it.
Oh, yes, I see it.
Thoughts what I
and similar words. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the language with that.
Right. So Wall Street. Yeah. Well, let me clear that. Beaten with many stripes. Of course, we're talking about politics.
Right.
Politically,
there are black haters.
Yeah. You pull it out.
Black haters.
And say, they're promoting violence.
Because you refuse to allow yourself to be stool pigeon and to be LBs, like some of them are.
LBs, explain.
And you know, it's sad, Lick bottom. Because, and I'll tell you, it's very sad because you would expect that persons who hold themselves up to calling themselves professor,
wait,
that they would
calling yourself professor.
I
don't like I don't like what you're alluding to, you know, but don't go there.
Right.
calling yourself
a professor. You would leave that act, that LB act, to persons who are less educated. But persons who are less educated, like myself, that doesn't have title to my name, I'm not going that route.
You're not going the LB route at all.
The LB route. You understand?
Right.
So it's really sad, but we're not on Wall Street. He's a non-entity. And
we treat him like that on this program.
And the fact that he has to try to take things that I say and try to make mischief with it shows that I am important to him and that he will have to spend his time doing as much of that.
That's possible.
So let's leave him there.
Right.
Continue.
So I was saying that I don't expect Kamala to have an easy time with all those persons with letters before their name, behind their name, and somewhere in the imagination, because Kamala Prasad Bisesa defeated the UNC's perspective by giving Gary Griffith 15,000 votes in the NTA when she could have accumulated those votes and get 4, 5, or whatever more aldermen. And she did that knowingly because she must have known that proportional representation, persons who are now saying, when you're here, we get 40,000 more, we ain't getting no representation. That is a lie under the local government rules, because aldermen are abrogated under a 25% margin. Once you cross 25%, the ABC works out. They have a formula that they works out and they give you your aldermen. What you're not going to get is councillors. You have to first pass the post for councillors. They want to eat the cake and have it too, you know, and therein lies the problem. So go ahead.
Okay. With respect to your post-mortem, I think Marsha Walker, who was a candidate in the Diego Martin,
Marsha again?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Candidate in the Diego Martin catchment.
In local government?
In local government, she was a candidate. She made a step down because remember she was
demoted.
Right. She has on her Facebook page. Marsha Lorraine Walker, votes don't win elections.
Seats do. Yeah, of course.
We know the rules. We know the game we're playing. So stop making excuses and make results. It's that simple. People not stupid. People want honest politicians, not tricks. If we lie with these numbers, we lie with other numbers. Trust starts with these small things. She went on. UNC did not win the election. Neither did the PNM. It was a tie, 7-7.
There you go.
Stop celebrating the popular vote. It means nothing in our system. Until you change the system, find a way to work with it. So she's calling out her own party.
Well, she's out.
And saying, stop trying to fool the people with numbers. There is no popular vote in the post-pass system. Right?
But the popular vote is rewarded under the local government.
Well, no, but we already made the link with
the proportional representation. Right. And
I would even consider that popular vote. I will so that meeting the threshold.
What's your meeting threshold?
Once you meet the threshold of the 25%,
yes.
right?
Right. So I am seeing Marsha Walker sweeping the toilet and cleaning up and things from here.
I wouldn't doubt. Okay, so let's get the program started. Today, Mr. Ruka, I want us to discuss Tobago.
Oh.
Because there's a lot of disturbing developments coming out.
To let you know, I every time I have to talk Tobago, it hurts me. It hurts me my loin.
I know.
It really does.
So we're going to talk Tobago because the latest development trending on the social media.
There is?
Yes.
A latest development?
Latest development trending on the social media. And I want to believe that it's factual information because I also saw it on the news page of Tobago journalist.
Well, there you go.
Right?
So that would lend some legitimacy to what you want to talk about.
Let me just explain to the people what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about one Akil Abdullah, whose voice it is alleged, like it was alleged that it was his voice in the audio gate issue involving Farley.
Yes.
And he is saying that he was forced by them, I don't know who is the them, to lie on the Honorable Prime Minister and the Commissioner of Police.
You need to back up. You mean the weakness that the police have as their weakness in a criminal matter, a real serious criminal matter, is now making claims that he was forced? Forced by whom?
Mr. Ruka.
Well, I posed myself like Dr. Oli. By who? Dr. Eli, real gangster, no? Where you get that from, Juliet?
In Guyanese dollars.
Mr. Juliet, the weakness in a criminal matter is saying that he was forced?
Right.
By whom?
Right, so stick up in. Yesterday, rather interesting, you know. I don't know, sometimes I can just get a vision. Yesterday, I was attempting to say something here, and you was trying to
I was begging it out of you?
No, I was unaware that this audio clip was circulated on social media. And lo and behold, it is in connection with what I was telling people, that I have a clip
that you wanted to
I wanted to play, which is not that clip,
okay.
But the clip involves Akil Abdullah that I discovered when I was doing some research with Jack Warner and the things he said, and I came up upon this clip, but I never put the clip out there. I sent it to one person and I left it there. Lo and behold, I see in this thing, I say, but what the jail is this? So I have no choice now.
No, but to play it. Well, that's why I now saying, well, I'm smelling that them clips of them are going to be played now.
So folks, you need to share the live.
Share the live, call your friends.
Because sometime during the course of the program, I'm going to show that clip with Jack
Call your
Warner
friends.
And Akil Abdullah.
Call Jack Warner too. Call him. Tell him listen. Well, he does listen.
The man say you don't want to hear talk to Juliet Davy. What's wrong with you? Juliet Davy call him a black fool?
Yeah, something resembling that.
Yeah. So you all can look forward to that. So let's get started. I want to start off by prefacing our contribution today by asking you if you have children.
Yes, Juliet.
I know you have a daughter.
Yeah, I
have a child.
I have children.
Right.
I have children.
You have children, how many?
Yeah. Well, quite a bit. I have a couple of them. I have some boys and I have some girls. As a matter of fact,
I never heard about a bit of children.
Right. So let me tell you, I have a twin.
Seriously?
Yes, I have a twin. I have twin boys.
Seriously?
Yeah. I have a twin. Okay. Yeah, so you know, I have some
quite
children.
A bit.
Quite. I have 5 children. Juliet.
Anyway, why I ask you that? Have you? How old is the boys, by the way?
My sons, 32.
Right, grown.
Grown men. Yeah.
Have you ever had a conversation with them while they were much younger, or even now?
Yeah.
Did you find their thought process was kind of beyond your wildest imagination, in that they have a strange way of seeing things?
All the time. Man.
All the time?
All the time.
Well, I have 2 boys. And
I take that to mean that you don't have no girl.
I don't have no.
Right, okay.
Somebody said somewhere, sometime, they know me well, and I have a daughter. But that is a story
by itself.
By itself. I don't know how people just come up with it.
Go ahead.
And just to add as well, I hear my good friend Twiggy made alive. Sometime either before the election or right after the election. And she was saying that I am a lesbian. I don't know. Well, insinuating.
Okay.
If not saying openly.
Yeah, openly, okay.
And about me and threesome.
No, right now, my we take off the mic here and continue.
Sometimes I don't know where people is getting information from, you know. But I want to say to Twiggy,
oh Lord,
and the persons who, you know, act like Twiggy, that coming from where I came from in Levita, you've heard a lot of things about yourself.
Of course.
And once I am satisfied that my actions does not represent what they claim, I really don't have. Really, I'm not bothered by it. So Twiggy, I'm not bothered, okay? And I wouldn't go to the trouble of climbing the Hall of Justice or one and all them kind of thing. You understand? But that's how life is. But anyway, let's get back to the children. I have 2 boys. And I would want to think that as a mother, that I would have shown them the best examples. I'm not saying that I'm the best mother. I've faltered along the way. And I would have thought that, you know, their reasoning in some issues would have been of a particular intelligence. But sometimes when I listen to my children, when I listen to young people my children age, they have a completely far off, unimaginable explanation of things, you know. The way they see things, the way they interpret things, the way they explain things, is like, my God, what's happening here?
It's called the future.
Well, if that's the future.
Yeah, it's called the future.
Well, if that's the future.
Juliet, if you remember, our parents had the same problem or situation to deal with, you know. When they were dealing with us, they were like, really?
Right, I'm right. And while I agree with you.
To a certain extent.
Right. Well, no, it is. Not to a certain extent. While I agree with you, I want to say the problem here is that it is 100 times worse than when our parents had to deal.
Technology.
Right. I'm saying that to say, have you seen Farley's behavior and Farley's conduct?
I have.
Is there anyone advising that young man?
Juliet, how much time I have lamented that I've never seen anything as downright ridiculous as this THS. It is far to imagine. I'm not even talking about intellectual. I'm not talking about the level of consciousness and level of understanding. I'm talking about outright ridiculous. Makes no sense.
And to my mind, Farley represents a lot of the young people.
I do believe that you're correct.
That we have to deal with today. And it's really unfortunate because their concept, when a young man who sits in the position that he sits in can watch a prime minister in a country. Well, first, before the prime minister, he told the attorney general, I don't want to talk to me. Yeah. If it's a Tobagonian, he can talk to me. He can talk to me. Yeah. You can't talk to me. Now you up the ante and you go by the prime minister and saying that the prime minister is not the prime minister for the THA.
The prime minister for THA, that the big one of the THA.
So understand where he can be coming from to make a statement like that. The prime minister is not the prime minister. Whoever said the prime minister was the prime minister for the THA, he's the prime minister for Trinidad and Tobago.
Which is a higher office as far as I know than the THA. But
okay, folks, keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Let's pay our bills and come back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM. For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join him as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079 or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM.
Conscious talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. Or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Welcome back. Time on the inside, 2:32 p.m. Of course, you are listening to the Juju Love Show and the People's Parliament. Folks, I know around this time, 2 p.m., I think it was, that the leader of
Tobago Council, Ansel K. Dennis.
PNM, yes. and
it's
said
holding
that
a press
holding
conference.
a press conference right now.
No, we don't want you to go and listen to the press conference, but we just let you know. You kind of flip in between.
Yeah, in between, you know. Right, Mr. Ruka. Let's continue. We don't want to... So you want to continue? Let me just get some...
Yes. We were saying that when we are treating with the issue of Farley Augustine, we being leaders in radio talk show, we being leaders in talk show, we have said that we would never be following, we would always be leading. We said from this platform that Farley Augustine would regret the day he walks into the office of Chief Secretary. We said that there are some officers that when you see them, stay far away from them. One such office is Chief Secretary for Farley Augustine. He ought to have stayed far away from that office. Farley Augustine has shown that he's incapable, not ready, and is a disaster in an office that requires much more than he could ever dream of. So dangerous is that office from Farley, for Farley. If what you're saying to me, that a witness in a criminal matter in which Farley is the accused, the alleged accused, have now gone and given a story different and opposed to the one that Farley gave inadvertently. I mean, it is outrageous that a man who is faced with such serious criminal allegations would go and post a video recording of him interviewing someone who he is alleging, or it's alleged might be a witness in the matter. That is horrendous to your criminal allegations. It is horrendous. As a matter of fact, it is sudden enough to jump in without a cord, bungee jumping without a cord. Now we are hearing that only yesterday we made mention that Farley is in serious criminal peril, that you are saying to me that the witness in the matter have changed, has made a statement opposite and opposed to what Farley said, and said that somebody paid him to say what about Dr. Early?
No, well, he didn't say somebody paid him, but he said he was threatened. We will play the clip.
Yeah, of course. Well, okay, so we'll leave it for that.
And he
because I haven't seen or heard it.
Coerced to say that he was paid money to lie on Farley. Right. But we will listen to what he said. I don't want
right. And then people will be the judge. People will be the judge.
Before we go there, let's go back to where they started.
Yes,
so let's listen to our very first, our very first clip.
I am truly hurt by just hearing that because this
find the plan, create the plan, the strategy or whatever. Bring it here once you get approval. Whether it is, you see, 13 people now. You might just need 5 or 7 to do strict PR, so you could do some propaganda. Whether they're going to use fake profiles, whether they're going to use their own profiles, whatever they do. And what you will have to consider is finding a way to employ people on the THA side. Could be menial tasks.
We don't have to pay. Yeah, most of them kind of got a way to shit and we found out.
And most of them kind of get employed already.
Yeah. So that's basic. Others who not employed to bring them in because they are happy to do the thing on the side voluntarily. Once we employ them 8 to 4 in a lucrative.
So they get income.
Yes, that is what we know. So we will organize.
And that would help. That would help even with as I was indicating. With the challenging ways in terms of how to organize are responding to the moves in Trinidad, that can help in shaping the narrative. Because about shaping the narratives. I don't want us to stop campaigning and then switch it back.
Go ahead, Mr. Ruka. So that
is where it started. It all started, yes.
That's where it started. Now, when this video became public, this audio became public, it took Farley about a month
before he responded.
Right? And everybody was wondering, well, why he is bringing the office of the chief secretary into disrepute and allowing people to have their own interpretation and allegations when he could simply come out and say yay or nay.
Or take my advice and say that I cannot comment on this. My lawyers had advised me not to comment because they are treating the matter. Boom, no comment at all. Leave it right there.
The media there, Liz Williams, all of them, they tried to get Farley to say something. He said nothing. When he eventually said something,
he said too much.
He said that he would, that he is someone that is taking time to do things and also that.
He reminds me of Guy Griffith. I am clinical and strategic.
Right. And he will respond in time and whatever the case. And then he eventually responded about a month later. I don't know if I have that clip.
But wait, where's this? That what I gave the time to do?
In responding a month later, he didn't really reveal much, when he came out a month later. But subsequent to that, he came back and he said, no, I think Faith had said, the chief secretary
was busy.
He will address, he's busy, and he will address the matter in the fullness of time.
Yes.
And then he came back and he called, he brought the chamber out of recess for a special session.
In a dark room, and that's when he did his official response.
He responded officially with some audio clips, which is now considered audiogate on the national political landscape.
Can you please play that?
I want to go to the lines because it's done 2:40 already.
Before you play that?
Before I play it.
Okay,
because
good.
I still have to sort
it out. Okay, good.
So let's open the lines. Numbers to call 3420081 4665391. Let's go to the lines and hear what folks on the outside have to say if they've heard the latest audio.
Okay. I have not so.
Abdullah. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay. Caller not there. Let's go again. Numbers to call 3420081 4665391. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
School Diamond in the building are here.
Caller,
especially when you.
I don't know if something that's be deliberately done here. I really just kind of get fed up sometime, honestly. Let me try this other call here right now. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hi, good day.
Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good day. Hello.
Lines open.
Hello.
Lines open. Mic on.
Volume up. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm hearing something in the background. But in any event, so let me fix our lines. But so
let me try this line here. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Julie, Justice Julie, are you hearing me?
Let me get the tech guy. Can you assist us, please, in here?
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes. Yeah.
But I don't understand. Google should just finish. So then why we having problems with the line?
All right, so our technicians are here and we opening the line. So caller, hold bear with us a bit. We're trying to get you. Yes.
Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Juliet.
Good afternoon, Justice Juliet.
Oh, Lord.
Yes.
You hearing 2 and 3 people talking one time.
Right. Juliet, we are dealing with a situation that is dangerous for our democracy in the main. The highest public office holder in Tobago has been accused of very serious charges. These charges carry very onerous penalties for the office holder.
But I don't understand this. Google program now finished. The lines were operating, so why the lines not operating anymore?
Well, let the technician. He's checking with it, yes.
Yeah, but
these
when
charges,
I have a program to do this, really destroy you off because
these charges are very onerous to the persons who are holding the office, and it would cause serious backlash to the office itself, which is the THA, Chief Secretary's office, and the THA as a whole, but to the country's governance structure, which is made up of our bicameral system of Trinidad and Tobago as a state, as a nation state. It is not something to sneeze at, and I take objection to the holder of the office treating with it like if it is his personal office. It is not his personal office. It is an office that is part of a body that encompasses 2 islands, making it one unitary state. And when the office holder goes ahead and attacks, yes.
See, right now, I really.
Well, play your music. Let us get it sorted out.
Not making any sense right now. Folks, just be with us for 2 minutes. Can I just run that track there for me, please, until this thing gets sorted out, because it really have me thrown off.
Election in 2015 will be a really big scene. The people, they eat all the food and left the dreevaying nude. It's back and alpha, so we have to sing it in calypso. Come on the run, pray to call the election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like I'm a baby. Time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye, time for you to go, we can't take this thing anymore.
Good afternoon, welcome. Caller, good afternoon.
Hello.
Too much corruption, man. 400 billion. Skullduggery is their middle name. The lying without any shame. The speaker, he went to UV and come up with a 40 degree. It's Mama Guy for so, let me sing it in calypso. I'm on the run, pray to call election, cause the people waiting on she, and they said that.
Hello, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Julian.
Show the diamond in the building. Are you hearing me?
You hear? You all? I hear you all.
Kamla, time for you to go. Hey!
Uncle Sam, what you mean? The world was killing me. People, Trinidad people, time for you to make a start.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the anti.
May say too much thieving, too much lies, too much bubble, and mama guys play pick two with claws to the floor, so the boys and them will fret no more.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again, no.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the ante.
You know the kangaroo court in Parliament, guilty as charged with no evidence. Speak a verdict, what shall it be like? Hitler in charge of the UNC.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the ante.
Dana sit a hall in the crossfire. No one to charge for the murder. Nobody say that it was she, but we know for sure what the Dr. Rowley.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the ante.
Take down the blame, the eye in the sky could reach me in charge, we now know why. Open the borders, no one will see who bring in the goods illegally.
Folks, welcome back, and let me just apologize there for that little break in transmission, so to speak. I think we are up and running, so let's try the lines, and hope for the best. Caller, good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon.
You're hearing 2 and 3 people talking one time.
Yes. We had some.
Yeah.
Thank
you. That
you.
is what you're hearing going on right now. Okay?
We good. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello?
Mano, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Julia and Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon, sir.
Best combination on the radio right now.
Yeah, that what you talking about, Mano.
Best combination on the radio right now.
Yeah.
No matter what they say.
Yeah.
Or you have the best thing going.
Yeah.
But what I want to say about Mr. Farley, a big man like you, your prime minister is a Tobagonian. You like a little fried in a big pot with carrot and things. What kind of stupidness you getting on with? The prime minister can't talk. He's the prime minister. He's not the prime minister. The House Assembly. The man is the prime minister trying to go to a higher office. Mr. Farley, I think you're acting like a little baby. I think yes, and the problem that you have to get out there. All the wrong things that they're doing. Let's build this country. As one side, we look like if it was somebody else, a different kind of year, they are running better. They'll get a step together. If that sees everything out of the country, they'll get a step together and run it better. Come, let's do a good job. You have to Trinidad and Tobago. All you love is the country. The election done gone. Let's see what we can do better to build this country, Dr. Rowley. Mash yes still. Swing corner when you have to. And when you have to put handbrakes, raggaroo handbrakes, and raggaroo reverse gear same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Julia, and good afternoon, Mr. Ruka.
Caller, are you hearing both of us alone, or you're hearing other voices?
I'm hearing both of you all.
Right, thank you.
We were hearing other
We
voices.
hearing other voices. I believe it's just us hearing other voices, but go ahead.
Right. What I have to say, right? We're watching the numbers in the voting, right? It looks like the swing voters, the independent vote, went with reform, right? And the base of the PNM didn't come, some of them didn't come out. But if we had the independent and the swing voters, we will look good in the general election.
Yeah, very good point, caller.
Right? Also, what I have to observe too, I was reading the Guardian, which part Vanna James, Farley playing out his league.
Of course.
You understand?
Of course.
And the PDP is dead, right?
Also true.
And something else you say that Farley them is not ready for no general election, nothing to run out Tobago. So Vanna Jane was advisor to Farley.
Correct.
And he said that for let's play out his league, right? So good program, listen to you. Take it from there.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Rick, I'm seeing this signal.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but yes, but
Yes.
Zina, you're there?
On what line?
On what line?
On what line, Zina?
What kind of madness?
342. All right. Okay, Zina, well, we understand, but we have no line. But go ahead. We listen to you, Zina. Go ahead.
That was go since I
Yeah.
But hear what? I am saying this. Before I make my point about Farley, I just want to say that last night I listened to some of these new analysts. And all of them that have their biases, just so let them don't come and try to tell us. When he said last night, you're hearing me though? Are you hearing me?
We are hearing you.
Yes. Right. When he said that it's to change his tone, I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, we hear no Zina.
He needs to change his tone and change his look. So I don't know what the look is. And I would like to be on spot to question him, to ask him, explain to me exactly what does that part mean. You understand? So all of them have an issue with Dr. Rowley.
No, let me tell you, Zina, I as a black man, I know what he has been saying.
I cussed all night.
Yes.
Because I know where he was going.
Yeah, couple never said that in 1956.
We out of
and here what? No, I wanted to say Farley. Well, Farley rude.
No, Zina, we out of time. We out of time, right. So you got to call back. Right. Juliet.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Maurice Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Trauma and bereavement. Also every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM. Designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showeth thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank would be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-2222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 236-7271.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at O'Neill Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Make your moves with us and you can win more rewards in the Magna Java Extravaganza. Each time you use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for purchases of $500 or more, you're automatically entered for a chance to win. 45 customers will win 2,500 Magna points, which can be redeemed instantly. Hold on, that's not all. One lucky winner will win 100,000 Magna points. Now that's rewarding. Make your moves with us. Use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for your chance to win in the Java Extravaganza. Get details on the Magna Rewards Trinidad Facebook page. Promo ends 31st August. Approved by the NLCB.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Welcome back. Okay, so the Chief Secretary, Mr. Rukam.
Is it in the middle of his press conference?
The Chief Secretary?
Oh, minority
Right.
Yeah.
He has claimed that it was the PNM responsible for the audio gate.
Yeah, leaking of our
Leaking of the audio gate, right?
Yes.
And he subsequently came a month later and tried to connect those claims with proof through voice recordings of one Akil Abdullah. Let's go to the latest.
You're going to the latest? You want to give me a chronicle of... You're going to the latest?
I think I did earlier on.
No, record. You don't have the recording of his statement. You're finding it yet. Okay.
To be honest, when I come and I sit down here, I come prepared. And then when I get thrown off, everything is just gets messed up. So
let me go to the latest, because I think people would have seen the thing. And we could always go back. We could always go back to the when you find the recording, we could always go back to his attempt at defending his record, the recording in the public domain.
And then sometimes it could be very, very frustrating during this period.
Let me you look for your thing, and I will talk on it in the meantime. So there is a new recording out in the public domain. This recording must be taken into the context that a month or so before this last recording, we had the Chief Secretary himself making some very, 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 very...
We have a caller, Mr.
Yes.
Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would have heard that discourse between that little guy and Liz Taylor. It didn't surprise me, because these are things I am accustomed to because of the work I used to do. So it wasn't surprising to me. But one thing was left out. The first thing Mr. Augustine did when that information came out, he cast blame on Mr. Watson Juke. Remember that? First thing he said, Watson Juke, who caused that? Where is that? Then afterwards he came back and said, it is the PNM. So this guy, I am sorry for this guy. In that discourse, in his discourse recently when he talked about his naming his new party, he said an old man took him to the sea and gave him the name that he now named the party, the Anchor. I wonder if that old man is now destroying him. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Do we have a call online? Go right ahead, Mr.
Yes, you did. We had a recording. We were talking about the chief secretary coming sometime after the recording and making some of the most dangerous allegations that I've ever heard a public officer make. And you know, criminality and criminal conduct is bad enough. But when office holders, and this is not allegations, this is not people making up a story, and when you check, 90% of the story is based just that story. This is the holder himself coming and making some of the most serious allegations against some of the most serious office holders. The Prime Minister, the head of
Commissioner of Police,
the head of the executive,
Senior Counsel.
Very serious office holders.
We have a call.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Juliet, and to Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Pertaining to the issue with Mr. Charlie Chavez, you hear that name? Chavez.
Mm.
Right? Tells you, there's an old saying, those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad.
Mm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, thing go to his head, like he gone mad, start raving mad. And somebody said he is a holder in the Pentecostal church.
Mm-hmm.
He's either not a pastor, but holding
I think he's a lay minister, to my understanding.
Minister. My God. So where is your teaching?
Mm-hmm.
Where is your humility? Where are you in connection to looking after office holders and showing respect to different office holders? Where's all of that? Where's the teaching of Christianity? You hold everything God to the window because they put you where you really make a mockery of what Duke, right? You call that after me, you stage a coup on his head and to get into office, and that is how you behaving? You're going to start raving mad. Now, boy, he is not really suitable for the theatre. Not suitable. Not ready. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm just sure my big brother and to my sister. What people forget is that Farley is a 7 days. And the people who are wrong him, there's a next man called Pastor Trevor Bean. These people keeping the Sabbath and calling God name. Even Faith Israel. These are people who claim to know God and they serving the true living God.
Correct, caller.
So what example them leaving for like Kamala and them? Or other people?
But you don't
Very good
you
point.
don't hear Baines carrying on with the same language, criminal language of Kamala.
That's right. That's right. And you think about it, the reason why they get in there because the Sundays and them is that they big in Tobago and they give them a chance. Dr. Rowley, the Prime Minister, he's also a Tobagonian. And God says, we're not the Caesar, what is Caesar? Them ain't seeing that. They're not seeing that. So at the end of the day, who God is really serving? That's the thing about it, you know.
Correct.
What it will get a man to lose his life for the world. Say what?
And lose his soul. To gain the world and lose his soul.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, the caller made a very, very good point. That where is the 7 day
of the People's National Movement? Gracia Douglas reports.
Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Farley Augustine, used a video recording of a meeting he had with a man identified as Akil Abdullah on July 7th to support claims of interference in a police investigation. The man, a member of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, admitted to recording the controversial audio clip involving the Chief Secretary and the Education Secretary at a party meeting. In the video, he also claimed he had been collaborating with members of the People's National Movement.
The gentleman said, I quote,
I was approached by Ansel. We spoke, we had an agreement. I also met with other PNM affiliates. I also met with the infamous Warner Keon. That too is on my phone. And we planned to discredit, disgrace yourself primarily, and the administration, the current administration. Week before Friday, I went to Trinidad. They took me to Trinidad, met with the police, had 2 rounds of, I don't want to say interrogation, but witness submissions.
The Chief Secretary also shared a video recording which he said was taken on July 12th, where Mr. Abdullah claimed he was paid over $200,000 to sign a statutory declaration pertaining to the viral audio clip. He also claimed that the Prime Minister was part of the plan.
The same Mrs. Ali, in whose name the warrants are made out, and who is leading the investigation, it is being alleged by this whistleblower, sat in the same room with the Prime Minister, same room with the political leader of another party, as irrelevant as he might be. And, Madam Presiding Officer, this information was brought to me before warrants were even done and issued.
Mr. Augustine said he has taken legal action.
I have since given my attorneys instructions to write the Commissioner of Police, the Director of the Police Complaints Authority, the President of the Republic, the Director of the Public Prosecution, and any other agency responsible for carrying out justice in this country.
Chief Secretary Augustine said he will be writing to CARICOM and the United Nations on the matter. Carissa Douglas, TTT News.
Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has denied allegations of interference in police work in Tobago. In a media release on Wednesday, Dr. Rowley said at today's special sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly, Chief Secretary Farley Augustine presented serious allegations against him. Responding to the allegations that the Prime Minister had been in contact with Akil Abdullah, an officer of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and other persons in an attempt to interfere with police work, Dr. Rowley denied knowing any person by the name of Akil Abdullah and that he has never met with any such person. He stressed that he has absolutely nothing to do with any of that story or action, as described by the Chief Secretary and the said Mr. Abdullah. The Prime Minister also categorically denied knowing, meeting, or speaking to Police Inspector Weaver Ali.
Police Commissioner Erla Christopher has denied statements made by Chief Secretary Farley Augustine, which she says alleges undue influence and involvement of the Police Commissioner and TTPS in inappropriate conduct. Speaking at a media conference to address the allegations, the Commissioner said such claims strikes to the root of integrity of the TTPS and can have adverse impacts on the function of law enforcement. She said the police service understands and accepts that it is the political season, noting that issues regarding the police service may be used on certain political platforms. But she maintained that the TTPS is an independent body.
I wish to categorically deny that I took any directive from the Prime Minister or that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in pursuing this investigation was motivated, instructed, or directed in any way, as is being alleged by the Chief Secretary. I wish to state that, on the contrary, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service acted on its own deliberate judgment.
Commissioner Christopher also gave the assurance that the TTPS will act in accordance with the law in matters being investigated, and she said she is certain that continues to be the case.
In the face of these allegations, I wish to assure all citizens that I have the assurance of the officers involved, and I am satisfied that the police has acted properly and independently in this matter, and in accordance with our usual practices.
Okay, so what we saw there was a recap of the Prime Minister, Dr. The Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, the Commissioner of Police, Christopher, denying the allegations that were made by the Chief Secretary and his audio gate that he released in the chamber to a special sitting. The name Gilbert Peterson, who is also a senior counsel, his name as well was mentioned in that special sitting. So let's hear what Peterson had to say. And this is just to jog your memories before we come to the latest Akil Abdullah's audio claims. And it's Guardian Online, PM, senior counsel strongly denies Chief Secretary's claims. Senior political reporter Gail Alexander, I have nothing to do with that. With that declaration, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley yesterday firmly distanced himself. Okay, so we want to move on from there.
You want to go to Peterson?
Talking the time.
Juliet, what is particularly troubling to me, what hurts me when I look at this video of the police commissioner, what hurts me and bothers me is that Kamala Prasad Bisesa and her minions have caused this country more hurt and pain and anguish than we can ever imagine. You see that police commissioner and all her emblems and insignia that she's wearing stands for something. When we allow anybody to disrespect that uniform she's wearing and what it is supposed to mean to us. And the office. And what it must mean to us as a constitutionally mandated office, independent of everybody. As a matter of fact, the only investigative body to have in Trinidad, quintessential, to investigate criminal matters is the TTPS. So
Gilbert Peterson. Further, I categorically deny that I was in any meeting with person's name as described by the Chief Secretary. That is Officer Weaver Ali, Attorney at Law Gilbert Peterson, and Ansel Dennis. I state without fear of contradiction that this purported meeting wherein I supposedly directed the Commissioner of Police to take certain actions never occurred. As far as I'm concerned, it is a pure fanciful fabrication by persons for their own and nefarious purpose. Rowley added. Peterson, SC, also strongly denied and condemned Augustine's allegations. In a statement yesterday, Peterson stated, I have heard the statement made by the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Farley Augustine, at a special sitting of the Assembly. I categorically and unequivocally deny in the strongest possible terms the allegations which the Chief Secretary and his purported whistleblower have made against me. So that is Gilbert Peterson. Let's go now to the latest video recording of Akil Abdullah, who is recanting his story, but not only recanting, claiming that he was forced to do so, bullied, beaten,
assaulted, yes.
Assaulted, to make the claims that he made against the Commissioner of Police, the Prime Minister, and the Senior Counsel.
Which lends itself to other criminal investigations, criminal investigations of assault. And Julia, this is real mucky and murky.
Let's go to that video.
Farley called me. I did tell them some stuff, but other stuff, they prompted me to say those things. Like the things that were actually not true. I never met with the Prime Minister. They prompted me to say those things with Farley, and that when I was there, I was surprised that they wanted me to say those things. Yeah, they prompted me to even say those things. However, I did tell them that I met with Chadban, and they prompted me to say, well, okay, if you met with him, can you say, well, you know, you get a large sum of money, and they suggested, you know, the $270 or something $1,000 that so and so and so and so on. Some guys caught me and they boxed me over my face. Right, that was one. Another time, they ran me off the road, picked me up from out of the drain that I, dashed myself into, and told me to comply when they asked me to do a couple of things. They outlined a couple of things, and I just was released and they went away. So they reached out to me and prohibited me from reaching out to the police. I was threatened twice, verbally. Then it was the physical thing. So when I went down at Trinidad, they did ask me if my life was threatened, and I did give the police that information. So they knew that I was threatened, right? And they did offer to put me in witness protection. And the way how they described witness protection to me, it was not favorable. They sent someone to check on my phone. Yeah, they sent someone to check on my phone. So whenever the person come, I had to give them a phone for them to go through to see if I would contact and say for anybody, I know what they're capable of. They will want to see my phone, and I had to get up because when they started beat up on me, but it was foolish of me. See, I couldn't understand why they would want me to say these things. It's only now I understand.
Okay, now what is very interesting here, and to protect ourselves on the station, if you notice, he was using the word them and they. He did not call a name, a government name, per se. But however, the them
it's
and
the story,
they,
it's the chronicling of the event.
The them and the they were the ones that forced him to lie on
the Prime Minister. He identified that he first identification, the Prime Minister.
But what is interesting,
you notice you're saying two different things. He's not calling certain person's name, but he's calling people's name coming down. He's identifying Ola, he's identifying the commissioner. Here another
chat ban.
Yes.
I don't recall this chat ban. I'll have to go home and
do some
review
research,
the back tapes.
Yeah, and see who is this chat ban.
But what is interesting with what he said is that it jogged my memory on something that Farley said in that whole expose that he made. In one of the clips that he was talking with this Akil guy, because he said the Aki guy keep visiting and asking to speak with him, and he was avoiding it because he don't know if it was some con man, and he don't know when somebody gets set up. But eventually the man persisted, so he decided to speak with him. But what was interesting, and what I took notice of, was that when he was doing the interview, if you can call it that, with Akil, while Akil didn't call any names, Farley was the one that suggested to him.
The name?
Like who? The Prime Minister?
Peterson.
Yeah,
what's his name?
And then he put out
the phone. He said the lawyer. He said who? Peterson?
Who, Peterson? How come it's so many lawyers? It is not only Peterson, it's Dr. Rowley's lawyer. This guy is Dr. Rowley's lawyer as well, who is, I think, the chairman of Petrotron, one of those boards. But surreptitiously, you said Peterson, and they put out your phone.
And so
it was almost as if he was putting words in the boy's mouth. And if you listen to what the boy said, it's
they made me say that. So that's where the linking is coming from. It's coercion in the criminal system. It's coercion, and you are not allowed to do that. If I am hearing correctly, and if we are to buy this recording that we are hearing as being factual, there are serious criminal sanctions coming out of this, more than that have already found itself into the investigation. Because now the man is recanting a story.
He's recanting. And he's also saying now, them is plural. So more than one person. We don't know if those persons are living in Tobago or if they're living here, but the them that he's referring to were the ones who set him up to do what he did to make that mischief. Right? When we come back, we still have a little time still, but when we come back from the next ad,
you have a bombshell?
We will, well, it's already a bombshell, but I will put in the equation.
But why have the bombshell look there? I'm watching you. You have a mischievous bombshell look.
No, that look is that I'm still...
I know you're winding down here.
I'm still out trying to...
I understand.
Deal with the
issues around there. Okay, good. Yes. In any event, you're saying when you come back, you have something to treat it. Yes.
Kuala, good afternoon and welcome.
Last week I told you the videos will show after the elections. Perfect. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
I didn't get that, but...
He said last week he told us that these videos will come after the election.
Oh, right.
Kuala, are you there?
Oh, yes. I remember somebody saying that.
Kuala, are you there?
Yes. Juliet, here, boy. No, Loy, are you any?
Loud and clear.
Always make me forget my train of thought. But anyhow, if I go and say it, and I know all of them want to ban me one of these days because I'm talking the truth, and I realize when we come and talk the truth, they want to suppress us. Let us talk the truth, Juliet. We are cursing on the phone. You remember something, Mr. Aruka? Mr. Aruka, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry for my manners. Right. You can remember a certain lawyer was doing a case for a man who already dead. That's one. You can remember some Indians was raping their own and they were saying it was black people and kidnapping their own and saying black people. Now listen what I say to you. Cambridge Analytica, listen me. Cambridge Analytica is working, and what Farley talk about whatever, it's working too. They know how to dramatize. That is why they're having we as the people out here talking about them. Why are we talking about them? They're looking to put things in place again. Remember when when Dr. Rondon was going to choose that, they went and interfered. Some of them do that right through. We're not seeing. Oh God! Some of them only interfering the process right through and making everything go backward. But the people, especially the black people, getting disgruntled and saying Rowley. It's not Rowley. It's Kamla, but they put it in a place where they go say Rowley. And when they keep on saying Rowley and it's social media, is this social media official? That person has to move from there. The PR have to move from there too. They're not doing the damn work, man. Okay. It's that why I see we end up in this position today, 7-7. If the social media and the PR was doing the work such as Juliet and Mr. Aruka, we are being more further. Listen what I'm saying, right? Listen what I'm saying. We need to go on the ground. The MPs and whoever need to go out sometimes and see the people, because before they was there, they was doing that. Why are they not doing the same thing?
Okay, wind up to the diamond,
they can't forget where they come from.
Wind up, please.
Wind up. Don't forget where you come from.
Wind to the side, Julie. Wind to the side.
Kuala, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Juju and Mr. Aruka.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well, you think he's still talking to about 20 children in a classroom and the world, they wouldn't hear him. And the point is, when that audio, that recording thing, there was a time you couldn't hear what the boy saying. And even the talk came out that the boy didn't know he was being taped.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to call the boy name that people couldn't know.
That in itself is entrapment, eh?
Right.
Yes, yeah.
So what I'm saying, Farley think
everything is wrong about that.
So hot, so high. Now he cannot reach his hat. He had to be jumping up to meet it. But one day the wind will blow it down for him to bend. Down, get up and walk. Okay?
Miss Crosby.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how to take that. You will have to bend down to take it up. That's sogging like you picking up soap somewhere to pick up the soap.
You will have to ask yourself. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
On the side of you there, that intelligent being. Mr. Aruka.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Blessings to you and the lady next door, family, and all 91.9. Mr. Rowley, Keith Christopher, Honorable Mr. Rowley, you're the boss. God blesses you. Thank you for your kindness to Trinidad and Tobago.
Correct.
Let me jog your memory, ma'am. You can remember when you first brought out this clip with the guy, they say, professing to be against Mr. Rowley by saying things against Mr. Rowley. And I told you, I called immediately after and told you, I say, if you listen and watch the guy position in the clip, it's a frightened man that was speaking there. So when you bring up this clear indication of what...
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street. 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
So you need a big prize, big money too. One thing that you could do. Scratch that, and win plenty cash. NLCB scratch. You could be an instant millionaire, or win 10 grand a month for 20 years. Get a nice payday each and every month, or win a best ride and park it in front. Buy a combo with money for total. Be a winner, you know what to do. Scratch that, and win plenty cash. NLCB scratch, yeah.
Visit any NLCB lottery center and scratch that today to win instantly. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-signer. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
Welcome back, folks. 3:32 p.m. So we just have like about 28 minutes again before we go to the top of the hour. And of course, we have our news item. So let's see how much we can squeeze in this next 28 minutes. But before I go back to the lines here, I want to put a question out there, Mr. Ruka. Who is this Akil Abdullah? Where did he appear from?
Don't know the guy at all.
Where did he appear from? Well, I believe that the next clip I'm about to play will put some perspective
on
this whole
Akil Abdullah character.
Not just the character, but how he come into being with Farley, Augustine, and to be now making videos alleging and accusing PNM officials, 2 political leaders, one in Trinidad and one in Tobago, notwithstanding one being the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, accusing the Commissioner of Police, a senior counsel, and a senior police officer who is investigating the AudioGate matter.
That makes him mad. He are witnessing 2 matters so far, and now it appears that he have invited himself in that third.
Right. So we are going back to the lines, but while we're taking the calls, I want you to ponder on that question. Who is Akil Abdullah, and where did he arrive from? And pay attention, folks, because in all of this, Farley, when AudioGate came out, Farley was given the opportunity to immediately say yeah or nay. It's not me, it's me. Right? He refused to do that. He procrastinated, and he took his merry time. And next thing you know, it is because he came up with a Nancy story that is the PNM and it's this one and that one. And then subsequent to that now, part 3 is when he came with AudioGate with Akil Abdullah. Let's go back to
So he
the
dug
lines.
one hole for himself, dug a second hole in part 2, and it appears that a hole has been dug here.
Right. But the picture that I'm trying to paint here is based on something that the Prime Minister would have said coming out of the whole situation, which was that Farley would have produced his own movie, if I could use that word.
Okay.
He produced his own movie. So the revelation came out with the audio. He didn't know how to rebut it. He took his merry time, came up with a Nancy story. After he came up with the Nancy story, he made sure now and produced, which is part 3, something to fit the Nancy story that he came up with. But now we have the person that was used to go to Farley, as Farley claimed the person came to him, is now rebutting and recanting and saying that he was actually coerced, he was forced,
by
he was bullied, he was attacked by a DNM. Who are those persons? Is it Farley?
The question has to be asked.
Is it the assemblyman? Question has to be asked. Let's go back to the lines. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, Mr. Alka.
Good afternoon.
So yeah, I'm not gay, sorry, but I have a question for the UNC folks so long as well. If I run a race, I run a straight race, you run a relay, we finish the race at the same time, who really win? Hello?
Yeah, listening, caller, what you talking about, the elections?
The election, yeah?
No, we're not on the topic of the elections
right now. We're on the topic
of Farley and the latest audio tape or voice note that is circulating on social media.
I hear that, but in my humble opinion, Farley and them playing games. And this whole thing backfire in the face.
Right.
This whole thing, because from as far as I said, Stevie Wonder could have seen that was line.
Okay, thank you.
Stevie Wonder could have seen that. Anyhow,
okay, thank you. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Ayuka.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, man. Audio, I'm in tears right now. Oh, God. I'm so emotional. What the Prime Minister do them, boy, that could do that on a Prime Minister, but on holding the highest point in the land, boy. I want to tell you something right now, right? That is why I do be no religion. I believe in God, no religion. Because if I was in that church, I leave immediately. Now, you have up now, I want to tell you something right now. Right? You see what happened there? They will never prevail. What that lie they make up against our prime minister of our country and all those high people in profile, mark my words on it, they will never ever prevail. I go on because I know people want to call you and get their opinion.
Thank you very much. Caller, quickly, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, the only news I hear Farley talk that he speaks the truth. He said he got a good education in Tobago and from good teachers, but he forgot to thank the Prime Minister. I am saying he forgot to thank Prime Minister Williams to give him a free education in Bishop's High School so he could come and teach in the same school and to help people. But he threw that away and he didn't bring it. Okay? So I don't know what it is he's talking about the Prime Minister, about the PNM ain't good. PNM brought him to where he is. He's supposed to go back and know how he would have been a teacher if Prime Minister Williams didn't send him to a free school because long ago he had to pay to go to a high school. I hope he could go back and do some history. Okay, bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we go to this next call, share the live, because I'm going to show another video that is going to add some perspective, as I said, to this whole scenario. Caller, good afternoon and welcome. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Julia?
Go right ahead, caller.
Yes. I'm saying what playing out here could only happen in the Republic at T and A. Because boy, you wonder say the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and not the Assembly. So I don't know what you mean by that.
He alone knows.
Thank you, caller. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, my people, afternoon again. I want to ask that Christian man, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose your soul? As a lay preacher, you should bring your teaching of Christianity in everything you do. What does it profit a man, to gain the world and lose your soul for a few dollars more? Eh? All right, bye.
Thank you very much. So let's go to this audio. Well, not audio, but this is a video that I shortened because we didn't want to hear the whole video. Yes, but this particular part. And it is coming out from the period of 2018, 2019, thereabout, for just before the 2020 general election. This was when Jack Warner was the ILP leader, right? Now, where did Akil Abdullah arrive from? Is that his government name, or is it some name that he has adopted because of past situations, and he's probably looking to, camouflage himself? Akil Abdullah, to my understanding, was linked to the PDP, which is the Watson Duke's party.
Yes.
He was an executive member. So when Farley would have introduced Akil Abdullah to the conversation of Audio Gate and what they were suggesting to do with taxpayers' money, Akil was not a stranger
to them, at least.
To Farley, Faith.
No, because he's an executive member.
He was an executive member.
So they knew him well.
Farley was an executive member as
of
well.
the same team, right?
Faith was an executive member.
Correct.
So they knew who he was. But he also came from another political background.
Rodney tape.
Let's listen.
Before I start,
I want to discuss two other things briefly. One concerns Tobago ILP executive. You know, wherever you live, or wherever you are, do not ever expect that life will be a breeze. And therefore, you should expect that after Poker's death in Tobago ILP executive will be a breeze. But I want to take you back to some weeks in July. Today is July 30th. I want to take you back to some weeks in July, and to be exact, Friday the 10th of July. I will read for you a message sent to me by one Akil Abdullah. And he says to me, we are getting our funds ready to set up the two Tobago candidates, which we hope will be selected by the executive in Trinidad. My reply to him was, please send me your email address now. And what is Adrian's full name? He said, Fabian Assi, and my email address is so and so and so. That was on the June 30th. On July 10th, Friday, before our Saturday executive committee meeting, Abdullah again says, good day, I am unable to attend the meeting tomorrow due to the unavailability of return flight, but I am doing walkabouts. We have an office fixing it up and campaign funds. Friday, 10th July. I said to him, understood, congrats. I will explain to tomorrow's executive committee meeting. That's on Friday, the 10th of July. Today, next email I received is Thursday, July 30th at 6:43 a.m. Good day, Mr. One. We, the Tobago ILP executive, will be resigning effective today. Thank you for allowing us to serve. I said, okay. Okay. Now, you have mad people in all kinds of forms. I want to tell you, madness is no respecter of persons. And in this context, therefore, this guy has to be mad. He calls a press conference in Tobago today and has a sealed envelope in which he says, here are the names of 400 persons in Tobago who are ILP members and who have resigned from the party. But the thing you have to do is to send the copy to the media and say, here's the evidence. But he has refused to do that. And he has said, it's here, it's sealed. And tomorrow, Jack will get it. Will I get it there? Additionally, also, the two candidates in Tobago have called to ask me, what is their position with this smart man? I said to them, do whatever you think is best, but don't let it bite you. Coker had a column in the Sunshine newspaper, but Coker was a brilliant writer. God bless his soul. Akil Abdullah once to write a column in the Sunshine. So I said, go ahead, let us see what you could write. But I tell you something. Toilet paper, far superior than what you wrote. And therefore, I could not agree. If it means therefore, in fact, I should add one more thing. He says at a meeting that he has been given some financial inducements to go on the other side. I don't know. He says that, of course, that he did these inducements and people have come to his home. There are empty bags of money on the table. A lie? He said so. And he said, if all you know how they try to tell me, and I refuse. That's correct. He said, check in for $100,000. Well, it will be very good then. It did the minutes. And while he was talking, I was saying to myself, look at this idiot. Who the Tobago will give him $100,000? What kind of political force, you see. But the guy has delusions of grandeur. And now he has come at this 11th hour, hoping that in some way, by doing some foolishness in Tobago, he damaged the ILP overall. Mr. Abdullah, you wasting your time, mine, and the party's time. We have work to do, sir. If you don't have, we have work to do.
Okay, so there is Mr. Warner revealing to a public political meeting that this Akil Abdullah was an executive member of the ILP Tobago arm, and that he was trying to use smart man tactics to get money.
What I say, if you think Warner money easy to get.
To get Warner money. Now, when you listen to the last part of that audio, you will get the sense that some of what he says, Warner said then, and that Akil said resembled what was said by Farley in the THA.
Yes.
Now, both the PDP and the ILP and other forces in the Tobago that has, well, the Christian, one of them, the Ho-Choi-Chas, one of them, have opposition to the People's National Movement.
Yes.
So it is clear that Akil came from an opposition background of the PNM. How convenient it is that Akil found himself in the position that he has found himself in with Farley and this audio gate. Is it that when Farley found himself in the problem with audio gate, that it was suggested to him by someone, we go fix this because they know how to fix this. And they would have introduced
Mr.
Akil Abdullah to him. Because it's strange, very strange, that Warner will be talking about this man in this manner, where clearly he have done it in the past, tried to extort money from people, and now found himself in a similar situation, and both involves politics and opposition politics. So is this part of the opposition's bag of tricks, come out of the opposition bag of tricks, in which they invent lies and stories like they invented like they are trying to make an issue of Dr. Rowley and the Integrity Commission? Is this all another trick? Because where did Akil come from? And we saw where he came from. From Mr. Warner. Come on, let's be honest here. Let's face the reality. Mr. Warner, we have seen what he have done between, the period in which he was in the UNC and what he came out and do against the opposition, now the opposition leader and what have you. Is there some connection with Warner, Akil, Farley,
PDP,
and this audio gate, that a special sitting, because notice that after Farley took so long, a month after Farley come up with this character, Akil Abdullah,
scapegoating,
and call a special sitting.
I could understand your theory of scapegoating.
Yeah, a special sitting.
Find somebody to take a fall.
Yeah, you come up with a you call a special sitting, and because to my mind, and as the lawyer in Tobago, Martin George, said, if Farley had nothing to hide, he would not have gone call a special sitting.
Yeah.
That was something that you could have called a press conference and relate to the media. Because remember, you claiming the man came to you, and this is what the man revealing to me. Why was there a need for you to go to try to get protection from the chamber? Why? Well, to my mind, looking at it from a person on the outside, this whole thing has been properly well manipulated and concocted involving persons here in Trinidad and persons in Tobago. So when he talk about the them, that is the them he's speaking about.
Your opinion, eh?
In my opinion, that is the them he's speaking about.
Well, Farley was wrong on all counts. He thought that when he came to the house, that he could have used the privileges of the house.
Well, I'm not even concerned whether he's wrong or he's right. That is for the law to decide. My issue here is where this young man suddenly appeared from. After a month of not responding to the people about Audio Gate, you surreptitiously call a sitting of the chamber and produce Akil true voice recordings. Come on, John, but Tom no fool.
And now the same Akil recording is part 3 or so, or whichever part this is, have now gathered some attention.
Now that the S has a defense.
Yeah. Akil, now some Akil voices saying that he was coerced by some they and them to make these statements. What a catastrophe.
Folks, keep it up to the Street 919 FM. Let's go to our news item and come right back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
True Light Ministries presents its first annual Sport and Family Day. It's a charity fundraiser. It's going down on Saturday, 19th of August, 2023 at the Edinburgh 500 Recreation Ground from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Come join us for a day of fun and family interaction. Games, talent shows, Bible quiz, and so much more. There's also going to be activities for adults as well as the kids. Giveaways and lots of big prizes to be won. There's going to be barbecue and hot dogs that's going to be on sale. Chicken cost only $40, pork $45, and beef $50, as well as hot dogs only $20. Every 4 or 10 and more tickets purchased will be given a receipt to win big. 2 prizes for each category. For more information and tickets, contact 749-5566 or 494-9161. It's the True Light Ministries' first annual Sport and Family Day.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-signer. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinal Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com.
Some people say Christianity boring, but no, tell them I can't agree. And who wanna say that? Tell them to stay far from me. Cause who could I enjoy themselves right with? Nobody, nothing like a gospel party. Clean fun all the time, people on a beach line. Nobody exposed the bikini line. Cause when we raise our hands to the ceiling, wearing nothing revealing, someone could expect them healing. And this is what we believe in. Christianity is so sweet, so sweet. Christianity is so sweet, Christianity is so sweet, so sweet. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. All when summertime come, we know of good places to have clean fun. Tell the parents don't worry, no stress.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com. News from the street, 919FM.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Chanel Webb with the 4 p.m. news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. In the headlines, flooding reported in South Trinidad. No change in election outcome as 3 recounts completed. And $1.6 million in flavored marijuana seized at a Point Lisa's warehouse. And now the news in detail. There were reports of flooding in several areas in South Trinidad on Wednesday morning. At Penal Rock Road Junction in Moruga, the river near Boise's restaurant and bar was on the brink of overflowing. The water was flowing behind the business place and nearby bushes. At the Moruga Main Road in St. Mary's Village near Saunders Straits, the road was filled with water and some drivers were waiting for it to subside before venturing into it. There were also reports of flash and street flooding in various low-lying areas in Barapo, Pinal, and Union Hall in San Fernando. Since before dawn, there has been heavy and continuous rain in South Trinidad. Up to mid-morning, there have not been any reports of major residential flooding. In more news, with 3 of the 14 recounts from the Monday's local government elections completed by Wednesday morning, the Elections and Boundaries Commission says the 7-7 outcome remains unchanged. In a release, the EBC said ballots for 3 electoral districts, Coquet Taruba, Marabella South, Vistabella, and Mayaro North, had been recounted so far. For Coquet Taruba, the recount saw UNC candidate Shane Samlal receiving 1 more vote, making his new total 1,162. The PNM retained its 1,207 votes. In Marabella South Vistabella, UNC candidate Sasha Trisha Ali received one less vote, making her new total 884. The PNM's tally of 873 remained unchanged. And in the Mayara North District, PNM candidate Ryan Stewart received one less vote, bringing his new total to 741. UNC candidate Tristan Thaddeus Townsend received 2 fewer votes, bringing her new total to 720. Recounts are remaining in the 11 electoral districts. In other news, hybrid marijuana worth approximately $1.6 million was seized by officers of a specialist unit within the Ministry of National Security and the Customs and Excise Division at a warehouse in the Point Lisas district on Tuesday. The drugs, which originated in Canada, have a total weight of 6.48 kilograms. Through diligent police work, officers identified a package being imported into Trinidad from Canada and coordinated an operation with officials of the Customs and Excise Division. The exercise resulted in the seizure of a package which contained 2 speaker boxes. Checks of the boxes resulted in a quantity of marijuana with the markings of different flavors being discovered. Now in international news, a Florida judge should rule without trial against Disney as the company fights Governor Ron DeSantis' takeover of a board that oversees Walt Disney World, the Republican governor's appointee said in a Tuesday court filing. The case is one of 2 lawsuits stemming from the takeover, which was retaliation for Disney's public opposition to the Don't Say Gay legislation championed by DeSantis and Republican lawmakers. In the other lawsuit, in a federal court in Tallahassee, Disney says DeSantis violated the company's free speech rights. DeSantis isn't a party in the state court case in which his appointees accused Disney of wrongly stripping them of powers over design and construction at Disney World when the company made agreements with Disney-friendly predecessors. DeSantis' appointees argued that the board of Disney supporters didn't give him proper notice, lacked authority, and unlawfully delegated government authority to a private entity. The judge in the state's case last month refused Disney's request to dismiss the lawsuit. The fight between DeSantis and Disney began last year after the company, facing significant pressure internally and externally, publicly opposed a state law banning classroom lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity in early grades, a policy critics call Don't Say Gay. Recapping the headlines. Flooding reported in South Trinidad. No change in election outcome as 3 recounts completed. $1.6 million in flavored marijuana seized at a Point Lisa's warehouse. And internationally, a Florida judge should rule without trial against Disney. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the 4 p.m. news on the street, 919 FM, and online, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
The holidays are over, so it's time to head on down to the #1 bookstore in the country today. Don't stress, head on over to Charon's for their back-to-school sale, which is now on. Yes, people, Charon's bookstore still carries the cheapest and widest range of kindergarten, primary, secondary, and tertiary level textbooks. They also have school uniforms, stationeries, and anything you require for school. They are a one-stop shop. You name it, Charon's has it. They're open every day and they have 4 convenient locations, so you're free to check them out anywhere. They're at Eastern Main Road, Tunapuna, Sawa. They're also at the ground level and the level 2 Trin City Mall. And the newest location is number 10, Diego Martin Road. You can call Charon's Bookstore at 663-1884 or check them out on Facebook and Instagram. So don't miss it. Charon's massive back-to-school sale now on.
But look where we reach, well, I hear a madman born. As he spread out on the wall, he said, this is it, I've been hit. No time to give up, brother, no time to...
Are you looking to protect your employees from workplace injuries? Look no further. Guardian General's Workmen's Compensation Insurance has got you covered. This policy covers your employees from any work-related injuries or illnesses. To learn more, give us a call at 877-MyGG or email us at cec@myguardiangroup.com. Let's keep your employees safe and your business protected.
May you tell somebody chanting to we, what do we and we go set you free. Somebody promising natural law, die like a yogi, end all the war, seek inner peace, end all the pain. The same woman promising to put on again. Somebody promising to run all the bread. Somebody pushing a world.
Are you suffering from fatigue, diseases such as high blood pressure, diabetes? Why not try Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, koji, and nuni. And these 5 fruits have been found to have a positive and profound impact on human health, performance, and disease. To find out more about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, we need you to join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John, and he's on every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon, and every Wednesday from 7:05 to 8 p.m. You need to check him out. He gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. For more information, you can contact him at 516-286-7079, or feel free to check out his website at www.alkalinejohn.com. Take control of your health today. So the Saturday is finally here. It's the first annual Sports and Family Day. Will you be there at the Edinburgh 500 Recreational Ground from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And it's for a great cause. True Light Ministries, they're having a first annual charity fundraiser. Come and join them for their fun and family interaction with talent shows, Bible quizzes, and more, with activities for not only adults and kids. There will also be giveaways and lots of big prizes to be won. Also, barbecue and hot dogs would be on sale. For more information, you can contact 749-556-5566 or call 494-9161 to get your tickets now.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world, the Street919FM.com.
Don't you touch that dial. You're locked on to the Street 919 FM.
We are the Street, the only radio station bringing balance to the nation. 91.9 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
In my life I thought this would happen. Oh, my man can leap just like nothing. And I am beautiful and so photogenic. When my man was home, I was ecstatic. I never had to think about my front gate. Because he is a man, he never come late. We used to sit down together, eating one plate. Celebrating anniversary date after date. He is an action man, Lord, he can create. Left, right, and center, he facilitates. In that man, I have plenty faith. In my cabinet, he used to give and take.
Welcome back. I'm on the inside. 412, I don't hear Jack coming. That's such a damn waste of time. And you just wanted, you know, I saying to myself coming here today, look at how easily my people, Trinidad and Tobago people, African people,
you need to be specific.
In particular, are easily
bought and sold.
Oh, God.
Juliet, it reminds you of the trading block. It reminds you of the slave trading block. I keep saying to this nation, we have not addressed the spirits and them that walked off the plantation hugging we up and still hugging we up to now, because we don't see them and they don't and because we don't feed them with a spoon, we feel that they are not right there in camping around us. African people are easily bought and sold.
Mr. Rukan, let's talk about that bought and sold. Tobago THA elections. Bought and sold.
Bought and sold, Juliet. Look how easy it was for a criminal. A man who have a criminal conviction. A man who have criminal allegations going to court. None of them. The media, Faris Al-Wari, who posting false figures to Dr. Rowley. They can't find it in their conscience to go to the court and get a listing, which is for public. If the public could go to the court and know when watching you go into court. You know, she wouldn't do that. To go in front of the courthouse and put a bike in front of the face, she could go and get a listing of when Anna Ram Logan and Jed Ramdin and all of them had to go to court. You see, the African community is playing. The UNC, I hear in the PNM, in the summing up of the election, taking the headline from the Express and Guardian, 45,000, 40,000 more votes for the opposition. They get a popular vote. This is because of the African community not understanding where we are in this political game, that those things would always happen. We see no relationship between us and the political directorate, where we have a responsibility to keep certain persons out of our lives. We don't see that way. Man, I see the opposition pulling out Nana in wheelchair, dragging them. Juliet, you know, I was almost certain I see one come with a respirator, but I didn't. Juliet, no, we are dealing with persons who are very, very serious while we playing games. The opposition in this country will always get the popular vote. It's because of the attitude of the opposition. And, you know, they're so bold-faced. You know what I'll tell you? The PNF, they bring out all their supporters and we don't vote. That's to make sure you stay home because we don't vote. We don't vote. It is so much reverse psychology. We are dealing with persons who understand us better than we understand ourselves. I am saying that Kamala Persad-Bissessar understands the African scenario more than the African himself.
And so
Go
I
ahead.
want to bring us back to where we was, which is the THA.
The THA. I'm sorry for going on the tirade,
That's
but
okay. That's okay.
That's
okay. Sometimes coming and sitting there
onerous, I tell
can
you.
be burdensome.
Burdensome. It's a weight.
To know that it is adult people that you're dealing with. Imagine, you have a man who sits in the position as chief secretary in the THA. But in truth and in fact, he's an imposter. I want to show you how gullible the Tobago people are. African people in the main. How gullible they are. And it's almost as if, you know, what it is called the thing? That it is like it's some kind of hypnosis taking place. That the people cannot think for themselves. So this man sits in the position of chief secretary. But he's an imposter. He did not win an election.
An insurrectionist.
To my mind, he's an insurrectionist.
I think you have called him before. Yeah.
I would liken his position to that of an insurrectionist.
He
staged a coup. Imagine a palace coup took place through our democracy. Now, when Abu Bakr took over the parliament, that was different. That was undemocratic, you know.
But this one is a palace coup. Yeah?
That was illegal. It was against the law.
He had no protection in law. No protection. But this one is coming from a palace coup is different. Eh? He has some constitutional protection. It's called the THA Act, Juliet. You see? You see how dangerous that is?
We think it's dangerous. It didn't start to be dangerous yet. So this imposter / insurrectionist that they call Farley Augustine in the THA comes to the people of Tobago a couple hours ago, maybe 24 or so, and goes on the media confident in his illegal position to tell this country's prime minister, a man who was elected by the people of his constituency. His party was elected, won an election democratically, and formed the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in which he became the prime minister. You, this imposter, watching the prime minister, tell the prime minister to call the election now. Now tell me, where are we living, Mr. Ruka?
Reeks of UNC opposition insubordination.
Here
and recalcitrant.
And you know what is the sad thing? The sad thing is that it is the most illiterate among the Tobago people and the Trinidad people, the most illiterate. When I say illiterate, I'm talking about people, if they see the name right up in neon lights, they can't recognize it.
Functionally illiterate.
Functionally illiterate. You know, them is the people who are using up social media platforms. Mother Bernie and Ava McCall and all of them. I said that has been waiting for the cemetery to call them. I said that, you know, these are the people. These are the people that sensible people in Tobago and in Trinidad listening to. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? They illiterate, back of a spoon, they can't pronounce words properly, nothing at all. If they see the name, they don't recognize their own name. These are the people who are
you surprised?
Driving Tobago to be where it is, you know. While the people who have the knowledge, who have the intelligence, the Martin George, the Diane, is it Diane or what's your name? Nicole or whatever damn hell that is your name. Yeah. All these people, they remained very quiet. Whilst Tobago burning. But you know what? They they were siding with Watson, who they know very well, as you rightfully said.
It's a convicted felon.
And is before the court on 4 counts of sexual misbehavior. They tell Tobago people,
ignore that.
All you go and vote for that man and go and vote for you. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Let me just open the line.
But Juliet, I want to
say something.
I want you here. Juliet, I want to see what they have to say based upon that recording that you.
What they have to say, they have nothing to say. They have nothing to say. Just like they have nothing to say with the results of the election. Because for a lot of them, they sat quietly and they were waiting for the results and hoping that a man who is on extradition warrant, battling to remain here and not to go to the United States, is a United States fugitive. Join up with the UNC would have been able to remove Dr. Rowley and the PNM from the corporations.
From at least one corporation.
These are the people, you know, intellectuals, we call them, you know, sitting quietly and siding and imposing in this country a man like Jack Warner. And when I say a man like Jack Warner, I mean, given the extradition matters and the allegations and the crimes that FIFA found him guilty of financial crimes. Right? A man like Jack Warner, who came to the people of this country and told us that there is not one minister in the People's Partnership government that wasn't thieving taxpayers' money. And you have intellectuals in this country refusing to say something about Jack Warner coming back and getting into an accommodation with Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC. Instead, they remain quiet, hoping that Jack Warner would have been able to give Kamala and the UNC some kind of currency that could have unseated PNM from the 7 corporations that they led. We have to thank God for the good people that they have in this country.
Hard work and our hard work that really we have to thank God, because it could have been a male, Juliet. You know, Juliet, while you're talking, you see that nastiness that was tolerated to happen within this local.
Having done its work, got the information, got evidence in the form of the recording, and whoever else cooperated with them, went through the necessary legal procedures to procure warrants. And of course, that is a part of police investigations all over the world. If the police, during the course of an investigation, decides that they must search particular homes or buildings or business places or vehicles or whatever, there are legal procedures in this country for warrants to be procured by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So that was done, and I want you all to follow the trend, follow exactly what happened. It was the Chief Secretary sitting in a room with his people. I was not there. Nobody from the PNM was there. It was him sitting among his colleagues, some former colleagues now since he started his new political party. Nobody was there with them from the PNM. So having done that, it was his actions when it made its way into the public domain that attracted the attention, that attracted an investigation from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But of course, instead of doing the right thing, maybe apologizing to the people of Tobago for his criminal act, and of course, the apology will not make the police investigation go away, but at least it will signal to the people of Tobago some remorse. Maybe he could have said, well, he did not know better. that he thought it was quite okay to use public money for propaganda. So instead of apologizing, instead of signaling to the people of Tobago some level of remorse, this dangerous chief secretary proceeds now to attack certain individuals and certain institutions in this country. So it moved from, let me fix this, to shaping the narrative, and having been caught shaping the narrative, which triggered a police investigation, because the police could not come to Tobago. The police could not go to any THA building. The police could not go to the chief secretary's residence to execute any search warrants without the suspicion of criminal conduct. And that suspicion came about as a result of the chief secretary's actions being caught on tape and put into the public domain. So all that is happening here in Tobago that has brought much embarrassment and unease to this island and to this country, that will forever be a stain on this island, because it was the first time in the history of the THA that the official residence was being searched by police. Now, police came to the THA in the past when there were reports of some money missing from the Division of Tourism. The same corruption busting unit from Trinidad came to Tobago. And as far as I'm aware, the investigation continues. But public servants were punished for that. But on that occasion, they did not ask any politician any questions. They did not search the home of any politician, because no politician was involved in any criminal conduct on that occasion. But on this occasion, it's quite different. So we have the suspicion of the commission of an offense being brought about by the actions of the chief secretary himself, which attracted the attention of the police, and expectedly so. Because as I said before, the TTPS are duty-bound to investigate criminal conduct. And here you have the chief secretary in response to that. He has gone from, let me fix this, to shaping the narrative, and now he reached war. War against Tobago. So let me fight. Let me fight the Prime Minister. Let me fight the Police Commissioner. Let me fight the TTPS. Let me fight the licensing officers. And let me fight Trinidad generally. Right? So this Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, a Tobagonian by birth, a Tobagonian whom I'm sure all of us should be proud of, a Tobagonian who has served this country with distinction for over 30 years in public service, who assumed the position of Prime Minister in 2015. He has proceeded, this Chief Secretary, to attack that Prime Minister, the same Prime Minister who, by the way, has done more for Tobago than he will ever dream to do for this island. And I want to provide you with the evidence. Because, of course, immediately when this Prime Minister got into office, there was close collaboration and a close working relationship with the Tobago House of Assembly to ensure that Tobago was put on a better path towards economic prosperity, especially in the tourism sector. So what he did, the government under his watch pursued Sandals, Watson Duke, with all kind of dotish talk, supported by Farley. Now, Farley at the time, he admitted that Watson Duke was crazy, but at that point, he told us in Tobago that we need a crazy man like that to rescue Tobago. We need a crazy man like Watson Duke to ensure that Tobago gets what we want. But at the launch last Sunday, he changed his mouth, as usual, nothing new, to tell the people of Tobago that Watson Duke had a good. You know the man head ain't good all the time. But all of a sudden, you're telling us that the head ain't good to the point that you could no longer support him. So Watson Duke, with all the nonsense talk, told Sandals, take your hotel and go to Carrera. Or go from here, take your hotel and go and come back when we in office. And of course, supported by other individuals here in Tobago, resulted in a situation where Sandals pulled out. So we did not get Sandals. There were also plans under this Prime Minister to ensure that Tobago get its marina, another very important project to the prosperity of this island and our tourism sector. Trevor James recently crashed that too. He don't want no marina down in Cove. They're putting it up at Kings Bay, right? But of course, we got the Roxborough Hospital. Tobago now has a second hospital. We have the Roxborough Fire Station. We have the Roxborough Police Station. We have the Sherburn Road Police Station. We had for the first time a meaningful bill going to the Parliament to give Tobago significantly more authority and autonomy under this Prime Minister. And of course, the work began many years ago collaboratively with former Chief Secretary Obel London and another former Chief Secretary Ho Choi Charles. And though they were political opponents, they decided to put their differences aside and come together and work in the best interest of Tobago. They worked over a period of time, produced a document that represented the wishes and aspirations of Tobagonians, and it was sent to Trinidad. And this Prime Minister caused that to go to a joint select committee, where of course there were negotiations and further discussions, and we got a bill. Farley and Ho Choi decided that because of two issues, the last letter they sent to members of Parliament during the debate on that bill, I think it was in 2020 or 2021 or somewhere there, the last letter they sent to members of Parliament highlighted two issues. So because of two things that they did not agree with, they supported the UNC in sinking that autonomy bill. In addition to that, the collaboration with this central government and the THA has been such where Tobago even got additional resources outside of our budgetary allocations to treat with issues in our agriculture sector, to treat with issues with infrastructure on the island, especially in the health sector during the COVID period. So a Prime Minister that has done more for Tobago than any Prime Minister in the past is being attacked by this disrespectful, out-of-place Chief Secretary, who even had the audacity to talk about going to Mason Hall and digging up some neighbor string planted in Mason Hall. But I am not surprised by his behavior because, of course, as he likes to say, he has to throw corn for yard fowl. So he will say any and everything so that his supporters will lap it up. But I want to say to this Chief Secretary, throw your corn and feed your fowl, but bet your bottom dollar the chickens will come home to roost, and all your actions, you will have to face the consequences of them. If not now, sometime in the very near future. So of course, attacking the Prime Minister was not enough. He then proceeded to attack the Commissioner of Police, a woman again, an elder of Farley. She's probably around 60 by now. Somebody whose track record of service to this country, over 30 years in the police service, I'm assuming, because most people that ascend to the rank of commissioner who came from within the police service normally would have served for 25, 30 years thereabouts. So I'm assuming that the lady served in the police service for about that time, because if she's 60 now, perhaps she joined the service somewhere in her 20s. So a lady who served again with distinction to the point that she was promoted several times. Based on my information, she was never suspended, never ran into trouble with the law, never was caught in any unlawful conduct or improper conduct. But this chief secretary, who in 20 months have found himself in trouble with the law, is proceeding to attack this lady and vilify her and denigrate her and damage her reputation. For what? So that he could escape the consequences of his actions. But again, I am just a little surprised, not very surprised, by this chief secretary's action, because he's accustomed to attacking women and denigrating women. Because I'm sure you remember the situation with the zip line. Not one shred of evidence. And throughout an entire 2 campaigns, it was zip line, thief, tricky this, tricky that. All for what? Just to win an election. So no evidence of corruption there, but he used that to win an election. But here we have classic evidence, irrefutable evidence, a voice recording. What more evidence do we need? A voice recording where the chief secretary already said, yes, this is my voice. We plot the thing, but we didn't execute it. Now, if plotting it is an offense, I'm no lawyer, but if plotting it is an offense, the chief secretary should expect charges at some point. Again, I am no lawyer, right? But the chief secretary did confirm that it was his voice on the recording. So evidence before us. And instead of taking responsibility, instead of apologizing to the people of Tobago for his misbehavior, there he is attacking decent, right-thinking individuals who have served this country with distinction, all in an effort to distract us from his problems. So let we fight the Prime Minister, let we fight the police commissioner, and is also let we fight the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, because he believes that if he's able to destroy this police service or the integrity of the police service, then that should present him with some opportunity to escape the consequences of his actions. But again, try as you may, the chickens must come home to roost. That is a law of life. The chickens must come home to roost, Mr. Chief Secretary. And if that was not enough, they are now attacking licensing officers. So, of course, the question is now whether or not licensing officers could come to Tobago. And I want to say to the people of Tobago, be very careful, because this kind of action by our leaders here in Tobago is very dangerous, and it represents a clear and present danger to our democracy and our way of life on this island. So they have failed miserably to fix the things that they promised to fix. No ex gratia. None of the things they promised have been delivered thus far. They got caught shaping the narrative, and now police on the doorsteps. And now it's about fighting Rowley, fighting the police commissioner, fighting the TTPS, and picking up a ridiculous fight with the licensing officers as well. But I will say this: anybody in Tobago who encounter any disrespect or unfair treatment from the police or any licensing officer, there are systems in place to treat with that. Just as how there are systems in place to treat with errant politicians, there are systems in place to treat with rogue police officers. So if you feel that you get a ticket unfairly, or you got $1,000 in ticket when it should have been $200, there are systems in place to deal with that. You can go to court and you can challenge the ticket. Or if you feel disrespected or abused in any way, there are systems in place to deal with that. There is the Police Complaints Authority that the very chief secretary complained to concerning the warrants that were executed in Tobago. But to stir up all this bacchanal and to try to rile up Tobagonians with all this confusion and chaos, that is simply designed to suit their political objective and to help this chief secretary escape his self-inflicted problems. So they want to ban the licensing officers from entering THE premises. I will tell Tobagonians that if the licensing officers decide that since they're not opening the building, we're not working, I will simply ask you, when it's time for you to renew your permit, or apply for your permit, or get inspections done on your vehicle, approved for your vehicles, who is going to do it? Ask yourself that question, right? So all this old talk and rubbish talk about TTPS shouldn't do their work in Tobago just because they're investigating the chief secretary, and that licensing officers shouldn't do their work in Tobago just because the chief secretary's wife was caught without her driving permit and had to be responded to in a particular way. Tobagonians do not buy that rubbish and that dangerous, divisive old talk wholesale. It is a threat to our democracy. It is self-serving, and it is only in their political and personal interests that they are spewing all this nonsense from the platform. But the thing is, not only are they fighting the Prime Minister, well, of course, even before we got to the Prime Minister, they were fighting amongst themselves, because the only way for that audio gate thing to happen is if somebody who was a part of the team either did not like the chief secretary, or their conscience bothered them so much that they felt that this is wrong and it should be exposed. And plenty of that happening, because there are several whistleblowers who reach out to me from time to time. And the receipts that I will show you from my receipt book today came from a whistleblower. And I want to encourage Tobagonians, especially those in the public service, whenever you see wrongdoing, wherever you see corruption or victimization, expose it. Go to the minority leader, come to me, go to straight to the relevant institutions if you prefer, whether it's the police, the Integrity Commission, the Public Service Commission, or whoever. Expose wrongdoing, especially criminal conduct. And I will give you the assurance that when it comes to me, none of my whistleblowers, name, nor sex, nor race, no information on any whistleblower will be revealed to the public when it comes to the PNM. I am speaking for the PNM as well. So I'm saying any information you bring, you don't have to tell us, don't call your name. We will not call your name, right? We will protect your identity, expose corruption, because when they victimize somebody and you turn a blind eye, guess what? It might be you next. Don't feel that they hate the other person and they like you. These people like nobody but themselves. So, of course, they're not only fighting institutions and individuals in high office at the level, they're fighting Tobagonians as well. And I want to draw your attention to something that disturbed me greatly. Because in the Tobago House of Assembly, or in the public service generally, the politician is responsible for policy. Whether minister, whether secretary, the politician is responsible for policy. And there are certain operations within the public service where politicians must not get involved, because we run the risk of eroding our democracy and giving politicians the clout and the power to influence certain things in the public service and to victimize persons, especially political opponents or people they may generally dislike. So procurement, recruitment, things that are human resource related, industrial relations related, politicians ought not to be involved. First receipt, please. So I want to bring your attention, because the war is not only against the people that they're mentioning on the platform. The war is also against fellow Tobagonians. So here we have this individual employed in the division of health, right? And if you see on top of that letter, it is the office of the administrator. And before I go further, I want to caution administrators, because I just said that there are certain things. Keep up the document, you don't have to come back to me. There are certain things that are the domain of administrators, and some things, especially policy, that are the domain of the politician. Administrators are responsible for hiring and firing people within the public service. The only exception are persons appointed to boards and persons considered political appointees, which are usually the personal staff of the politician. Anybody else engaged in the public service, the administrator is responsible for hiring and firing those individuals. The role of the politician in this case is simply to register a non-objection when it comes to hiring or firing somebody. And the only situations where a politician can properly object to the continued hiring or the new hiring or the firing of anybody is in circumstances where they believe there were breaches in the systems, the procedures, or the policies of the Tobago House of Assembly, or the government in the case of the national arrangements. It should not be just because I am secretary and I feel that you should not continue, that a secretary could fire somebody like that. That is recipe for disaster. That is recipe for political victimization. And I want to expose, and this is only one example, because this has happened several times already. People message me about it. People call me about it. They didn't renew my contract. Why they didn't renew your contract? No reason given. They just didn't renew my contract. You was performing well. Yes, I get a good appraisal from the administrator. No renewal of contract. Just so. And you have administrators sitting down in divisions and allowing this to happen. And I'm saying it can happen to anybody. Contract officers in the THA are at risk, because a secretary could get up on the wrong side of the bed in the morning, or a secretary could see you waving a PNM flag if you are PNM, or a secretary could just dislike you for no reason and decide that your bread and butter, the same bread and butter issues they campaigned on, and decide that your bread and butter, done, nothing for you, go home. So here we have this individual engaged since the 26th of April, 2013. The information is there. Since 2013, this individual was in the Tobago House of Assembly finding gainful employment. And they were actually employed before that, but this is the most recent document. Next, receipt. Receipt number 2. This is the last assumption of duty document for this individual. 16 May 2022 was the last time this individual was given an assumption of duty, which simply means the contract was renewed. Now, for those of you who were paying attention, you will know that when I was chief secretary, one of the first things that we did was to standardize the contract arrangements for contract employees at 3 years, because we found that there was some anomaly with respect to how contracts were being issued. Some getting 1 year, some getting 2 years, some getting 3 years. And we found that it was not fair. Let's standardize it. So only in certain cases, people could have gotten less than 3 years. If, for some reason your appraisal was poor and the administrator failed to spare you, he or she might recommend, give them a 1 year, let's see if the performance will improve. But according to the policy, no secretary could do that. That had to come to the executive council. So it's 3 years across the board. Anything less, executive council must approve. And unless it was changed by this administration, and I'm not aware that it was changed, that is the current policy for contract employment in the Tobago House of Assembly. All right. Of course, the other occasion where that may arise, that may cause somebody to get less than a 3 year, is if you're 59 and your contract is being renewed, the policy says you should go home at 60. So you may get a 1 year to take you to 60. But outside of that, and I'm talking to all contract employees in the THA, if you are performing well and you're not within 3 years of being 60 years of age, there is no reason why you should not get a 3 year contract according to the existing policy. So this individual was given his letter of assumption was approved, right? So his engagement was approved on the 16th of May, his re-engagement, I should say, 16th of May, 2022. And of course, the expectation is that I would get a renewal once I perform well by 2025, 3 years from 2022, 16th or the 15th of May to be exact. That is the reasonable expectation. And this is supported by the industrial court, right? Now, I heard this group of, you could come back to me. I heard this group of misinformed, this pickup side who have no idea of proper governance talk some time ago that the executive council and the secretaries are not a rubber stamp and them do have to renew nobody contract. It is not so, you know. If you are a contract employee and you are performing well, according to the industrial court and previous cases, your contract should be renewed, except in cases of restructuring. If they're restructuring and your position no longer exists, then of course you become redundant. And that was done in the case of CPEP. Well, give me the next receipt number 3. So assumption of duty, 16th of May 2022. And here we have the HR person. Now this is a minute from a file in the Tobago House of Assembly, Division of Health. And I got this from a whistleblower. I'm not calling no name. I'm not even telling you which department they're from. I got it from a whistleblower. Who knows? Could be the cleaner and all. I'm not telling you is who. And the HR person, and I want to read it. I didn't want to go over an hour, but I want to do this clinically. I want to read the minute. The minute is dated the 2nd of the 6th, 2023. And the HR person is writing or is minuting the administrator, minute number 22, folio 12 refers, which means have a look at folio 12. Covering approval is sought for the employment of this individual as a designer of graphics for the period 6/35, 2022 to 15/35, 2025. And you know why the HR person requested that period? Because that is the policy, 3 year contract. All right? The person went on to say the performance appraisal report indicated that he performed satisfactorily. He's therefore recommended for employment or for continued employment. That should read, submitted for your consideration and submission to the secretary for the handwriting a little hard to understand, for confirmation. All right? Minute 23. This is the administrator of the division. having accepted the recommendation from the HR person, is now minuting the secretary. Approval is sought for the employment of the individual in the position for the period FTP. That means for the period 16/35/2022 to 15/35/2025, 2-year contract. Now note that it said covering approval, because what happens sometimes, well, not even sometimes, most times in the THA, is that the processes move so slowly. So you find yourself restarting or being re-engaged in a new period without actually getting the necessary documentation. And one of the reasons why we moved to 3-year contracts was to help to fix that as well, to give the system sufficient time to breathe, to do the necessary. Because if you are to keep renewing, if I employ camera guy as cameraman, and I employed him for 6 years, and I gave him 1-year contract on each occasion, I would have to engage the procedures that we're describing here, the necessary processes, utilizing the said documents on 6 occasions during that period. So it had to pass course the same desk, if the same people are in the positions, of course, 6 times during that period. But if I change it to 3-year contracts for the same 6-year period, it will only be 2 times. So less stress on the public servants, less pushing of paper, and you trigger the procedures on less occasions, right? So that was one of the reasons we moved to 3-year contracts. So HR, having done the work, done the appraisals, appraised the guy's performance, determined that, all right, this position continues to exist on the establishment. There is no policy from the Executive Council saying restructure the unit. Recommended to the administrator, who is the accounting officer, who is responsible for, as I said before, hiring and firing people. Now writes to the secretary for her non-objection. So this was just supposed to be a ceremonial kind of thing, right? Just to give you a stamp of approval as secretary. But let's go to the final receipt. So this is the final receipt. And the secretary is writing back to the administrator. Administrator, and the date here is in 9/36/2023. No, the 7/36/2023. Minute 23 refers. And this is minute 24. So she's saying that she's responding to minute 23, which is what the administrator would have sent to her. Secretarial approval was sought to grant contract employment to the individual in the position for a period May 16, 2022 to May 15, 2025. Please note that approval is granted for the employment of the individual in the position on contract for the period May 16, 2022 to July 15, 2023. Keep it there and let me pause. Let me pause. Keep it there. Don't take it down. So, you see, you're not giving 3 years. You're giving 1 year. Contrary to the policy, no explanation given. And if it was a matter of performance and you're committed to giving 1 year, then maybe after the 1 year you will consider whether the individual should continue. But again, the point here is that that is not the secretary's business. That is the work of the HR, headed by the administrator of the division. Secretaries, politicians don't get to determine who gets 1 year and who gets 3 years. And that's why we have policies. So let me continue. So after she said, all right, take a 1 year and chill yourself, no further engagement on contract is to be facilitated beyond July 15, 2023. And I want to tell already the wicked effect of this. The date of this is the 7th of the 6th, 2023. That is the date at this minute. Right? So the effect of this is by the following month, this individual would have been made jobless. Remember, you got you sign your assumption of duty, administrator call you back, you're working, your last appraisal was good, your assumption of duty dated 2022. So kill you dead, you have a job until 2025. But it reached the secretary desk, and secretary says, take 1 year, and from next month, from the following month, go home and pull stones. Go home and scratch. To hell with your bills, to hell with your mortgage, to hell with your car payment, to hell with child support if you're paying child support, to hell with school books, to hell with you. Go home and pull stones. Satisfactory appraisal, which means you're doing your work. But because of wickedness and spite, go home. And I'm saying to you that this has been happening throughout the Tobago House of Assembly. There are several persons whose contracts have not been renewed. And it was not in cases of poor performance or poor appraisal reports. It was simply at the whim and fancy of a politician, because the secretaries in this THA believe that they have the power to decide how and when you eat bread, and whether you eat dry bread or bread with cheese or bread with butter. That is what is taking place in this assembly. So, of course, she went on to say that this action is to be taken consistent with clause 14 of the subsisting formal contract made on July 26, 2019, secretarial minute provided as required. Right? And this is a classic case, you could come back to me, of political victimization, of wickedness, of spite, of a blatant disregard for industrial relations, for proper industrial relations, a blatant disregard for humanity, absolute wickedness and vindictiveness. Because clause 14 of the contract, of course, it says that, it basically says, we do have to renew your contract. But that should only be applied in cases where the position became redundant. So if you no longer need the position, no problem, you're going to be out of a job, which is what happened with CPEP. As wicked and as unnecessary as that was, they used that. But guess what? I am sure the industrial court is still going to instruct the THA to pay those CPEP people and those URP people and those CPU people and other persons who were dismissed in this way some money. And I want to talk to administrators now. You have a responsibility to protect the public service from political interference. And if you have staff and the staff member is performing well and you did your work, well, your HR department did the work and the appraisal is before you, and you considered it, and it is your belief as a accounting officer that this person should continue to be engaged, then that is your responsibility as an administrator. And in cases where secretaries are willing to breach the policies in this way, you are to state your strongest objection in writing. And that is the problem I have here, because it seems as though administrators are willing to simply pull their tail between their legs and allow secretaries to control them and cause them to do nonsense. We saw an administrator previously signed off on a mega million-dollar project that did not have EMA approval. And administrators and public servants generally, you have seen how this bunch of people are not prepared to take responsibility for anything. So, of course, when the thing hit the fan, when the thing hit the fan, they will throw you straight under the bus. Take responsibility. Do not allow secretaries and this wicked and vindictive administration to continue to victimize Tobagonians in this way. And let me tell you what actions we will take. Of course, the individual was encouraged to take legal action, which of course could either go to the civil court or the industrial court. As a political party, firstly, I am asking for other persons who may have suffered in this way, right? Because I'm only hearing stories. Come forward. Give us the information. And we are going straight to the Integrity Commission. Well, before that, let me do jump the gun. We will get some legal advice to determine if these kinds of actions are in contradiction of the Integrity in Public Life Act and in contradiction to the oath of office sworn by every secretary and the chief secretary and the deputy chief secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. So there you had it, Faith be Israel, and her signature was to the bottom. Bring it up again. Last receipt. Signature, the abbreviation SEC, which means secretary, dated the 7th of the 6th, 2023. This is recently, and this kind of action started from day one, because they are hell-bent on getting rid of any and everything that they consider to be PNM or any and everything that they believe are against them. Because this same secretary, imagine people posting on Facebook. The secretary, this same one, commented, come back to me, commented and asked if it's me you're calling foolish. The person confirmed, yes, it's you, me and freed you. Who you be? A few moments later, phone ring home in the house. Is some agent or some family member call the individual to threaten them. As a politician, people said all kinds of things about me. If I feel to discuss something that you raise, and I believe you might be open to discussion to get the accurate information, especially if it has to do with my conduct as a politician, I may engage you. But me ain't threatening nobody. I've never heard of any politician or their family members threatening people for commenting on Facebook. It's what you do have to do. People say all kinds of things all the time about politicians. You buy a car, they have a problem. You put on some blocks to build a house, they have a problem. You dress nice, they have a problem. They call your name and also leading up to the last election, I had 5 child mothers. 5. Total lies. But me ain't threaten nobody. Now, of course, if you come where I want you to come, I will sue you. But I'm not threatening anybody. And nobody should suffer threats for their mouths, especially when you haven't defamed or libeled in any way any individual. And even if you defame them, even if your statements were defamatory, that still does not warrant threats. Go and get a lawyer and send a pre-action protocol letter. But you getting people. Anyway, let me hush my mouth before I get a call later. All right, so I am putting Tobagonians on notice that Tobago is going down a slippery slope for the last 20 months. Contractors are being victimized. You might say, all right, them some bread butter, them are plenty money, to hell with them. Your very own brothers and sisters in the THA who sit on desks next to you are being victimized. This bunch of secretaries feel that if they get up on the wrong side of the bed on a morning, or if you say, and this is a true story, an individual said to me that they got called in by a secretary because they loved something that I posted about the administration. That is what is happening. So you getting called in and pulled up by secretaries and questioned by secretaries for Facebook loves and likes. Maybe if they did laugh, kya, 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 that would not have been a problem. But you can't love and like. So people, THA workers, afraid to love and like. Now normally you're going to be afraid to comment. And you're going to be afraid to share certain things. But you could no longer love and like on Facebook. You could lose your work. So people say all the time, we're supporting all but we can't come out there. We fed up at them, but we don't want to say nothing. Stay there and don't say anything. First it was the CPEP workers. Then it was the URP workers. Nobody said anything except us. And when I say us, I mean spokespersons for the PNM. Then it was the URP. Nobody said anything again. Then it were the contractors, large and small, no payment. And all the contracts, the big contracts going to South and Central Trinidad. Then it was the farmers. Food coming from Trinidad through Novo. But farmers have food in the ground and TADCO refused to take it. One of the same farmers who called me to complain, I see up behind the new party. Nobody said anything when it was the farmers. Now there are other individuals. I am bringing proof to you. I am not like them who make accusations without evidence. I came with my receipt book and I brought proof to you of what is taking place in the Tobago House of Assembly. So now it's this individual. And you will not say anything again until it is you. And when it is you, because you said nothing before, nobody will see anything when it is you either. And that is the reality of Tobago. Questions time. Oh, that was in the earlier part of the press. That little piece, it deserves a little piece. People are able to hear the question? No, get a mic now. You have a mic there? No? Talk loud enough, they might hear you.
In terms of the new TBP, new political party, do you see it making any dent in the PNM at all? Do you feel threatened by the new political party?
Yes, now they're organizing the mic. But the question is if the PNM feels threatened by the new political party. The answer to that is no. We are not threatened by political parties. We destroy them. We destroy all our opponents. In Tobago, our track record is NAR, DAC, TOFDAC, PEP, TUF, Tobago Forwards. What is the next one, boy? This lady had one, Miss Job. Can't remember the name of it. ILP and all came to Tobago. UNC came to Tobago on one occasion. Our track record is that we have buried all those political parties in the political cemetery. So new political parties are welcomed. It's part of democracy. And as I said, that did not attract my attention. What really attracted my attention, as I stated earlier, was the divisive, ridiculous, dangerous, and disrespectful content that was on that platform for a launch. So you launching based on lies, based on disrespect, based on separatist statements concerning this Union of Trinidad and Tobago, they launched based on that. So what can we expect from a foundation based on lies? So the mic coming through now, right? State your name and media house.
Clark, CNC3, Trinidad Guardian. And my question, well, you mentioned the contracts and seem to be awarded by the whims and fancies of politicians. I remember when you became chief secretary, you tried to regularize, sort out contracts. It wasn't any 6 months, you know.
Correct.
So this issue of contract, I mean, politicians did have a say in it. I just want to get it clear. Even under the previous administrations. So, I mean, I just want some clarity. You're saying the politicians determine who gets contracts.
Right.
Right. And I remember there was an issue in the Newsday where there was a person from Trinidad who sued the THA because their contract wasn't renewed, and they took the THA to court. And again, it was at the whims and fancies of the THA. This is not a new thing.
Right. So let me address that. Now, again, there are certain cases where persons may not get their contract renewed. Non-performance, misbehavior, misconduct, of course. Don't expect to get your contract renewed. Actually, in those cases, they should be fired immediately, right? But that particular responsibility rests with the Human Resource Department, led by the administrator of the division. No secretary, as I'm aware, is an HR expert or have that. And even if you go in there as an HR expert, your responsibility is secretary, where you are responsible for policy and the general direction of the division. But politicians clearly believe in this case that they could issue contracts, they could do procurement, be reporting one to the Integrity Commission very soon, right? And now they believe that they can fire people. So I am not saying that people should not get fired. If you do something to get fired, you should be fired. But there's a process. If there is some issue, that should be recorded as part of the appraisal, and the performance of that person should be accurately reflected in the appraisal. And then, of course, in those cases, and I will tell you this, it just dawned on me, I issued a non-objection as chief secretary of somebody that was dismissed previously. But that came as a recommendation from the chief administrator, and that was based on gross misconduct. And chief administrator said, well, based on this person has to be dismissed. And I said, I have no objection.
Calling on administrators to, well, I don't want to misquote you, but
and let me say this as well. Even when I sat as chief secretary, there were still situations where HR units and administrators were sending 1-year and 2-year contracts before me to be renewed, right? And as the politician, I objected on the basis that the policy was being breached, right? So, and of course, in some instances, they justified it. Well, this is the case. They explained the thing. And then I said, if that is the case, the policy still says that a note must go to the executive council to approve it, right? So, yes, there might have been those instances, but I'm saying in this particular case, HR said green light, administrator said green light, and they gave the justification. We need the position. We continue to require these services, and the person performs satisfactorily until it reaches the secretary desk. Red light. Now, even if you want to issue red light, where is the justification? Say, all right, well, that guy did skinny bottom for me in the corridor or something of the sort. Whatever he might have done. or he cussed me on Facebook, obscene language. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people should be fired for talking on Facebook. But of course, if a member of staff blatantly disrespects a secretary and a secretary feels that, hey, well, you need to look at that, no problem. If it was some action where you overheard or you have information that the person was engaged in some corrupt activity, no problem. State your objection, tell the administrator why, and let the administrator go back and have a second look. But it is not your place as a secretary to say, take a year, and that year is your last year. That is political victimization.
Have there been cases of where that administrators did not carry out probably instructions from the secretary? Is that one thing? Are you aware?
I am aware of administrations and administrators and secretaries cross-shed all the time, right? Now it is happening more frequently now. I'm aware of administrators refusing to go to particular divisions. One administrator said to somebody, I'm not going to that division. That secretary go, let me make a jail. Right? But sometimes, as secretaries, there is this belief that you are all powerful. But that is not the case. You have to work in conjunction with the administrator and understand your jurisdiction as a secretary, which is policy. Let the administrators run the division. Because again, you run the risk if we continue to have this kind of thing, where the secretary decide, I don't like you, take a year and go home. I don't like you, take 2 years and go home. I like you, you could get a 3 years. Use a PNM, go home. Use a PNM, go home. So what is the message being sent there? That only TPP and PDP people could work in the THA? And you all have this ridiculous thing that you all like to say that the PNM did it too. When the PNM was in office, there were persons who were allowed to go on campaign platforms and cuss the PNM, disrespect chief secretaries. And when they lose the election and in some cases lost their deposits, they came right back and slipped into the THA jobs. None of them were fired. But now the very appearance of PNM in the THA, right? PNM people in Tobago is not people. So we shouldn't have jobs. We should not have opportunities. So I don't want to hear the PNM did it too. This is the first time. And if anybody has evidence that a secretary behaved in this way, then provide the evidence. And every pot will sit on their own bottom, because this is not something that the PNM condones at all. And our track record is there to show that.
My second question, other questions. The last time we were here, so we had a little, and I'm seeing the doors secured now as the last time we were here. And it was following the whole whistleblower. And do you still feel in any way threatened, Mr. Dennis?
Well,
after that,
I have never been threatened. I've never received threatening phone calls or threatening messages or anything of the sort. But I think we are at a stage now, especially in the politics, where one has to be careful, especially at my level, where I am putting myself out there as the one exposing certain things, exposing corruption, exposing victimization. When these things are exposed, the people who are expecting to benefit from it may not benefit from it, right? So you never know what people may attempt to do to silence the exposers of their wrongdoing. So that is just a precautionary measure.
So, do you have bodyguards now?
No, I don't have any bodyguards.
Okay.
And I don't intend to have any bodyguards. But I'm quite capable of protecting myself.
thoughts on the Commonwealth Youth Games, especially Tobago's involvement? Any concerns? Anything you want to share on that?
Well, I will simply want to congratulate the government and the Minister of Sport and the Tobago House of Assembly by extension for executing what I consider to be successful Commonwealth Games on the island of Tobago, and I think across the country generally, notwithstanding the issues where, of course, the divide and this whole rhetoric about war and fighting the central government could have possibly put a damper on things. I am happy that at the end of the day, common sense prevailed, and we did execute a very successful Commonwealth Games, one that every Tobagonian and every citizen of this country can be proud of. My only sore point is that I felt that the facility should have been completed well in advance so that we didn't have to have this rush. And I think there were certain aspects of that facility at Blackrock that was not completed. So it appeared to be an eyesore of sorts, and I would have preferred that the thing was finished and totally completed without exposed banks and that kind of stuff. So that is the only sore point for me. Had that been done before, I think we could have had a more successful event.
Did you attend any of the events? What are your thoughts on did you attend any of the games?
Well, I had a look at part of a volleyball game, and I think it was a successful event. I also want to congratulate the Tobagonians who came out and supported the games, because of course it's one thing to have an event of that nature on the island, but in order for it to be successful, then it requires the support of the people of Tobago. And I think based on what I've seen, especially the netball in the cultural complex that the PNM built, although they said we did nothing for Tobago, that particular aspect of the game, the netball, to me, that was heavily supported by Tobagonians. And I want to congratulate all of us. Any more questions? If not, it is now 3:30, which means we have been at this for an hour and a half. I usually don't like long press conferences. So let me thank members of the media for attending this press conference and for your questions. And I want to say to the people of Tobago that notwithstanding what is happening, and though there are those who will try to divide us politically, islandly, that's not a word, but but those who may try to divide us on the basis of the islands upon which we live, Trinidad versus Tobago, we should not allow it. Of course, they will attempt to divide us across political lines as well on this island. That does not augur well for the development of Tobago or for the development of Trinidad and Tobago. I hope, I pray that this administration and the leader in particular will reconsider his approach and change his ways, because it is one thing to change color and clothes. We change our clothes every day, and change the symbol of the political party, but sometimes a change of heart is required. And nobody could convince me that the actions that I just described and the actions that I described previously are right. A wrong thing could never be a right thing. And Amapipi, that changes its skin will continue to be a dangerous and venomous creature even after that change. Have a good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your day.
Three of the 14 recounts in Monday's local government elections have been completed. The Election and Boundaries Commission said in the Koke to Ruba district, the Three of the 14 recounts in Monday's local government elections have been completed. The Election and Boundaries Commission said in the Koke to Ruba district, the PNM amassed 1,207 votes and the UNC 1,162, which meant one more vote for the UNC candidate Shane Samlal. In the Marabella South Vistabella district, the PNM got 873 and the UNC 884. Therefore, the UNC candidate Sasha Trisha Ali received one less vote. Within the newly created district, Mayaro North the PNM amassed 741 votes, the UNC 720, and the Progressive Empowerment Party 43. In this district, the PNM candidate Ryan Stewart received one less vote, and the UNC candidate Kristen Thaddeus Townsend received two less votes. Recounts in the remaining 11 electoral districts are ongoing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Talking Point, back and better than ever. Oh, we would be. However, my co-host is not able to be with me this morning. Now, for those who don't know, I failed to remember this is yesterday, but our election coverage was brought to you here at WSN by the producing of the one and only Mr. Keita Shah. So, I congratulate him for, well, just how well everything went, particularly yesterday, of which I was directly a part of. And I hope that those of you at home who were able to watch the marathon episode of Talking Point enjoyed all the coverage. However, now that the political reality show is somewhat over, we do have to get back into the rest of what's going on in TNT. With that said, of course, today is Wednesday, so Karine Shishera will be joining me later, where she will weigh in, whole show to herself, on the results of the election. Of course, we've heard from some of the political leaders, some of the members of the various political parties, as well as political scientists and analysts, Shane Mohammed yesterday, each giving their own take. Karen will be giving her take later. However, in the meantime, there are just a couple of things that I want to get through. Before I start off the daily review officially, I do want to make mention of one story this morning that is bothering me a little bit. There's not necessarily much, how to say it. It's not an issue per se that's political or government or the economy, but it is a societal issue, or perhaps maybe it's a concern. Of course, crime continues, the murder rate waits on no one, not even the old new commissioner of police. But there is in one of the daily newspapers a report that a 63-year-old gentleman from Laramie, Diopasad Ramsaran, well, it is believed that he died because he was involved in a physical altercation, meaning someone physically attacked him, physically assaulted him, and he was beaten. He survived the encounter only to collapse sometime later. And it is assumed that is the cause of death. The reason for the altercation? Somebody, a neighbor, which actually makes it worse than if it was just a random stranger, but a neighbor in his community, I believe in his street, potentially just a few houses down, asked Mr. Ramsaran for a cigarette. And Mr. Ramsaran said no, because at the end of the day, it's Mr. Ramsaran's cigarette. And he was physically attacked for it to the point of potentially it being the cause of his death. I know that these days, 60s is no longer necessarily considered that old of an age, but regardless, even if he survived, the entitlement of the person who was so infuriated, how dare you not give me your cigarette? It's just a cigarette. Right, it's just a cigarette. So then why do you have to escalate things to this point? Now where you're a suspect in a murder. So perhaps this is a warning on both sides of the equation. On one hand, the entitlement of society on what we believe is ours, even when it is clearly not. Perhaps that's something we need to check within ourselves. And the other thing is, it's just a cigarette. You really want to get entangled with the law, even if you're proven innocent in the end. Keyword there, proven. Because the suspicion is going to be something that hangs over your head that you're not going to be able to get rid of without proof. And even then, the court of public opinion might still crucify you. Is that worth it? Of course, you could always be found guilty. And that definitely would be worth it. Now, for more on the current events of our twin island republic, with emphasis on the twin, let's kick off this morning's Daily Review. And the reason why I emphasize the twin is because, well, things Farley says. Sometimes I do wonder if he literally, within the same time frame of speaking about Trinidad and Tobago, forgets that we're still a country all the while, you know, he claims to not want independence. Now, out of all the things that the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly said when the official launch of his new political party was taking place on Sunday, there were a couple of things that he said. One, he did say, you know, call elections. Now, I actually am not entirely sure how serious he was. I am willing to assume that that was just more of a tongue-in-cheek rallying cry. He wasn't being totally serious. He just wanted to express, look, we feel we're ready. Because he stated that his plan is to win the 2 seats in Tobago and use that as negotiation leverage. More on that later. However, the 2 of the daily papers have somewhat run with it, have taken it seriously. In fact, one has even gone so far as to get commentary from a former PDP supporter, former Farley Augustine supporter, Dr. Varnash James, who we've had on the show, who judges the Chief Secretary not based on his words and communication. No, that's what I do. Dr. James judges him more, it seems, on his performance or lack thereof with regards to Tobago's economy. And Dr. James, an economist, does not want to hear about what was or was not allocated, right? He just wants to hear about performance. Okay, I am not an economist. I am not going to tell him how to judge somebody who he did give his support to and now finds himself in disappointment. That's not the phrase that I'm too concerned about. If the chief secretary was being serious about it, I will think not very highly of that idea. But it wasn't in response to the 7-7. It was just him on a political platform speaking to his base, and the political base of supporters. Yes, I know it's not one word, but to me it's starting to become a 4-letter word, or at least the word base. Now, what Farley said that I found interesting is that he said that Dr. Rowley is not the Prime Minister of the Tobago House of Assembly. Except any sort of official government document, I do believe that either comes from the Tobago House of Assembly, refers to the Tobago House of Assembly, has anything to do with the Tobago House of Assembly, that also refers to the Prime Minister, is referring to Dr. Rowley. Because, again, conveniently, it seems as though the Chief Secretary somehow forgets that while his position is technically that of the head of a local government executive body, yes, THA is one of its kind, but potentially not for long. And this, I have heard, was the plan. I was too young at the time to follow the news myself and hear it from the source myself. I'm not even sure. I might have been born when it happened. The THA model was supposed to be taken to other parts of the country. And then the THA would have not been this unique executive that was the only other executive body on the island. It's a local government body in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the nation. And there's one Prime Minister of the nation. He's the Prime Minister of Trinidad and the Prime Minister of Tobago. So de facto, the only person that is the Prime Minister of the THA is Keith Rowley until he is no longer in the office of the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister. Because these days there's so many ministers in the office of the Prime Minister. I have to make that distinction. So I understand on some level what the Chief Secretary is trying to say. He's trying to say Keith Rowley is not the boss here, except technically, legally, he is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So in whatever capacity he is the boss of Trinidad, he is also technically the boss of Tobago, whether we like it or not. I mean, again, 40% to half of Trinidad doesn't like him being the Prime Minister of Trinidad. So while I understand the Chief Secretary is playing political games, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, it's literally just the way the game is played in TNT. The way that I bemoan. It's how it's done in Trinidad, and it's how it's done in Tobago, apparently. Can't have nice, new, better things. The key is, I don't entirely know what the Chief Secretary's objective is here, if he's thought it through. Because here's the thing. The whole idea is to use the 2 seats as leverage to advance Tobago autonomy. First of all, while you were caught up in launching a new political party, remember, I was one of the people who said, I can't remember everybody's specific stance on this, but I was one of the people who reminded and tried to push the point that the THA did not need a political party. I understand the mandate and et cetera, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, let's be real. The voters voted for Farley Augustine. They did not vote for Watson Duke. That's why Farley was at the top of the ticket. They voted for the slate. It's the same slate. The slate didn't get cut in half. It's not Farley with half of the executive. It's not 7 or 8 versus the other half of what remained in the PDP. Everybody left Watson Duke, including the appointed councillors and presiding officer. So, from my perspective, the need to launch a new political party, now we're 2 years away from the next THA election, I believe. It's a little bit more than 2 years. It's every 4 years. And they're within the second year of their term. Okay, I get it. You have to start campaigning now and fundraising and putting things in place. I get that. But it was almost as though at one point at the start of the year, your political campaigning was more important than advancing anything on the agenda, including autonomy. Here is the rub. No one knows what autonomy means. The cynic in me thinks it means, well, I will have more, I meaning whoever is the Chief Secretary of Tobago, I will have more power and authority and the right to more resources. That's what autonomy means. More for me. That's it. But legally, legislatively, what does it mean? If Tobago, one of the things that Farley wants is the ability for Tobago to write its own laws. It makes sense in certain practicalities, except that's not necessarily the only solution. Maybe we'll get back to that in a later date. But the point is, if you want Tobago to have its own legislative making body, will Tobago still participate in central government, parliament, national legislature, depending on how things are worked out? I mean, I don't know, right? What does it mean for autonomy like that? Will the 2 seats and the leverage potentially that Tobago has, will that remain after autonomy? Have you thought that out? Do you have a model or a framework? And then will autonomy be allowed under the current legislative and constitutional framework that we have, or do we need constitutional reform? How is that going to look? How is that going to work? Because you're giving a new body the right to write laws. So I find it interesting that potentially the Chief Secretary's line of thinking and strategy is dependent on leverage that his ultimate goal potentially will remove if not handled properly. And in the long run, he won't have the leverage. And if he doesn't have the leverage, why would either party in Trinidad, the party of the national parliament, want to give up that advantage that the 2 seats in Tobago represents? And what makes it worse is that his negotiation position is somewhat enfeebled by his go-it-alone strategy, where he is careless with his speech and lumps in the rest of Trinidad with his criticisms of the current administration. You want to criticize current administration, fine. Don't say Trinidad. Even them in Trinidad is a bit too broad brush, because you ain't specifying it and you're making all of Trinidad feel as though, why are we the enemy? Trinidad is not just the Red House. Trinidad is not just Port of Spain. Trinidad is not just Port of Spain and San Fernando and Chaguanas and Superior. Trinidad is everywhere. And there are parts of Trinidad that looks at the budgetary allocation to Tobago and says, whoa, we can't even get a fraction of that. So when the Chief Secretary bemoans of the development of Tobago, I mean, just by the way, you want to make a road, that's nice, but I'm pretty sure, however the process is done, central government needs EMA approval when they want to do things. That's why they had a whole long bacchanal with the Debe Highway. So you have parts of Trinidad that can't even get roads paved. You know, all of last year and before, there was no roadway going on at all. They have flood concerns year after year. Schools not getting their maintenance done. There's a crime problem. And I mean, think about it. Wouldn't the PNM love to have all this extra money lying around to spend on the police so that they could look as though they're doing more with regards to crime? That's basic politics 101. We have this big problem. Everybody is concerned. Throw resources at it. Throw more money at it. Look, we're doing something. But they can't even do that. So it's not just central government. There are parts of Trinidad that are being neglected. We speak about it and talk about it all the time. It's not just Tobago. And these are the things that's going to turn off Trinidadians to the cries and concerns of Tobago. And then my concern is, now how much of the legitimate concerns gets lost in the shuffle because of the politicking? Anyway, I'm over time. I have Karen waiting. Apologies, my dear lady. There was more to say, but we'll have to cut it there. Food for thought, and we could continue if you want to call in and challenge anything that I just said. I haven't even finished what I was saying, but we have to take a break. When we come back, Karen Nishishira joins me on the desk with regards to the results post-local government election. It's not over. Oh, no. Stay tuned to Talking Points. We'll be right back.
Oh, come on. I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day. That's what it is. It is hump day. Good morning, neighbors. On this hump day, Wednesday, the 16th day of August. We're in the second half of August. Did somebody say already? You know, that means 131 days to Christmas. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us on Power 1 and 2 Digital on the Power Breakfast Show. Full casting this morning. You just heard from Paul Richards, our news brief. We'll hear from Wendell Stephen, Richard Raghubar Singh. We got Ruben in the background. My name is Steve Khan. We're going to keep you company until 9 o'clock this morning. All right. So let's get straight into it. Let's see what's happening with the WTs. I'm starting out in San Fernando. Nothing really to tell you about. But the minute you hit Claxton Bay, it is slow going all the way up to the interchange. You're going to get some ease up just after Sugargonas, and after Mono Road is when you're going to pick it up again. Piarco towards UE, volume, and of course from QREP into pretty much Baratares volume again. Nothing to tell you about on the Eastern Main Road. All right, let's get into the weather, see what's happening. We got some rain here and there, heavy as well. It is 25 degrees at Piarco International Airport, 24 in Crown Point in Tobago. And of course, the weather for today, partly cloudy to cloudy at times with a few light to moderate showers, rain over broad areas. There's a medium chance, 40 to 60%. Some of these showers would become heavy and or thundery. These conditions would improve gradually into nightfall. However, still expect isolated showers and the lingering thunderstorm. Okay, that's what they're saying for the weather for today. But let's check some temps across the globe. 18 in Toronto. Miami, you're at 27. Orlando, 26. New York, 21 with a drizzle. Atlanta, clear, 19. London, partly cloudy, and 22. Tampa, 27. And Washington, D.C., you're at 21 degrees. All right, so there you go. Sometimes across our listenership. And let me throw it across, before I throw it across, before I get buff, Let's see who sent us hellos first thing this morning on this Hump Day Wednesday. Maria Marva, first of the gate. Not Celia in Valencia. It's probably raining up that side. DJ Ray out in Delaware. Miss Ingrid in Tucson, Arizona. Good morning to you. Oliver Man Warren. Wendy Ann.
Good morning, everyone.
You're muted, Wendell.
Right. Good morning, gentlemen. Morning, Paul, Steve, Richard, and Trinidad and Tobago, and of course, all our international people who join us every single morning. It's a rainy morning in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a rainy morning. It looks like it's raining all over, actually.
Yeah,
so be safe. Be safe out there. We here. We happy to be in the land of the living. Happy birthday quickly to Newborn Clark. He's celebrating his birthday today. Ian, Sandy, Andel, George, Aisha Wells, former counselor, and Stephen Lee Baines. He is also celebrating his birthday today. All right, so happy birthday to all the others who would have celebrated birthdays over the last few days, including Gerard Darlington. I know he listens to us. He celebrated his birthday in Election Day, and who made a prediction that I poo-pooed at last week. And Gerard, I hope you're listening, but your predictions were way off. And of course, Golden Lee Bruce also celebrated her birthday on Election Day, August 14th. All right, so happy birthday to you all. And of course, all I can say is what I told you also more than a month ago. NTA will not win a single seat.
Good morning, Paul. Yeah.
The PDP will not win a single seat. The ILP will, well, they didn't contest. None, and I told you all it will remain. PNM will win what they normally win. UNC will win what they normally win, and we'll continue. I told you all that more than a month ago, and it didn't change. So, good morning.
You were right. Well, I wouldn't say there was no change, but the allocation of 7-7 held true as you predicted.
Yeah. I know a lot of people were saying the PDP will take a couple seats, the NTA. Even a very good friend of mine, who I'm sure he's listening, Adande Pigot, said, yeah, the PEP will make some inroads. I said, no. Inroads where? Trinidadians, I should say. They are not going to be voting for the People's Partnership in whatever transformation they try along the East-West corridor. It's not going to happen again. They made that mistake twice, and they're not going to, and that is what they need to get power in Trinidad and Tobago. The East-West corridor to buy into the BS or the fake and the deceit to try to get them back into central government again. Because unless they could swing the East-West corridor back their way, it's not going to happen. So the whole map with a whole set of land will look yellow, because that's the trick now, to put up this map of where they control. Well, guess what? It's land.
How is that a trick, though?
Well, I'm just saying it's a trick on the mind. Because for somebody
it's a trick on the mind, okay. Because I know that putting up the bona fide legal districts that you have won, as the PNM has done, is a trick. How is that a trick?
Well, the PNM don't put up no map. I'm just saying,
maps go up because maps represent areas of the 14 corporations won by any of the parties contesting. So it's not a trick.
You know, sometimes you don't finish, let me talk. It's a mind trick. It is a mind game by putting up a map showing these districts that are largely land-based. It is a mind trick. It is a trick on anybody, and especially for people who don't know Trinidad, that this is where the UNC controls. This is yellow place. It's land.
So every country that puts up maps like the US, red and blue, is a mind trick too. Or the UK, Victoria is a mind trick too. It's a mind trick too. It's a mind trick all over the world.
You could give your interpretation of it, but that is my interpretation of it.
So the UNC amassed 173,961 votes, or 52.6% of those who voted. The PNM 130,868, or 39.7% of the vote. The NTA 15,997, or 4.8% of the vote. The total votes cast on Monday was 331,300, or 30.34%, which is about 4% less than those who voted in
2019.
Which means the number of people who voted went down despite a vociferous campaign. And I think people are just turned off.
Well, it's consistent with local government, you know?
No,
I don't know.
It's consistent with local government generally.
Mm-hmm.
But for the number to drop, there has to be a reason that the number dropped even more. It was low, it's generally low to start with, but to be reduced by about 4% is even more telling to me that there's something that's happening in the country where, one, people don't think, and Richard said it yesterday, I think Minister Nobrega also said it, and Philip Alexander also said it, that people don't see local government as having the kind of impact on their lives to make it worth they even getting out of the house and going and vote.
Yes.
Clearly, that's kind of very obvious. They may be right, you know, and a lot of people didn't, because people go out to vote generally to get whoever it is out of office. That's our style. That has been our tradition here. We get up to get somebody out of office. So clearly, with all the rhetoric against the current government and the PNM, people didn't see the need to get up and go and get them out of office. You understand? People didn't see that need. They didn't buy into the light it up, stand your ground, knock it and cock it. They didn't buy into it. They didn't listen. Right? So, guess what? Also, they probably didn't even listen to the PNM's campaign about local government reform and how important it was for us. You know, because the seven districts, the 7 municipalities have not changed hands. So, once the PNM, and I hope they do, pursue local government reform, they better do it, you know. You understand? Then all 14 municipalities, 7 by the UNC and 7 by the PNM, will benefit. And local government people, as it is now, this is a 4-year term, we've established that. That is the only thing that we have established thus far in local government reform, that this is a 4-year term. But the other aspects of it, they have got to start implementing it. Hopefully, they will put the leaders of these 14 municipalities, because 7 on the PNM side, 7 on the UNC side. Hopefully, the people who will lead these councils will be people who would be thinking along those lines and make it happen, and not just people who glad to wear a chain and take a picture. You understand?
Good morning, Rabbi Basson.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Morning, Rich.
Yeah, and good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, and good morning to our listeners wherever you are.
Morning, Richard. How are you? You're on the road, right?
Yeah, I am on the road, so I can't use the camera. So I was planning to be on the road earlier, but obviously I'm a little late on the road.
Yeah. A clip of the Prime Minister from election night and a clip of Watson Duke following the PDP's, how should I call it? Let me put the number up.
PDP's demise in Trinidad?
I'm looking for the kind.
All of a sudden now he's saying votes don't matter. Votes don't count.
But I'm not right. He got 1,287 votes. So the crushing defeat. I can't call it a defeat, because a defeat means that you actually were contending. So next time you go and sleep on the call. Anyway. You notice the ones who answered the phone kind of turned up. Okay. Note to self. The ones who answered the phone and came on our show. I'm not sure that a little bit. Are you know, friend? Are you friend, sir?
Are you referring to the leaders?
Well, they were all represented in one way or the other. Right, so here's Dr. Rowley from election night.
We went in with 7, and tonight we have come out with 7. So, but the bottom line is, it doesn't matter how much votes they got. The PNM won every seat. So we're not going to split any hairs about counting how many votes there and who got the popular vote. In the Westminster system, first past the post, you fight for seats. You fight for seats. And we have won the Martin, all the seats in the Martin. We won all the seats in Port of Spain. So the shocking new mayor that was being promised is not going to be had. We've won significantly in Tower Laventil. We won handsomely in Piaco Tunapuna. We tied 1 seat in Arima, otherwise we'd have won all the seats in Arima. And of course, we won all the seats in Point 14. Yes.
Richard, what seat was tied in Arima?
There were a couple close seats in Arima. I know the one with Fish, was kind of close. There was about 200 votes separating it, but Arima Northeast was very competitive for the UNC.
Okay.
I think that's one of the seats that they're recounting. Okay. So it's kind of indicative. If I had to give a note to the PNM, don't take Arima for granted.
Well, PNM should have known that.
Because obviously there's a certain amount of.
Hello? We're losing you.
Certain amount of
I'm just saying that you're hearing me, right?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. So no, I'm just saying because Northeast, Arima Northeast was competitive, and I think the PNM probably will still win it. Because I think that's one of the seats that is being recounted.
Yeah, it is.
There are 2 seats in Arima being recounted. But I know Arima Northeast is one, which is Arima Northeast is pretty much a lot of central Arima.
And Arima West
Arima West Woomera is the other one. But the main idea, you have very competitive seats. What is usually a PNM stronghold is I think a reflection of burgeoning dissatisfaction. I don't think people in Arima necessarily love the UNC, but I think some of that.
You can't call Fish seat a PNM safe seat because he won it for the UNC.
He did win it for the UNC. Yeah. So obviously there's a certain amount of dissatisfaction that people will vote whoever the other party is if they need to, if there's a certain amount of dissatisfaction. And so I would just say, I think it's a cautionary tale to the People's National Movement in a sense, because I hear the Prime Minister's spin on you win seats, you don't win votes, but the popular vote does matter. It gives you a sentiment of where people are. And if the PNM had but what I'm saying is if the PNM had won the popular vote, the PNM would have been touting that they won the popular vote. So popular vote matters in a democracy. In the Westminster system, of course, it's seats that matter. But you can't discount that the popular vote indicates a mood. Now, to be fair to the PNM, their midterm, which is at the point at which you can be the most unpopular. But I think the driving dissatisfaction with people on the ground are 2 issues: crime, obviously, and the issue of the economy, and how does that affect my pocket and my ability to go into the supermarket and maintain the quality of my life. And I don't think you could just keep saying keeping all of these suggestions to deal with crime without seeing any results. Because for a lot of people, they're frustrated that there are no results as far as they're concerned with regard to crime. In fact, the highest murder rate ever is under the PNM's watch. That's the facts.
Another interesting data point.
And they have to deal with it. They have to deal with it if they want to hold on to power in 2025.
When you look at the reduction in votes, for some reason, well, there was a significant reduction in votes generally, but the number of votes that the UNC reduced by and the PNM reduced by is different because the PNM general votes reduced by more in the context of the overall low voter turnout. So that's something also in terms of the PNM.
I don't think you're right about that. You know. They both dropped about 30,000, between 20 and 30,000 votes. You know. They both from 2019. You know.
That's the data point I last night.
UNC in 2019 had just over 200,000 and they dropped to 170. The PNM in 2019 had, I think, around 150 something thousand and they dropped to 130. So I don't think you're right.
I'll get the data point. I stand
whatever the exact numbers are. But obviously, I think there's a lot of the population that sees neither party as motivational. They may have to vote, and they will vote. Yeah. And they will vote along the lines of who they align with. And then there are, independent voters that basically just switching back and forth. And maybe may vote as the UNC got the popular vote, maybe vote as a protest against the PNM because crime is an issue. But ultimately, roughly 70% of the electorate said, I can't be bothered. And that has to be concerning to the PNM and the UNC, who obviously have different problems in how the electorate see you. They both have their different issues and how the electorate sees you. And the electorate obviously doesn't see them, at least the majority of the electorate, if it's judging from local government, didn't feel that it was worth their time coming out to vote for either.
Yeah. Gavin Nicholas wrote a post on Facebook. I don't generally agree with him, but I had to agree with this post. He wrote, this local government election has reinforced an inevitability that I have been debating, pondering, and even resisting. Trinidad and Tobago, like the USA, and more or less the UK, is a two-party state. We might wish it to be different, but it is what it is. He said, therefore, is not to present an alternative opposition to the government. The human and financial resources are not there for this, but to make the opposition attractive enough that people will want to vote it into government. This burden falls to the elected leader of the opposition. He said personality and grudge politics have no place in a serious democracy. You should read it. I found it interesting that Gavin would have written that because Gavin was also part of this coalition trying to get the PNM out in local government. He was part of the UNC's coalition, right? But it makes interesting reading, and I tend to agree with sentiments here. That the reality is that we are, in fact, a two-party state.
We could ask that as a question this morning if they believe Trinidad and Tobago is indeed a two-party state.
Good question.
The areas that are being recounted at the moment are Arima Northeast, Arima West Umera, Ozenville, Tunapuna, Bagatelle, Blue Basin, Blanchishere, Santa Rosa, Coquille, Taruba, 5 Ripples, Lengua, is that how you pronounce it?
Lengua, yeah. Lengua.
Lengua, Indian Walk, Marabella West, Marabella South, Vistabella, Mayaro North, San Grande Northeast, and San Juan East.
And 12 of those recounts have been asked for by the UNC. Two of them asked for by the PNM. I know San Juan East has completed because I'm in a chat with that group. And San Juan East, the PNM increased their vote by 1 and UNC lost 1 of the votes. So San Juan East, I know, has been completed. That's Raphael John. That has been completed.
The other issue, of course, is I'm going to share this with you and we can discuss it thereafter. The proposed mayor of Port of Spain.
There you go.
Is there a proposed mayor?
Is on its way to rush through Tobago and to say to them, the time has come when we must vote for real change. Change that create job opportunities, change that create business opportunities, change that creates an economy that resembles and looks like Tobago.
So, Trinidad, tell them how you feel. So you're going back to Tobago now. I mean, how should Tobagonians feel about that, really? You understand?
Well, Farley in a whole heap of trouble in Tobago, you know, so you never know.
And you get the answer?
Well, I was say you never know.
So after your campaign in Trinidad, and tell everybody you're going to be mayor of Port of Spain, and Trinidad tell you how you feel, they have time with you. You're going to be focused on Tobago now?
Duke did a tried to do a clever con job on the people of Port of Spain. First, by announcing he is contesting as mayor of Port of Spain. You don't contest as mayor of Port of Spain. And then you put people in there. You went and find people, pay them money. I know that for a fact because I was on the phone with somebody a day when he called, offering them money. You understand? Pay people money, buy all kind of things for the people, get them rum, ice cream, all manner of things in that area. Didn't contest all these seats. So from jump, you can't be the mayor because you ain't contesting all these seats, right? And then walking away. And I wasn't even bothering to interview Watson Duke. I don't even know the 1,200 and how much ever people in East Port of Spain who vote for him. They must be feeling, oh gosh, well, he pay, you know? But oh please, you know? And Gary Griffith too better not fool himself with that 15,000 votes. And that's how he making serious inroads into PNM territory. A lot of the votes Gary Griffith got was because UNC people down in the West voted also for his candidates. So he better not be fooled into thinking that it was NTA inspired people to come out to vote. No. And Ivan Thomas, I couldn't agree with you more. Because this is exactly my thinking. The UNC base comes out to vote heavier than the PNM base. That has been traditional. That has been historical. So they will always get the popular vote. Always. Because
so isn't that something the PNM should be concerned about? That the PNM is not able to motivate its base to come out?
I'm not saying the PNM shouldn't be concerned, but I'm saying the UNC's base, and I keep telling all of this over the months on them. You don't have to ask the UNC people to come out and vote for a UNC candidate. They don't know, they don't even know who it is. The person could do nothing in that area. They're going to vote for the candidate. That is a problem that the PNM has. You have to go and ask for the PNM vote. As a candidate, I know you have to, because people will tell you, you ain't even come and ask me for my vote. You understand? You ain't even come and say anything.
What trouble is this?
You know, I know this is not really connected. It's just a little, how should I say it? A little beef that I have.
Sorry, guys. That was my hustle.
Yeah, when I was watching news last week, at two separate points in the news, on different days, and it's a point that I've made before, Wendell and Paul. There was a woman who had a son who had some joint problem, muscular problem. He's like 11 now. And she actually has to physically lift him up sometimes to take him to the bathroom and stuff, depending on whatever the medical condition is when it activates. And the place that she lives in, because they show you her house, was absolutely horrific, as far as I'm concerned. Horrific. Pitch forward to later on in the week, there were people in Morva, I believe it was, that suffered certain landslide damage. So their houses were damaged, completely destroyed basically, and were seeking assistance, and they were sending a letter to the HDC to ask for assistance for emergency housing. and they interviewed one of the gentlemen, and he was basically near tears and said he was just evicted. He had to be evicted because he just doesn't have the funds to rent and stuff, because this was their house, and he was evicted from wherever he was, that he went in some temporary shelter with his children, and he was near tears, and people were very upset. And they interviewed Adrian Leonce, who is the minister in the Ministry of Housing, and his response was, yeah, well, we get in land, we seen where we could get land, and we seen where we could start to construct something with the people with the landslide. But don't take it, but I'm paraphrasing, but along the lines of, where we're going to try to assist, but just because you have a landslide or something, you can't come to the government. I'm paraphrasing. It's something like that. You don't want to open the door that everybody who have landslide damage or the house is lost in a landslide, they could just come to the government for assistance. A version of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was telling to me that post-1962, because we're coming up to Independence Day, post-1962, in a country of 1.4 million people, with all of the money that Trinidad and Tobago has since 1962, we are still in a position which is unacceptable to me as a citizen, that you have citizens living in those kinds of conditions. That woman, and that woman is just representative of one, I've seen others, which I've talked about on radio. And the response of Adrian Leonce, I felt, I don't know, unacceptable. What is, and why doesn't HDC have emergency housing? After all of the money that is poured into the HDC, these are people who lost their houses in a landslide, and they can't come to the state and say, well, I need some sort of emergency housing. And the state is going to say, well, we're looking for a piece of land and we will construct something for you. How long is that going to take?
Mm-hmm.
When people need assistance now. And it's telling, and I remember reading this book by Sheikh what is his name? Bin Laden al-Maktoum, I think is his name, who is the leader of Dubai.
Mm.
And in that book, and it was a book called Reflections on Happiness, he said his goal in developing Dubai, one of the fundamental cores of his goal was, how do I make the people I serve happy?
Mm-hmm.
And I think if politicians thought about that a little bit more at their core, you wouldn't get those kinds of responses that almost seem indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't have to sit down on news and see citizens living in such terrible conditions, because I looked at that and I don't know if the Ministry of Social Development was activated, if the Ministry of Housing was activated when they saw that woman with a child and say, look, let's get proper housing for you, because that's the kind of society you want. And post-1962, it's taking too damn long for that kind of society to come.
Richard, I don't know because we were on that path at one point in time under Patrick Bannon, and since post-2010, we have not gotten back on that path, sadly. We have not. I don't know if it's because of a financial or money thing or whatever, or if it's because policies changed or whatever, but we have not gotten back on that path, sadly. We have not.
Can we look at the newspapers? Does anyone have physical newspapers?
I don't have any.
All right, it's Wednesday, 16th August. Let's start with the Express Online. UNC got the popular vote. UNC has risen as an article. Air Canada cancels Trinidad flights amid challenges. Chaguanas driver charged with raping, robbing, stabbing Venezuelan teen. Tobago finds itself the Italian connection. PNM's fish confident of win after crossing floor. 30-year-old father in Asian need of money for liver transplant. Let's move now to the Guardian Online. 14 LGE recounts ordered. EBC reveals 34.34% voter turnout. Is that what it was? I thought it was 30 point something.
30.34.
Why is the Guardian at 34.34? Isn't that the last one?
Well,
God, Guardian. Jeez, Guardian. UNC PNM in 7-7 deadlock again. Rowley could have been worse. NTA now the de facto third party insists Gary. Kamala, we gave the PNM a run for its money. This sounds like yesterday's headlines and for some reason. Mom and ailing son get help but still need building materials.
It must be that same story I must have referenced.
Yeah. UNC celebrates major win at Marabella Train Line. Yadari regrets not engaging swing voters. Let's move now to the Newsday Online. THA to invest more money in something. Unless Augustine showing signs of hubris syndrome, PNM wins 5-way race for Hollywood. UNC guns will cost PNM paradise. PP's Philip Alexander, everyone lost local government election. And THA to invest more money in TADCO. New York Street to be co-named Trinidad and Tobago Street. I think it's 113th Street, if I'm not mistaken, in Queens.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And Chinese businessman charged for San Fernando meth lab. I got some unshareable information on that. That's astounding.
In Trinidad, eh?
In Trinidad.
You don't think of meth labs being in Trinidad. It doesn't fit in your mind our cultural landscape. So it's strange.
Well, the petitions that had been made for him to be charged. Let me put it that way.
Is everything we tried here in Trinidad?
Remember this? What the story said, eh? Okay, all right.
remember what the story said.
Okay, let me go into the story a little bit.
Paul, I'm going to send you a picture too. I would like you at some point in time to put it up because it was on the news last night. It's someone who I know. I know very well. So I would like you to put it up. They're asking you to share it. It's a picture of a young man who's gone missing from the Davide area. He actually lived right there on the priority bus route. Rodney Lewis is his name. So it was on the news last night, and I was kind of taken aback by it. So I got a picture of it from his sister. I got a picture of the post from his sister, and it's asking to be shared. I know I sent it to the Power Breakfast group, but I also just sent it to you so that you can share it. It's a news item, right?
A 32-year-old Chinese businessman is expected to appear before a San Fernando magistrate yesterday, Tuesday, charges possession of methamphetamines for the purpose of trafficking and possession of an apparatus. He was arrested last Thursday when special branch officers executed a search at the residence's South Park in San Fernando. They discovered a clandestine lab cache, precursor chemicals, packets of crystals of various sizes resembling methamphetamine. But he said it was the first methamphetamine lab to be discovered in TNT. The discovery followed extensive intelligence-led operation in partnership with U.S. law enforcement agencies. I stress that loudly for a reason. The Chinese nationals were represented by attorneys Larry Williams and Tony Roberts.
Oh, okay.
All right. So this is the headline.
South American coastline is not that far. Thank God they actually have him still in the country.
All right. So before we get into this morning's poll, I'll give you the results of yesterday's poll. And let's say good morning to some of those that sent us a message via YouTube, such as H.S. Wilson, Leonard Naipaul out in North Carolina, Eastland Alexander in sunny London, Gloria Gray, Mo Gaines, Rena Budu Jennings, Ring Leader, good morning to you, Lando, Ivan Thomas, Curtis Piggott, Raul Prasad, Sheldon Smith, Karen Bernard, Gloria Gray, Mrs. R. Winston, Jones, Randy Kelly, the Great, good morning to you.
Chief Secretary refutes claims in second audio clip, while Assemblyman Terence Bain suggests editing. Watson Dew gears up for political comeback, aiming to re-emerge stronger, and the Chuko prepares for executive elections. Good evening, I'm Patricia Nicholson-Richards. This is the Tobago Updates television news for Wednesday, 16th August 2023. In our top story, a fresh audio clip has emerged, purportedly from the whistleblower connected to the scheme against Chief Secretary Farley Augustine. The clip accuses Augustine of masterminding a confession presented as evidence during a special house sitting to substantiate claims of a conspiracy against the current THA administration. In reaction, TPP member and Assemblyman Pastor Terence Baines expressed uncertainty about what to believe. For further details, here's the report by Candice Jackson.
Assemblyman and Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, Pastor Terence Baines, finds himself perplexed by the appearance of a recent audio clip from the contentious whistleblower.
The thing is, we don't know what to believe now, because at one point, you go to the police, you say, and you give the police a statement. You go to the chief secretary, and you say that God spoke to you. This is the thing, you know.
However, he was aware of the clip before its circulation and holds suspicions that it may have been edited.
And I noticed even in the edited version, right? The edited version, how there was an attempt to tag the UNC to the edited version and so on, right? The original version had no UNC trappings in it, none. You understand? So it is a political game. Everything that has been done.
Pastor Baines said the video surfaced 2 days after the Chief Secretary's statement during a special sitting in the House.
It just goes back and forth, and you don't know, surely in the average mind, that this man cannot be a credible witness.
As the truth remains uncertain, Pastor Baines believes this is an effort to shut down the ongoing forensic audits within the THA.
Something has to be at stake here, and I still believe, as the Chief Secretary keeps saying, this matter of the audit has implications for some people. It is a life and death matter for them, and they will do everything in their power to try and prevent it from being ventilated the way it should. And from some people having to face the court.
Pastor Baines is equally confident that the police are acting based on inaccurate information while investigating the current administration.
Search people that does not even fall within the ages of the things that they say that they're looking for. We saw police going up to the Division of Health looking for Zorisha Hackett. You understand it?
I am Candice Jackson for Tobago Updates Television News.
Well, the Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, strongly denies coercing whistleblower Akil Abdullah into confessing to bribery and a conspiracy amid a police investigation within the Tobago House of Assembly. In a statement this afternoon, the Chief Secretary said there are proven records to show Abdullah's repeated requests for meetings via WhatsApp, texts and calls starting from April 2023 until July 2023 in a meeting. Augustine also said that uninvited visits and meetings transpired from Abdullah. The Chief Secretary contests any coercion claim and questions the police's reliance on this witness. Since the July 19, 2023 revelations, he declined further meetings with Abdullah and was alarmed by the absence of an independent inquiry and potential witness tampering. Augustine suspects political motives to disrupt the Assembly's work. Political leader of the Tobago Council of the PNM, Ansel Dennis, cautioned Chief Secretary Farley Augustine and the membership of the TPP that they are not above the law. During an appearance on the Minority Report last night, Dennis said that THA Chief Secretary Augustine should allow the police investigations into the audio clip to take its course. Bianna Brebner tells us more.
of an audio clip on social media featuring the voices of Chief Secretary Farley Augustine and Education Secretary Zarisha Hackett has led to police involvement. Despite claims of unexecuted propaganda, Ansel Dennis, the political leader of the Tobago Council of the PNM, suggested that an offense might have been committed. Therefore, to determine if an offense was committed, it is for the police to investigate.
In order to perform certain aspects of the investigations, the police required to execute search warrants. Yeah. They required the execution of seizures of devices, etc., both personal and in the public buildings.
Dennis holds the belief that Augustine should permit the TTPS to carry out their investigation and await the outcome. He has expressed that Augustine's action could be interpreted as a challenge against the police.
He proceeds in the most dangerous way to attack the commissioner of police, to attack the TTPS. Of course, he started about a month ago.
Meanwhile, Dennis stated last Sunday at the TPP party launch that Augustine escalated the situation by issuing a threat to Tobago police officers, emphasizing their status as locals on the island.
He went further, threatening Tobagonian police officers, reminding them that they live in Tobago.
Dennis claims that the Chief Secretary Farley Augustine sees himself as above the law, advising Tobago officers to approach duties differently due to their local ties. Dennis also urges Augustine to be accountable for his actions. Bianna Brebner, Tobago Updates Television News.
We have more news coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Calling all ambitious young ladies of Tobago, the First Citizens Girls First Festival is back. Join us on August 20th at Shaw Park Cultural Complex for an empowering experience that will prepare you to conquer the world. Hear extraordinary female speakers who shattered barriers, sharing their secrets to success, leaving you motivated and fearless. Together, we will support and uplift one another by participating in interactive workshops that build leadership skills and boosts confidence. Join us at the First Citizens Girls First Festival and let's embark on a life-changing journey together.
This is how it's gonna go. They better look up and look, 'cause this is your show, and everybody's gonna know. Say it to them once again. They better look up and look. This is your show, and everybody's gonna know. That's how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show.
Waiting for CXC results and wondering what's next? Or maybe you're looking to switch careers. Learn a skill to jumpstart your career at the NESC Technical Institute. Get qualified for jobs in the energy and industrial sectors, or even start your own business. Choose from automotive, electrical, instrumentation, drilling, welding, fabrication, AC refrigeration, IT networking, and more. NESC diplomas are gate approved. Classes begin in September. Visit nesc.edu.tt to apply.
Right now, Tobagonians are just scurrying down to Bonaccord, right in Stobie Local Road. You know why? To come down and shop at Authentic Builders General Hardware, the only hardware store in Tobago that is giving you guys Trinidad prices. So for instance, such as steel, 1/2 inch and 5/8, $7,895. 5/8 construction ply for $260. Every single thing that you will need to do your home renovation or start a new construction, we have it right here. And to get your quotation, it's very easy. Just WhatsApp us at 272-1990 and we will do your free WhatsApp quotation for you.
Welcome back. Does Watson Duke still have a promising political career? This is the question now circulating in the public domain. Duke is known for his monumental advances in Tobago politics, but lately his political journey in Trinidad seems to be a challenging one. There's more from Luke James Trim.
Watson Duke, political leader of the People's Democratic Patriots, believed that the PDP would win over Port of Spain in the 2023 local government elections. However, his party failed to secure any of the 17 districts contested in the Sawa Laventil Sandy Grande Municipal Corporations and the Port of Spain City Corporation. In an exclusive interview with Tobago Updates, Duke reflected on the local government elections results and also shared his plans for the future of Tobago. Responding to the defeat, Duke stated that success is not defined by winning, but rather an increase in one's stocks.
Remember, it's the first time any party from Tobago would have entered Trinidad politics. It's a different world by itself and compete in a meaningful way. Having entered there as one man, I left with hundreds of persons following me and agreeing to the philosophy that people should be placed first in politics. So have we lost? We have not lost. We gain people.
Duke described the PDP's participation in the elections as an opportunity to create a base. He further reflected on his political journey from inception to now.
Remember when we came to Tobago in the first place in 2015, I started off with just a few hundreds also, and I quickly grew into thousands. And then within 5 years, I would have beaten the PNM by 7,000 votes. It makes the PDP one of the leading political organizations in the country. When I entered the politics in Tobago as the PDP, we had 12 seats going to PNM, 0 to nobody. And we broke that. We took 2. Folks said we lost. We said no. They had 12. We took 2. It's now 10-2. The next time we went back, they got 6. We got 6. Some folks said we lost because we couldn't govern. The next time we went back, we took all 15 seats. That was before midnight. But somewhere I read, the thief always strike behind midnight. And after midnight, they went and they recounted the votes. And in the wee hours of the morning, they said that they won 1 seat back. I still question that.
Within the past months, Tobagonians had front row seats to the viewing of the fallout between Duke and Chief Secretary Farley Augustine over the Roxborough folk performers and his scandal with Kizelle Jackson. When asked what his plans were to mend the relationship with the residents of Roxborough and Tobagonians, this is what he had to say.
My next move is to ensure that the PDP remains a political party of choice for the persons of Trinidad who are of a different mind, a different political leaning, and at the same time, we occupied the space and the place I have in the hearts of Tobagonians. From next month, which is September month, to continue the supervision of the team I placed into office.
As to whether or not the PDP would be contesting in both the THA elections and general elections in 2025,
the answer is yes to both. We will contest the 15 seats for the Tobago House of Assembly elections anytime they are called, even if they are called prematurely before the date. And we will contest the 2 Tobago seats for central government, Tobago East and Tobago West.
Luke James Trim, Tobago Updates Television News.
Scarborough's urban redevelopment is moving ahead. The final report is approved for public review. In September 2022, the Tobago House of Assembly asked Geometrics Limited to develop the plan discussed during the earlier public talks in February-March 2022. This project aims to turn Scarborough into a modern city with services for both locals and tourists. Big studies were done to see if it's doable, like making the port bigger and handling more passengers. The report covers market analysis, coastal engineering studies, port and urban design and history. Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, Trevor James, is pleased with the progress and the inclusion of ideas from the public. He's also excited about the next phase of consultations. Well, an important day awaits the Calypso fraternity as the impending Tuco elections draw near. The Tobago Unified Calypsonians organization is set to hold elections this Saturday. Notable Tobagonian figures, including Ainsley King and Kenneth Thomas, known by his stage name Punchin, are among the candidates. They are competing for the roles of President and Assistant General Secretary, respectively. Jenny Campbell delivers additional insights.
The highly anticipated Tuco elections are scheduled to commence on Saturday, August 19, 2023, running from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the VIP Lounge, Queen's Park, Savannah. Simultaneously, Tobagonians can cast their votes at the Mount Pleasant Community Center. Rudolph Utley, a presidential candidate with Tobago heritage, appeared on Wednesday's GMT with Candice Jackson. He outlined his strategy to invigorate Tuco's presence and influence in Tobago.
And therefore, I'm just trying to get back to the point whereby I can reinstate and also make the Tobago zone of Tuco a more vibrant, a more involved part of the Tuco family. So that's one of my main goals, to bring back the Tuco Tobago into the mainstream of activities.
Mr. Utley also attributed the declining interest in the Calypso art form to what he described as Tuco's prolonged period of poor leadership.
When the society recognizes that the organization is clueless or leaderless, then they pay little no attention to what is happening. And therefore, we have to bring it back to the point whereby Calypso becomes part of the mainstream of our culture. It is the first music of the New World, and therefore we must treat it as such.
Meanwhile, Ainsley King, who is seeking re-election as president, emphasized that he had to engage in numerous battles, leading Tuco to victory. One of these issues was the undermining of the Tuco Tobago chapter by the former Tobago House of Assembly.
And I decided I had to stop it, and I stopped it because I sourced my own funds and was able to fight a court matter. When it meets a court, it was something that was illegal. It couldn't happen. Usurping the powers of a recognized constituted body, it couldn't happen.
In addition, the That Is Humor man, Kenneth Punchin Thomas, is passionate about increasing the financial viability of the organization in aims of ameliorating the lives of Calypsonians.
But what I'm seeing to going is to make Calypso live again in financial security. In that we find Calypsonians after the years of retirement, we find them most times are stuck in poverty or hard life. I think the art form could provide for Calypsonians a space where they could make money, where they could live comfortably.
Shanae Campbell, Tobago Updates, Television News.
We have more news coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Everybody only worrying. Never ever worry. Don't mind how things looking hard. I tell them never ever worry. If your life can't get damaged bad. I tell them never ever worry. What I'm saying is true. So just consider Tatil is always right there for you. I tell them never ever worry. Don't mind if life make you sad. I tell them never ever worry. If your house get flooded out real bad. I tell them never ever worry. What I'm saying is true. So just consider Tatil is always right there for you. I tell them never ever worry. If sickness catch you off guard. I tell them never ever worry. If times fall on you real hard. I tell them never ever worry. What I'm saying is true. So just consider Tatil will always be here for you. Never worry about that thing. Tatil, where people are people. You know what I mean.
Tobago, after freeness is more speed and better TV. Get a free Samsung smartphone and free installation, plus 200 megabits per second, Paramount Plus, and more for only $299 with a select 200 plan from Flow. Visit online at discoverflow.co today.
Tobago Glass Supplies has been a leading name for over 37 years in the glass and aluminum market in Tobago. We provide an extensive range of high-quality, innovative aluminum and glass products for commercial and residential use. Competitive prices with superior and professional services by committed employees who are guided by rigid quality standards. Tobago Glass Supplies specializes in the manufacture and installation of glass and aluminum products products that are essential to today's homeowners and the business environment. We are engaged in marketing, sales, and installation of a variety of products. These ranges from windows and doors to necessities such as mirrors for homes and vehicles, designed and manufactured in-house or imported.
Inner Health, number 13B Portmore, Scarborough, Tobago, with over 25 years experience offering services in and not limited to microscopic blood analysis, reflexology, and the sale of a wide range of organic herbal products used to supplement thyroid, lymphatic, heart, kidney, and brain health, and the male and female reproductive systems. Come and chat with us. Remember, your health is your wealth.
Thanks for staying with us. Air Canada pulls out of Trinidad, and it has done that abruptly. This follows a recent announcement to restart flights to the sister isle. It attributed the decision to crew shortages. The airline had earlier revealed intentions to operate the Toronto Port of Spain route starting in November 2023, but now these plans have been put on hold for the year indefinitely. Passengers who had already purchased tickets are being offered either the option to change their destination or obtain refunds. In May, Air Canada generated optimism by announcing a schedule of 4 weekly flights to Piaco International Airport. This announcement was well received by Tourism Trinidad, which viewed it as a positive development for both travelers and the tourism industry. Minister of Tourism Randall Mitchell confirmed the airline's difficulties in negotiations and industrial relations. Meanwhile, Caribbean Airlines is anticipated to increase flights on the Toronto Port of Spain route for the winter season and intends to expand its fleet with 3 Boeing 737-8 jets by late 2024, aiming to enhance its routes and potentially reduce fares. Well, there are plans to refurbish the Dwight York Stadium. Minister of Sport Community Development, Shamfa Cudjoe, made the announcement during a press conference related to the launch of a youth sports camp. Tanika Cruikshank has more in this report.
Under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Sports and Community Development, Shamfa Cudjoe, plans to refurbish the Dwight York Stadium are in motion. Stressing the significance of nurturing and progressing, she asserts that sports contribute to academic growth, instill time management, and cultivate the capacity to influence and not surrender to defeats.
Physical infrastructure that I'm responsible for in Tobago that's related to sport is the Dwight York Stadium, which is currently being refurbished, and the intention is, upon completion, to hand over to the Tobago House of Assembly when we get this thing to the place that it needs to be, refurbishing the gym, equipping the gym, furnishing the offices and the media rooms and so on. The intention is to hand it over to the Tobago House of Assembly.
Cudjoe highlighted that sports often open doors for young individuals, propelling them to higher achievement and fostering personal growth. She further emphasized that the importance of sports resonates throughout communities, fostering engagement in youth sports and generating job opportunities for those passionate about sportsmanship.
Managers in the netball team were doing in teaching them to dress well, helping them with deportment, teaching them manners and stuff. And these are some qualities and characteristics and values that they're learning through sport that they would not have learned at home, in their communities, and in the circumstances to which they have become accustomed.
Sports offer young people an opportunity to engage actively within their community, socialize, and steer clear of prolonged isolation with devices. Cudjoe highlighted the significance of personally engaging to support the youths, aiding them in unlocking their full potential.
And it united them and bonded them in a way like nothing else could. You saw teamwork, you saw discipline, you saw time management, you developed friends for volunteers. Whether you're an athlete or not, you met new friends and you learn new way of doing things.
Tanika Cruikshank, Tobago Updates Television News.
National Rum Day is a U.S. holiday celebrated on the 16th of August each year. In Trinidad and Tobago, several clubs and bars opted to join in the celebration by introducing various rum specials. One of these is Anchor's Bar and Grill in Tobago. Jenny Campbell tells us more.
We spoke with one bartender known by the alias Silver, who shared his views of what Rum Day meant to him.
Rum Day means it's not a fete without rum. Why not? Nothing is right without rum in it. You know what I mean? So Rum Day to me gives me the opportunity to explore my skill with the different rums, especially if I'm the Angostura brand. It's so vast. So it kind of gives me the ability to kind of cook in my own way.
He further acknowledged that the response to the establishment thus far has been overwhelming.
You get to see a lot of faces from all areas of the world. So Anchor Bar and Grill, as we have here, we have international guests as well as local guests. Trinidad, UK, Germany, Australia, Spanish, it doesn't matter. You're all welcome here at Anchor Bar and Grill.
Interestingly, as we celebrate Rum Day, we had a handful of knowledge about what distinguishes the different varieties of rum.
We have different rums from black all the way to light. Is the darker rums, is the rums that you'll get like at the bottom of the barrel, the ones that kind of stayed a little bit longer. The color you get is from the actual, the wood itself that gives it that smoky scent.
And of course, we had the opportunity to indulge in a rum cocktail prepared specifically for our team.
All right, guys, so I'm going to taste. Proper thing. Proper thing.
On the flip side, we spoke with one customer, Wade Stewart, who expressed his disappointment with Rum Day celebrations at the establishment.
I came here with the intention of taking a drink of rum, but only to realize that the rum started at 4 to 6. The Rum Day started at 4, from 4 to 6. They say only when you buy rum from 4 p.m., you could get one free. And right now I'm having only Heineken. So I'm disappointed.
Jenny Campbell, Tobago Updates Television News.
Recapping the headlines, Chief Secretary refutes claims in second audio clip, while Assemblyman Terence Bain suggests editing. Watson gears up for political comeback, aiming to re-emerge stronger. And the Tuco prepares for executive elections. I'm Patricia Nicholson Richards, thanking you so much for joining us and wishing you a good night.
Greetings and welcome to In-Depth. I'm DK Roster. We are here at Midco, Musical Instruments of Trinidad and Tobago Company Limited. We're here to speak with Director of Sales and Business Development, Akua Leaf. How are you doing, Mr. Leaf?
I'm excellent. Excellent.
Give me an overview about Midco, thank you.
Midco is a sleeper manufacturing company. We are located in Diamond Vale, the industrial estate factory with Diamond Vale. This company was really established to manufacture sleepers, all the way from tenor all the way down to bases. We also have a setup that encompasses a workflow where you have administration, you have sales, you have marketing, and also manufacturing. That workflow is set up in a real nice factory flow where we have specializations from syncing to grooving to tuning to burning to polishing, all persons focusing on that point of the process. It's very new, but very futuristic in thinking, is also to really help encourage persons to get into that part of the steel pan industry where manufacturing and tuning is more or less dwindling. You know, it's a dying craft, I will say. So with a setup like this, more or less we see as a campus, we could align students, we could align persons in turns alongside the professionals in the industry.
And it feels like you started to answer the question already, because many people who are involved with steel pan, they'll be playing, you also conduct,
yes,
and things of that nature. Getting into manufacture, what was the influence that really said, this is something that I need to be a part of?
Well, a lot of persons don't know that I actually started off my career making steel pans. I worked at Panland for 3 years, and then I left there to go off to university, where I more went on the performance side. So I did my degree at University of the West Indies, and in the community, I arranged, I composed. I also taught at UTT, community bands, community projects. So that side of the coin where I think I was able, I would say I was fortunate to kind of experience almost like a full industry output from manufacturing all the way down to performance. And the need to come back in at this point more or less came from observing what's happening in the fertility right now, where persons are becoming professional, but at the end of that journey of education, what next? And teaching at UTT, and I'm sitting in Napa and I'm saying these students have 4 years of studies, and at the end of that road, where are we pointing them to go? And at the point in time, I was directing the National Steel Symphony Orchestra. And even with the lack of the ability to hire persons at the rate in which they were graduating, also posed the problem of what next for these industry professionals, and also persons who have a level of experience. So the Midco idea was part of a bigger ecosystem. It was a vision that came in 2018 to set up what I would say pillars around the industry. So you're talking about manufacturing, you're talking about a conservatory, you're talking about a private orchestra. Those three pillars with the initiative of driving pan in schools, you're talking about stimulating markets that will bring in more persons to be able to have a professional career down the road. And then the other 5 pillars was to bring a level of pride where can we see a ping pong to what we call now a traditional pan, all shiny from a convex, a concave, 3 note to 29 notes, you know? Where are we seeing those things? Where can we see the persons who are responsible for those innovations, a hall of fame of some nature, where we can celebrate the persons who would have paved the way for persons like myself? So those are other 2 pillars. And then we need money. We need money to do research. We need money to do developments. We need money for scholarships, because there's a lot of persons who are interested in doing foreign studies. I mean, I was fortunate, as you said, to have a Fulbright scholarship. But those who don't have that level of opportunity, how can we support that type of initiative? And then beyond that, Panorama is lovely, and I think it's definitely a place to, it's in its right space and it's here to stay, but we need a festival of some nature where it encourages creativity and not just competition, where persons could go wild with their imagination on possibilities of what these instruments could do. And then the last thing is a proper performance space where an audience could experience the full experience of a steel pan performer. Not just seeing their faces, but seeing their hands, you know, maybe a revolving stage, maybe a retractable roof. So all those things came in 2018, and this is where we started. I mean, I was able to put together a significant team. Mario Joseph, my other business partner and director. We have Mr. David Hackett, and we have the Haddad brothers, the co-CEOs of Hadco. Really a great combination of what it is you're seeing unfolding here.
But it's one thing to say you have all these ideas and I hear the passion and the enthusiasm coming off you. But talk to me about some of that nitty-gritty, please, because the road to help you with good intentions.
Exactly.
So it's one thing to say, okay, well, this might be a good idea.
Yeah.
But what are some of the steps, especially when you're thinking about private interests and the Haddad brothers? They wouldn't necessarily throw money behind something that they don't see working out, getting a return on investment.
Right.
So what was that drive that led them to say, yeah, we're gonna put resources behind?
I to today still think I can't answer that totally, because honestly, I had no idea. This is something very new for me, but I was guided via proper business steps. You know, you have to have a proposal, put all your thoughts down on paper. I had a good friend, Laurel Broom-Georges, who helped me pull together these business plans and that sort of thing. And then beyond that, it is the need for it in society. I think beyond just my passion and the outlook, when you look around, there's nothing of this nature. And being in the land of pan being our national instrument, we're talking about having the invention coming out of our soil. I think we need to now show that via proper infrastructure and good business partnerships, private and corporate and even government. You know, so these are the things I think beyond the need and the passion, persons could see on their own. And if there is a level of long-term return, because this is not something that will return a profit in any short nature, but definitely I think for the long haul, you know, I could see it's being worth the while of the investors.
But talking about being worth the while of the investors, you also made mention of the fact that this is not the only pan manufacturing entity in Trinidad and Tobago. So what do you think are some of the things that makes it a little different? Because to me right now, I think I hear Midco more. So what are some of those things that makes it distinct, a little more apparent, a little more visual, a little more accessible from what we can see?
Well, definitely the steel pan industry in Trinidad is a cottage industry. Still persons, craftsmen working from their homes, from secluded places in the panyards. Midco is still part of the cottage industry as much as we have an infrastructure of this nature. And we have to grow that capacity as time go by. But what Midco is able to do is bring proper business acumen to the table. So we talk about marketing. We have a marketing team. We have persons who dedicated to our social media platform. So there's all these things in place that more or less keeps or promotes the intentions of the company. Beyond that, we have a proper general manager and administrative staff who deals with the day-to-day. We have professional craftspersons who really come in and put in their part in terms of production and to bring forth a quality instrument. So I think the governance of the company is definitely something that is bringing us to this nature of being public and really showing a professional side of what the market could really be.
And I think I also appreciate the fact that you talk about you have in different individuals with different roles. And do you find in the cottage industry, the lay of the land, you have different people doing different things in the sense that is it one person generally outside of Midco cutting the drum, sinking, firing, marking, scoring, versus the way how it seems as though they're different persons who may be doing that admin code? Is that a difference?
Yes, that's a difference as well. So you'll find there are builders and there are tuners. So there are persons who may have a building team that will build the pans and then will take it to the tuners who will then tune the instruments to carry to the final delivery point to the customer. Beyond that, and it's critical to know, we don't have a lot of these persons around. So, when we talk about the professionals, we actually share them right here. So some of the guys who work in Midco do also have their private practices happening as well. And that is critical for growth because these are the experienced persons. These are the persons who we know could carry on that tradition and that level of professionalism and craftsmanship. And to have them as part of this is critical for the survival of the industry. And I'm seeing it as I said, campus related, where we get a certain quality of instruments coming up from a certain quality of artisans in a specific space, which could be enticing to the new upcoming professionals. And that marriage, I think, will work going forward.
I'm talking about quality and campus. That is something that I want us to come back to when we return from this break. We are speaking with the director at Midco Sales and Business Development at Core Leaf. Stay with us. We return with Welcome back. We are speaking with Director of Sales and Business Development at Midco, Akua Leaf. And just before we took the break, you were talking about quality and that kind of campus-like atmosphere. I think sometimes when people talk about pan, steel pan, they don't necessarily think of the range of possibilities that are possible. You just spoke about some of your students. There have been conversations about people involved in metallurgy. That might be something that's necessary in terms of like a bass pan. You might need these things to get better resonance versus a tenor. Is that something that Midco is thinking about eventually? Or what are your thoughts on those kind of things, doing it here in Trinidad and Tobago?
Is necessary, it's critical, where we see the engineering departments of UTT, the engineering departments as UE, as part of this whole ecosystem as well, where we have capstones coming out of those spaces that were specifically tailored for research and development around the steel pan. We are not seeing ourselves as the do-all and all, but we see ourselves where collaboration is key. And we are here to collaborate, we are here to have conversations and see how we could project and push forward the art form.
Is it art or science in terms of tuning? Can you just get someone who's a musical student and they're right with the hands and you bringing them in and say, okay, well, we can train you to do this? What's the next step of developing those tuners if it's a very small pool?
It's definitely science and it comes with time. So definitely you see tuners, most of them coming through the building process at first and then advance into the tuning. Mario could definitely give you a good insight on that, but it's almost 29 years he has been in the business. And so that level of time got him to become the master tuner that he is. So we are seeing students, or we should see it as students coming with an interest, musician or not, come with an interest to want to dedicate that time and commit to that process. And eventually over time, you'll see them become the professionals that they are, or that they could be, sorry.
I think that also leads to a certain level of mentorship, so needing to get people while you still have people like Mario and rest of master tuners.
Exactly.
Pass on that knowledge as well.
Exactly, like Butch Kellman. I mean, he's not 100% right now, but a master tuner in his own right. I mean, you saw him take persons. Mario worked alongside him in Renegades. You see Augustus Peters working with him closely. So that type of marriage is what we need going forward. And just as we see him pass on that information, it's due to the others to do the same. You know, I mean, we came from a culture where these things were secrets. You know, persons don't even want the partners who is playing in the same band they're tuning for see the process they were going through. And I think that has given us this lack of continuity. However, that mindset is changing. And it's about mentorship. That is critical. You know, so those guys have to see themselves as mentors, as professors, who should be looking for persons like themselves. You know, beyond just Midco coming with this whole master plan. This should be a thinking of the artisans that are in the country right now and worldwide going forward.
And you spoke of marriage. I want to go back to marriage, but in terms of what Midco is doing at private sector. One of the things I think that made Midco a little more visible is work at CPL.
Yes.
And what kind of potential and impact, even like the feedback you were getting while it was happening, everywhere CPL playing, Midco there, you have people asking questions. You have President Irfan Ali actually getting this gold-plated pan. What was the thrust behind that, and what was the feedback?
Well, that was a bold move we made very early because we launched on August the 11th, 2022, and CPL was in October. So we saw it as a good opportunity to bring a level of awareness of what is coming to the market. We sponsored CPL, and with that sponsorship, we were able to get steel pan becoming the official musical instrument of that tournament. That was the first time for that type of recognition in the Caribbean, and we saw CPL as the right vehicle to carry that mantle forward. We're talking about cricket, we're talking about Caribbean, we're talking about steel pan. I think, as I told the CPL directors, I think you're missing one ingredient, the steel pan. We now have the best cricket festival or best cricket competition in the world. That brings a certain level of excitement, especially for the team that did the on-ground executions. When we went to the islands, when we were able to partner the DJ with the panelists, with Duvon and those DJs having this time in the stadium and having all the supporters really getting a first-hand experience of the possibilities that the instrument could bring to a league like that. And then the viewership, the online viewership of CPL is over 500 million persons. And that was from the last CPL. For this time, I think it increased about 700 million persons. So we saw that as value. And we are still checking to see if that move brought back the returns we were looking for. But I think in time, the fact that you're saying, coming from you, that you're seeing Midco as a brand being showcased, we see that as a win around the islands that we visited and the CPL viewership.
And so people seeing, okay, well, this is a possibility. We like the pants, we like all this something.
Yes.
And then inquiring, what kind of impact, what kind of lead time will it take for someone to say, hey, I like these. Can I get an order of X amount of tenors, this amount of double tenors, and being able to get that to scale, as opposed to cottage industry, one person doing everything. Was it different in that?
Yeah, what we were able to do strategically is not mass manufacture. However, we were able to start manufacturing 11 months before we launched. So we started the business with inventory, you know. So time August the 11th, we already had 11 months of inventory. We already checked our production. We dealt with all the quality. We dealt with chroming. So a customer coming in at that point was able to get their pans within 48 to 38 hours. You know, so 3 days. That's a game changer. What we are seeing though, as time and momentum build up, we expect inventory to drop, you know, but we will deal with that issue. It's a good problem to have. So that was a strategy coming into the market, having inventory. So if you want, right now we do have stock. So those who are thinking, and we could outfit an order in quick time with quality, of course, for customers. So tenors, we also have the ensemble concept. The ensemble concept is really for partner schools, and partner schools being one of our biggest goals, and not just partner schools in Trinidad, but partner schools around the world. And just to give you an idea of possibilities of that, as I say, we are going into Africa. Africa have over 25,000 schools. Midco's capacity right now could be around 1,000 instruments a year, which we are still testing, which will be about 100 ensembles, an ensemble being the combination of about 10 instruments from 10 all the way down to bass. With that analogy, it will take us over 200 years to outfit Africa with partner schools. So when you look at that, you see the possibilities of economy around the company. And we may need 10 more Midcos. We need franchises around the world. So that excites the team. And the team is working closely to create those markets, because those markets are not readily available. So there's a lot of groundwork. We have a significant team behind this, not just the ground staff, but the social media staff. We had a marketing team. We were able to partner with Gen X when we were setting up all these initiatives. So there's a clear focus as now to have that focus on rule in time.
And just more, this one question before we break on this conversation. If people are looking on television,
sure.
If they're looking on digital media, you might get 5 minutes more.
Right.
But it's one thing to say, okay, well, they're pursuing new markets.
Right.
What are people on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago saying? Because people may have their preferred instrument,
Correct.
people who manufacture their instruments. Do you find people testing on the brand, checking to see if it's working for them? What is that feedback?
So right now we are bringing a certain level of awareness, because with every new thing, you said it just now, persons already have their comfort. They have an artisan, they have a tuner. We have been working with this tuner for years, and we don't want to stop that. What we are saying is, come, let's talk. Come see what we offer. Come see how we can improve or add to what you're already having. So we look at the local steel bands as friends, as potential customers. Let's do a profile, because standardization is another thing. Profile with what are your instrument layouts, what are your needs, how well are you looking to replenish your pans from tuning all the way down to building? Are you looking for having a certain level of engraving? Do you want to brand up your cases? Is there a level of customization to your orchestra or uniqueness you want to have around? We could have that conversation with bands. So with that awareness, come and talk to us, and we could see how we could take it from there. And then beyond that, we have been gaining momentum with sales. I mean, there's always a point of what tongue say. When you hear your pan and all these different things, we're getting a lot of positive feedback and excitement coming from on the ground. And it's just to keep scaling that up until we get to the required quotations, or not quotations, but required output that we are looking for.
And with that, we end the conversation here. If you're just looking at us on television, if you're looking at us on social media, you'll get a little more. We're speaking with Akua Lee, the Director of Sales and Business Development of Midco, Musical Instruments of Trinidad and Tobago Company Limited. On behalf of the entire TTT crew, I'm DK Rondon. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you are looking at us, this means that you're on a digital platform. We thank you for staying with us. We're speaking with Director of Sales and Business Development at Midco, Akua Leaf. And Mr. Leaf, in terms of the manufacturing process,
yes,
you said there was a lead time in terms of having inventory, but how long does it take to create a specific type of pan?
Right.
In terms of saying, okay, well, this is where we get the drums from. Yes. Are you getting it specifically for you, yes, as opposed to saying, okay, well, we're going to be getting drums from somewhere else? Take me through that process.
Yeah. We have been fortunate, as we said, with Mario Joseph, who is a professional steel pan builder in the fraternity for the last 29 years. He had a certain level of expertise expertise in terms of the drums he used at that time, the persons who helped him manufacture the pans. So that team literally and that expertise came into Midco. So we sourced our drums specifically for our process from Japan. We also had the artisans, as I said, they themselves who have been building pans for quite some time, and we brought around production assistants to help them increase on their level of productivity. And so that took place within a month or two, getting the right amount of persons in. Mario's talking about the qualities looking at, making sure things are a particular way in terms of Midco standard. And Midco standard is DWE, meaning that, yes, we come with certain information from before, but this is how we want to move forward. Beyond that, the inventory that we have belongs to the Midco standard, the Midco instrument, the Midco standard, more or less I was saying. And then beyond that, we have the customized order. So the customized order, it will start when that order is placed. So if you want to have a typical 4th or 5th tenor, we have that in stock. A whole tone, double seconds from F sharp, or even from low E, we have that in stock and so forth. But if there's a 2nd and 3rd tenor, we will make that pan when the order is placed, which will have a much longer lead time before the customer receives it.
And is it a matter of needing to get a tuner who is able to do that type? So if you think about, if I remember correctly, is Professor Ken Fillmore,
right?
Who would have a different layout on his
yes,
big F sharp in the center. Everybody able to tune the pan like that, or you need to get someone who would do it specifically like that? What's that process like?
So the tuner typically could tune any pan. Persons will have preferences, but I mean, Gussie, Mario, they could go into any steel band once they know where the notes are, and they will be able to execute their job professionally. Yeah.
Bringing in people.
Yeah.
What is that process like? So you said that there were people that you brought in to help in terms of the production assistants. How do you, or are you trying to bring people along that chain from being production assistants to being the person that a production assistant would eventually help?
Exactly. So you start from that aspect. Maybe we see that as the entry point, where you have the ability to observe. The tuner builder sometimes give you the opportunity to try some stuff within that process, and that person then is eventually scale up to move to another level. And we keep replenishing like that, where persons are moved through the system, developing their craft, developing their skill set until they become the tuner or more tuners within the industry. And I think that's a good model. Beyond Midco's process, though, we have the CVQs in schools, the Caribbean Vocational Qualification, where steel pan manufacturing is a part of. So there's a few secondary schools around the island that does steel pan manufacturing. We're talking about MIC. We are talking about YTEP. So this is not something that is new. These are things that are happening. And those persons who have that level of experience could also come in as an intern, could also come in into a workshop, or even as an OJT to work alongside our team under the Midco's quality system and move forward from there. So there's a stimulus that's happening, but is where we could continue that. And from a point of introduction to a point of work and professionalism.
And the fact that you're so forward thinking means that there are things that you're thinking about that you're not necessarily doing yet.
Correct.
What are some of those things?
Well, there's a lot. I mean, one of my directors will say, Akua, you can't boil the ocean. So the vision is really far ahead, but there's, for instance, the educational side of things, the campus side of things. That's something we are enrolling. Hopefully we should start that within this year. We talk about the interns. We have certain conversations with the universities to have interns coming from at least as early as August. We're talking about the OJT program. So there's a lot of intentions and conversations that is unfolding that we think we could start to realize within this year. And then the Pan School Council, with their vision of having pan schools and building steel pan manufacturers and tuners, they are also close in our conversation. Midco was fortunate to also meet with the Minister of Education, Dr. Nangas Bidali, and even with her interests and forward thinking, we're seeing where there's a collaboration of some nature. There's so many, when you look at that mole, look at the private Trinidad, corporate Trinidad, where their corporate social responsibility, we can have a collaboration of that nature where the government is not only pressed up upon in schools, but maybe you can outfit a school on behalf of, and then the government supplies the teaching services. So there's a lot of conversations I think that could happen, and we could come with the best situation to carry this thing forward.
And in terms of that, those conversations that need to happen, I'm grateful that we were able to have this
Yes.
one. So this has been a conversation with Director of Sales and Business Development at Midco Musical Instruments of Trinidad and Tobago Company Limited, Aqua Leaf. And this has been In-Depth with me, DK Rostoff. Thank you so much for joining us.
Nine of the 14 recounts in Monday's local government elections have been completed, while one has been called off. In an update on Wednesday evening, the Elections and Boundaries Commission said the UNC's candidate for the electoral district of Bagatelle Blue Basin, Nalini Goindu, called off her request, in which the PNM's candidate won by a margin of 220 votes. The 6 additional recounts completed were Arima West, Omera, Orzenville, Tunapuna, Blanchishez, Santa Rosa, Five Rivers, Sangre Grande Northeast, and San Juan East. There was little to no change in the recount, except for Sangre Grande North, where the PNM's Alicia Thomas lost 4 votes, and the UNC's Nasser Hossein lost 7 votes. The EBC added that in the electoral district of Lengua Indian Walk, a count of the ballot boxes have revealed a tie with both PNM and UNC candidates, securing 1,428 votes each, a loss of 2 votes for the PNM's candidate and a gain of 3 votes for the UNC's candidate. The vote count for PEP's candidate remained the same at 87 votes. It said the recount of the poll card boxes in this electoral district is still ongoing. Earlier today, some minor adjustments were shared after the recounts in the districts of Kokie, Taruba, Marabella South, Vistabella, and Mayaro North. However, there were no changes to the winning candidates.
And the winner is TTT, Trinidad and Tobago producers Penny Gomez and Colin Graves, presenter Penny Gomez, editor NH Productions TT, Penny on Point, the Honorable Shamfa Kodjo.
This is the show where you get to know some of your favorite personalities a lot better, and we don't leave you out of the action.
Whilst the traditional folks were saying, don't say that you're coming across as aggressive, but I felt like, hey, this is 5 days before elections. A poll was done showing that the other party is in the lead. And you're telling me all this has happened in Trinidad and Tobago didn't see that and you're still choosing that party.
A special mention that goes to TTT Trinidad and Tobago producers Penny Gomez and Colin Graves, presenter Penny Gomez, editor NH Productions TT, Penny on Point, Ian Elaine.
You run into an ex at an event.
Ex?
With
You're going. Go ahead.
with your best friend on the person's arm.
My best friend with my ex.
Yeah. How do you respond? What you doing?
No, I going up and talk to her. How you going? Hey, my partner, but don't worry. Keep it inside. We keep it inside. Anything could watch could use back. Don't be dumb. We still get up.
I mean, who would have thought that I'll find her preaching? Anyway, what's my own? I should have found her. She's willing to testify that she was actually frolicking in the office of Uncle CMD.
But we need something stronger.
Something stronger? What are you talking about?
I don't see anything. It looks normal to me. This looks normal to you. 40 million naira. Oh, I'm sorry. That's how much your mistake would have.
For others, the solar cells represent economic growth. After tourism collapsed, during the COVID pandemic, Mayor Jose Diaz is happy for every cent invested.
Many have lost their jobs in these hard times. Now, through these building projects, some have been able to get back into the job market.
Now, olive groves are being clear-cut to make way for solar plants. Some farmers have seized the opportunity to lease or sell their land to the energy companies. Nicolai Octan has signed over some of his land because water is increasingly scarce and expensive. Irrigation no longer pays off.
Nothing grows here without water. So we're trying to get at least something out of our land.
More than 200 Spanish citizens' initiatives are sounding the alarm and fighting the solar fields. Luis Bologno and others fear that Spain will become Europe's power supplier at the people's expense.
If huge solar fields are built here, with all their environmental and social impacts, it will mainly provide economic growth and jobs elsewhere, not here. That's not fair. Spain is being colonized and exploited.
There are other ways, like 50 kilometers away in Almocita. The village has built a photovoltaic plant atop their small theater to produce their own electricity. Mayor Francisco Garcia proudly explains the creation of an energy community, backed by an EU regional development fund.
Everything we produce here stays in our community. We don't want to sell our energy to the big companies. We want affordable, climate-friendly electricity for all our citizens.
The plant currently powers 21 households, with businesses and restaurants expected to come on board. But Luis Boloño says Spain is focusing too much on large-scale projects. The state is giving solar cell companies free rein instead of ensuring that they build on derelict industrial sites.
The same capacity can be achieved without destroying the environment, but there's no planning.
Solar arrays where trees once stood. Horse lover Ángel Eterovich still cannot understand it.
You can't destroy the environment in the name of environmental protection. It makes no sense.
For Ángel, the rampant growth of the solar fields defeats its purpose. He hopes that future projects will be more environmentally friendly, such as in nearby Almocita, so that green electricity is really green.
Since the cost of living crisis and inflation have hit Great Britain, the gap between the rich and the poor has become even more pronounced. While the affluent upper class enjoys their lives, millions can hardly afford the most basic necessities. Guy Singh Watson is a millionaire and is willing to voluntarily pay more taxes to aid those in need. However, accomplishing this is not as easy as it may seem.
Nowhere else in Western Europe does the inequality between rich and poor gape as widely as it does in the United Kingdom, as may be seen even in idyllic Devon on the border to Cornwall. Guy Singh Watson numbers among the upper 10,000, a fact he does not appreciate at all. After a brief career as a corporate consultant in London and New York City, he now experiments with growing organic vegetables on his parents' farm. Singh Watson went back to the land when he realized that money can't buy happiness. Now he's earning more than he ever dreamt of. With over 100 employees, Riverford Organics is one of the United Kingdom's biggest organic farms. Over the past few years, he signed 100% ownership over to his workers at a relatively low price. Now he only stays on in the role of mentor.
And I suppose I've always wanted to use the business to shape the world, and I wanted to shape the world in a way that was more like the world that I wanted to live in, which is one that's not dominated by inequality and greed.
The growing poverty all around angers him. The current government is doing nothing to help, as ever more people are overtaken by inflation and rising interest rates. He himself would be happy to pay for more in taxes to change that. In his office, he shows us an open letter he's written in collaboration with 40 other millionaires to British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. They write, if the taxes on multimillionaires were raised by only 1%, it would lead to an annually increased revenue equivalent to about 60 billion euros.
Patriotic Millionaires UK invited Rishi Sunak to join us in calling for a fairer tax system on the 19th of May. Strangely, he declined.
In fact, the Prime Minister and his party are staunchly opposed to more taxes in general, and especially any kind of wealth tax. This was Sunak's stance back when he was Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, no, I don't believe now is the time, or will ever be the time, for a wealth tax. Now is the time to recognise the challenge we face.
But this position does not mean that the Tories are only a party of the wealthy, as one of their lawmakers explains.
Well, money is mobile today, so if we send the wrong signals, then money will flow out of this country, when actually we want the money to be flowing into this country, investing in the real economy, not just into property, but into businesses that create jobs.
Back on his farm, Guy Singh Watson sees conclusions like this as absolute rubbish.
I mean, patently, that just is not true. I mean, just look at what's happened over the last 10 years. How can people keep saying that? The poor are getting poor, the rich are getting richer. There is no trickle down, there's a trickle up. You know, actually, all sorts of things. I just cannot believe that we hear that argument, you know, again and again, when there's just absolutely no factual basis to it.
Currently, well over 2 million Britons depend on food banks to survive. This bank receives fruit and vegetable donations regularly from Watson's farm. It's distributed over 1 million meals in the past 8 months. And more, it's ordinary families who need help to be able to feed their children. The packages are distributed to people the city has identified as in need, such as Leo and his partner Mas. She lost her job after undergoing an operation. Then she had trouble feeding her 4 children. Before they discovered the food bank, they often ate only once a day.
It's not just me. I have friends with children, all in the same position. My brother's in the same position. He lost his job and he had a mortgage as well. And, you know, now he has to sell his house. He's losing tens of thousands. So he's going to end up in a lot of debt. And it's still hard, you know, it's still hard because we still get the food. So there is that moment where I feel this month, I feel good because I don't have to ask anyone for food, but then I have to anyway. And it hurts, you know, like it, pride or whatever, I don't know, your dignity, you just feel like there's great indignity and
For now, he scrapes by and hopes nobody notices. Maybe things will start looking up, he tells us. But people like Guy Singh Watson, who are better informed, don't have much hope that they will anytime soon. And the government continues to insist that everything's coming up roses. In the long term, the very foundations of British democracy may be endangered.
They are getting it seriously wrong to the extent that I really worry about the breaking of the social contract and the loss of people's investment in society, you know, which in the end results in violence and revolution, you know, which is really not something that I think anyone wants to see. But I feel it coming closer.
He sees no shortage of ideas for how to tackle these problems. But what good are they if the political will just isn't there?
Venice undoubtedly stands out as the most favored Italian city among tourists. However, the area has become so crowded that people often have to squeeze through the narrow streets, undeniably making life challenging for the local population. In fact, the old city center has very few residents left, and those who still live there aren't pleased to see the city's charm being diminished. Giovanni Leone wants fewer tourists in his city and is actively advocating for it. But it is proving to be a very difficult task.
Okay, let's split up this way today. You do the Molo di Venezia, you do the Giardinetti Reali, and you do that section by Ponto delle Paglie.
Would you kindly get up? You're not allowed to sit here, thank you.
The municipal public order officers ask exhausted guests not to sit on the steps.
Please stand up. Thank you.
Generally, tourists take it in stride, but sometimes on hot days, they get annoyed.
But tourists sitting around are the least of Venice's problems. Over 7 million visitors squeeze their way through the 500-hectare old town every year, and that's too many. So Giovanni Leone has a plan to save the special charm of Venice. He's a native Venetian and part of a network of activists, and he takes a stop in front of a special display. It counts the number of hotel beds in Venice. It's at nearly 50,000, the same number of people still living in the old city, for now.
We're demanding a limit on the number of tourist beds. And that limit has to be appropriate relative to the number of beds for locals.
Venice has always been a popular tourist destination. And Venetians were okay with that as long as the sestieri, or districts, were alive and the economy diverse. But things changed a few years back. Nowadays, apartments are intended almost exclusively for tourists. A woman living across the street chimes in that she's the last Venetian in her building. Her neighbors moved to the mainland long ago, where the price per square meter is just half as much.
Venetians are struggling to maintain their community and shared way of life.
What can be done? The city planned to introduce admission fees to keep visitors down, but the project was stopped. Instead, they've intensified video surveillance so that the public order officers can redirect dense crowds of tourists. Finally, to keep people from moving away, the city is aiding local families with their rent. The tourism officer also told us about another project.
We're considering having a reservable city. All touristic services would have to be reserved in advance. We're in the process of building the necessary digital infrastructure.
Will Venice end up a huge open-air museum requiring an admission ticket? Giovanni believes tourists will keep pouring in even if individual squares have to be reserved in the future. And instead of swarming St. Mark's Square, they'll invade the few remaining quieter neighborhoods.
Now we're living in a reservation. The city is getting even fuller. These measures aren't helping regulate tourism. First and foremost, we need to cut down on hotel beds.
Because it's monument.
Back to the public order officers. The tourists seem to be happy to comply with requests to clear off paths and stairs. They seem to understand the problem. Venice is just too beautiful for its own good.
Dancing is a beautiful thing to do. You can dance to express happiness or love. You can dance fast or slow. You can dance alone or with friends. But can you dance while sitting? It's possible. Belgian dancer Iris Mukeshimana has pioneered this unique dance form. Her choreography revolves around breaking boundaries, quite literally.
Sweeping across the dance floor with speed and style. This dance is anything but routine. It's called cyclodance. One partner on foot and one on wheels, like longtime instructor Iris Mukeshimana.
This is why I love cyclodance. It unites people. There's no longer a barrier between the person who's in a wheelchair and the person who isn't. I feel so good that for a few moments, cyclodance allows me to forget my disability.
Here in Louvain-la-Neuve, Belgium, Iris is prepping her students for a special performance. They're carefully crafting the choreography and perfecting the pacing. But for these dancers, the class is about much more than learning moves.
There's the music, the friendship, and the exchange. I can't dance without my partner, and she can't dance without me.
It's like I'm a bird flying. The chair makes me fly.
These days, Iris is a busy working mother. But as a child in Rwanda, she contracted polio and was left unable to walk. Then war broke out and descended into genocide. Many of her family members died. Iris survived thanks to a narrow escape when her children's hospital was evacuated by Belgian peacekeepers.
The hospital staff told us to hide under the covers and not move. It was just, we were so scared. We heard people saying, they're escaping, they're escaping. They were planning to come and kill us.
She then grew up with a Belgian host family.
I was completely lost when I first arrived in Belgium. I didn't even know how to say hello. Nothing. Not one single word of French.
Though Iris won't forget the dark chapters of her past, she's determined to keep moving forward. That's why she founded her own dance school 12 years ago here in Belgium, to bring change in other people's lives. And, she says, because the show must go on. At the local community centre, audience members are arriving for the performance. It's in aid of a local charity, and Iris's partner is helping organisers set up. Not for the first time, he's feeling proud of Iris.
It's within her. There's something about her that brings people towards her, that brings people together.
Backstage, performers are gearing up in the green room, and Iris is putting the finishing touches on her costume. But her mission here is only just beginning.
I want to break barriers and show that whether or not you have a disability, you can flourish and enjoy dance.
Iris hopes by taking center stage, she'll help others spread their wings.
That's it for this edition of Focus on Europe. We'll be back next week. Until then, goodbye and take care.
Enter the conflict zone.
How rogue did Yevgeny Prigozhin really go in his Wagner uprising? My guest this week on Conflict Zone is Russian investigative journalist and security services expert Andrei Soldatov.
Hello.
His Agentura website tracks the Russian intelligence services. How long can Putin hold on to power?
Conflict Zone. In 30 minutes on DW.
Growing up in Mongolia, Atko is 10 years old and loves life in the Gobi Desert. But she has a dream calling her to leave everything behind.
In 75 minutes on DW.
This is DW News Live.
What's new? We'll tell you.
We are happy that we are back home.
What's the story? We have it.
Getting a visa is more difficult than finding gold, really.
What's it to you?
They have dreams for here and beyond for their future.
Be better informed about what's going on. In-depth stories and issues that are being discussed across the continent. DW News Africa, every Friday on DW.
Get inspired by AfriMax. A continent bursting with creativity. Meet artists, designers, and cultural icons. Discover African lifestyle and culture as diverse and exciting